Chapter 1 of Shall It Be Again? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. The author explains, were any excuse deemed necessary for this book, it would be enough to point to the likelihood of another war. No one will dispute that, notwithstanding complete victory was accorded us, the promised goal, permanent peace, was not attained. If, indeed, we are to judge by the demands of the executive for greater armament, the danger of future war at once became from 3 to 5 times as great as before we took up arms to repel such danger. These demands were scaled down, but our peacetime armament remained far heavier than before. Those of us who, a little while ago, were most confident in asserting that our war would end war are the same who, as soon as it was over, became most certain that we must be ready for the next one. But if the goal was not reached, our war could not have been in every respect the glorious thing we were told it was. Nor will anyone dispute that many of the other promised benefits are not forthcoming. Nearly all of us seem to be willing to assume, or to permit our neighbors to assume, which comes to the same thing, that the reasons justifying our war are sound. But if such reasons are sound, how is it that the results are so disappointing? The question cannot be dismissed simply by blaming Wilson or the Republican Party or Lloyd George and Clemenceau. Did we not fight on the theory of the perfect wisdom and purity of Wilson and the Entente statesmen, and for that matter of ourselves, which includes the Republican Party? If we have been betrayed, it is not sufficient merely to acknowledge the fact, but to determine how and why, in order that provision may be made against betrayal in the future. Nor is it sufficient to look for the secret in what happened at Paris. The great settlement, which in the main still stands, was the logical and almost certain result of what had gone before. Although it will be pleasant for all who served or sacrificed in the late war always to believe the best of it, no one who really sacrificed will wish for another such experience, nor would anyone wish to continue believing well of recent events if such belief were to add to the danger of a repetition. Remember that for more than 4 years one side was permitted to speak and the other forced to remain silent. The perspective that only time can give, some say, is necessary before the true history of our war can be written and before proper criticism can be made, end quote. But the end of the fighting saw a vast and complicated machine feverishly at work to crystallize into history the story of the war as it was told to us as propaganda in the heat thereof. If we wait a generation to face the whole truth, we shall probably never face it. If any of the reasons justifying our recent war is valid, it is not unlikely that one or more of them will again apply, and another war will become both necessary and desirable. If, on the other hand, none of such reasons will bear the test of scrutiny, any probable future war will be inexcusable, since all probable causes and objectives were urged for the recent one. How then did it come about that America, in 1917, found itself a partisan in a conflict which evoked only horror here in 1914, a conflict which not 1 in 1,000 dreamed we could ever enter, which not 1 in 1,000,000 had the temerity to advocate entering? How did it come about that America was plunging ahead in policies which not a single public man dared openly favor in 1914? In this book are set forth the essential facts tending to prove what many people already believe, though on incomplete evidence, that ours was a war for business. If, however, any of the non-business motives mentioned in justification for our war is sound, the theory of a war for business cannot stand. Thus it is that the first parts of the book are devoted to an examination of such alleged motives. Business, of course, was farthest from the minds of the masses of the American people. But the relationship between the masses, the government, and business becomes clear. Although millions fought and served, the millions decided absolutely nothing except the physical victory. One man chose war for America, dictated the war policies, arrogated to himself the sole power to arrange the conditions of peace. The motives of the men who fought in Europe and of the folks who served at home did not determine what the real motives of their war should be. The real motives of their war were the motives which Woodrow Wilson personally chose to serve, whether in public or in secret, and only those. From this, it must not be imagined that Wilson is to receive the entire blame for the delinquencies of our war and our peace. Although the responsibility lies as heavy upon Wilson as could be upon any individual, the culpability of Wilson explains only 1/3 of the riddle. As for ourselves, the motives that we professed are the same as the professed motives of Wilson. Is it already forgotten that the rest of us also swore allegiance to the principles by which Wilson claimed to be guided in entering and prosecuting the war to make the world safe for democracy? That the propaganda of loyal patriots everywhere, even among his bitterest political opponents, was little more than an echo of the president's words that "stand behind the president" was the war slogan while the issue was in the balance, and "trust in the president," the acid test of patriotism after we were in, that it was because of his proclaimed war motives that we glorified Wilson beyond any other man in history? The question of presidential fraud is determined by the discrepancy between the motives professed and the motives served. The question of national fraud is determined by the discrepancy between the motives professed and the motives to whose service we complacently agree. For the fruit that Wilson plucked for us, we still retain. Although the Republican Party altered, in outward detail, the written forms of peace, it did not change the general nature of the settlement, nor attempt nor wish to do so. Although the phraseology varies at times, our foreign policies remain in principle the same. Although a Republican Congress went through motions intended to discredit Wilson, it met, in a large measure, his wishes as to Reconstruction legislation. Regardless of the judgment of a national election, Wilson's work, on the whole, has been accepted by the leaders of the people and is tolerated by the country. Although it is of importance to present in a true light the most misunderstood figure in American history, the theme is much broader than that. Instead of laying the foundations for future peace, our war set up the groundwork for more and more war. This groundwork must be cleared away, or there is no hope. Only after the shams of the past war have been exploded, its true motives revealed, and its methods and results shine clear in the light of those motives, can a beginning be made towards ways that will ensure us against future horrors. Instead of being a dead issue, therefore, our late war is the livest issue of the day, and it will remain an issue so long as future war is in the reckoning. Its lessons hold not only the secret of averting future war, but also the solution of other public questions of a pressing nature. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Did the American people want war? It was invariably assumed during our war against Germany, as well as afterwards, and countless times asserted that the American people went willingly into the war. Said President Wilson, for example, quote, "I say that the heart of the country is in this war because it would not have gone into it if its heart had not been prepared for it." End quote. Red Cross Memorial Building dedication, May 12, 1917. While it cannot be stated with absolute certainty whether a majority would have voted for or against war on April 6, 1917, Since they were not accorded an opportunity to vote, there is a collection of circumstances which, when brought together, would seem to leave no reasonable doubt that the American people would not have chosen to enter the fight. Some of these circumstances are: 1. The re-election of Wilson. Wilson, a candidate of a minority party, was elected originally because of a split in the majority party. Facing a united Republican Party in 1916, his only chance for victory lay in espousing a cause appealing so powerfully to the masses as to induce at least 1 million voters to break away from party affiliations. In choosing to make peace his paramount issue, Wilson correctly guessed the most fervent wish of the people at large. His slogan, "He kept us out of war," and his promise to continue to keep us out of war, won him re-election. In November 1916, the American electorate spoke for peace and against war with Germany as definitely as it was possible for it to speak at that or any other time. 2. Our stealthy approach to war. The successive steps by which President Wilson arrived at war were screened by voluble assurances of peaceful intention. See Chapter 6. The nation was almost wholly, and Congress partly, deceived by these assurances. The President continued to reiterate that he was treading the path of peace even after he broke diplomatic relations, even when he sought the consent of Congress to arm private ships with naval crews, even after that. What other interpretation is to be placed upon this except that he himself believed that the masses were still opposed to war? In his message to Congress of February 26th, the President admitted, "The American people do not desire it." Between this date and April 2nd, there is no evidence that the sentiment of the masses changed. No new issue whatever arose to change it. For his casus belli, President Wilson himself went back to the German proclamation of January 31st. 3. Refusal to submit any war issue to the public. While the declaration of war was impending, and during the weeks immediately succeeding it, when President Wilson's war plans were being revealed, numerous proposals were made, usually taking the form of resolutions or amendments introduced in Congress, providing that the public be given some say in these momentous matters. Some of these proposals were that the choice of war or peace be decided by referendum, that the question of sending an army overseas be submitted to referendum, that service overseas be limited to volunteers, that the executive stood uncompromisingly against all such proposals furnishes a strong presumption of a conviction in his own mind that, if afforded an opportunity, the people would have repudiated his war program and his war. 4. Government press agency, war education, and repression. With America's declaration of war, the government organized the most complete and expensive press agency ever seen anywhere on the globe. More money was spent for the manufacture of public opinion, and more men and women were employed than in any previous publicity campaign in history. Of the official publicity organizations, the Bureau of Information was but one of many departments. Added to the purely government press bureaus were the voluntary war committees, organized by the government and directed by one department or another. Every postmaster in America was forced to serve the government as a press agent. The press as a whole, the theaters, and even the public schools became a part of the machine. With their teachers as officers, the school children were obliged to assist the government in the imposition of its propaganda. Every person in America was reached in one way or another, and almost daily. Is not the existence of such a press agency a virtual admission that America went into the war unconvinced of its righteousness? Coupled with a violent suppression of all opposition to the war, is it not material evidence of a determination to force distasteful beliefs upon an unwilling people? 5. Circumstances of the Liberty loans. The large number of bond purchasers was mentioned as evidence of the popularity of the war. It is no evidence of such popularity, since all Liberty loans were floated chiefly by coercion. All the publicity, agitation, and appeals both to patriotism and cupidity, all the posters and literature, all the personal solicitation were not considered sufficient to sell the bonds. Coercion was resorted to as a policy. What is said of the Liberty loan applies in a somewhat lesser degree to the Red Cross. Neither the large number of subscriptions to Liberty bonds nor those to the Red Cross are any evidence of the popularity of the war. 6. The New York municipal election. After America's declaration of war, the only important election in which peace was permitted to become the issue and in which freedom of discussion was allowed the candidates was the election in New York, November 1917. The mayor, Mr. Mitchell, deliberately chose to make his fight on the issue of patriotism. He directly charged his chief opponent, Hyland, with abetting German propaganda and exposed him as an associate of paid enemies of America. Mitchell was vigorously supported by conspicuous patriots, patriotic societies, and all the loyal city newspapers. The latter expressly warned the public that the defeat of Mitchell would be a virtual repudiation of the war by New York. Nevertheless, Hyland achieved the most decisive victory ever given to a party in the American metropolis, while the Socialist Party, which frankly attacked the war, became a factor for the first time. The Socialist candidate, Hillquit, who had announced from the platform his refusal to buy Liberty bonds, received 93% of the vote given Mitchell, while of the 28,937 soldiers and sailors who voted in New York, but 6,226, or less than 22 out of each 100, cast their ballot for Mitchell. 7. Circumstances of the draft. Of the total number called in the first draft, more than one half, 50.62%, put in formal claims for exemption. More than 250,000, 252,294, or 8%, failed to appear and succeeded in escaping arrest. The former figure, of course, does not represent all of the registrants who did not want to go to war, while the latter figure represents only a fraction of those willing to risk terms in the penitentiary rather than go, for the number evading registration is unknown. Many thousands who failed to register, and many thousands who registered but failed to respond to the call, were arrested. In the slacker roundups staged in New York City alone in the last days of August 1918, 16,000 men were held for offenses of this kind. So many men of draft age fled the country that it became expedient to promulgate an order forbidding the departure of such men and to establish an elaborate system of espionage, patrol, and passports to enforce the order. In a statement issued September 3, 1918, the War Department said, quote, "The Department of Justice has on file the names of 3,000 slackers who fled to Mexico before June 5, 1917, to escape registration," end quote. So many married to avoid the draft in the early months that it became expedient to serve notice on the country that 11th-hour marriages would save no one from service. So many had their teeth extracted to render themselves physically ineligible that the War Department issued a warning to dentists that they were liable to prosecution for complicity in this form of draft evasion. In the 10 months ending May 1, 1918, over 14,000 desertions were reported from the Army. The numbers seeking dishonorable discharge were even greater. At the end of December 1917, we were told that for several weeks the Army has been losing men at the rate of 100 to 150 a day. They chose to commit offenses which led to their dishonorable discharge, end quote. The newspapers gave us instances of suicide and self-mutilations which were resorted to as a means to escape the draft, and of men turning to crime with the deliberate intention of getting into the penitentiary and so escaping the draft. There were a number of anti-draft riots, and so much anti-draft sentiment that it became expedient to prevent, with an iron hand, the public assembly of persons opposing the draft, and to prosecute and imprison hundreds of those most conspicuous in anti-draft agitation. There was also uncovered a thriving trade in exemption affidavits involving the crime of perjury. When the draft bill became a law, President Wilson told the world, quote, "It, the draft, is in no sense a conscription of the unwilling. It is, rather, selection from a nation that has volunteered in mass," end quote. Registration Proclamation, May 18, 1917. Thereafter, an elaborate effort was made to throw a glamour about the draft, to make it appear that submission to the draft was, on the whole, voluntary and without compulsion. The large registration was pointed to as an evidence of the patriotism of America's young men. But under the circumstances, the large registration was no proof of willingness to serve. It showed, rather, that in general the opposition to service was overcome by fear of punishment, of which the President and patriotic leaders were careful to give repeated warning. The fact that severe penalties faced America's young men at every turn is itself evidence that the war leaders were well aware that, without coercion, they would have been unable to raise an army. Out of the first draft of 3 million men, not fewer than 300,000 and probably 500,000 made themselves liable to punishment in the penitentiary in their efforts to evade service. In order to carry through our European adventure, it became necessary to subject millions to involuntary servitude, on the one hand, and to create a multitude of felons on the other. 8. Failure of voluntary enlistments. It is supposed that the people can be depended on to volunteer for a people's war. But although the Army recruiting service was extremely active throughout nearly all of the war period, and although special inducements were held out for volunteers, Army enlistments from the date of the war message to the date of the armistice reached only the insignificant total of 393,931. Beginning February 3rd, after the severance of diplomatic relations, extraordinary efforts were put forth by the Army, assisted by patriotic organizations and great business houses, to stimulate recruiting. But during February, the Army received only 4,852 recruits, a figure not noticeably above the normal. From April 1st to May 14, the enlistments numbered only 67,443. A supreme effort was made during the last week of June, which the President designated as Recruiting Week, but Recruiting Week netted only 9,043 men for the Army. Between April 1st and July 1st, only 133,992 enlistments were received, and it is certain that many of these were prompted by the impending draft. At that rate, it would have taken 18 months to raise the first 1 million men. However, by July 1st, recruiting had come almost to a standstill. Volunteering had been tried and proven a failure. When only 1 out of every 100 men of the most courageous, adventurous, and self-sacrificing age responds to the repeated calls of his government during the first 3 months of a foreign war, it is a point against the popularity of the war which no rhetoric can explain away. The impulse for America's war certainly did not come from the common people. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Was America ever in danger? Quote, "Why, my friends, we ought not to turn to those people, the nations at war, in fear, but in sympathy. We ought to realize that after this exhaustion they will need us, and that we need not fear them." End quote. Woodrow Wilson, in speech at Cincinnati, October 26, 1916. The American people were told that they were forced into war by the Kaiser, that America had been attacked, and that there was no other recourse except to defend itself against aggression, that the very sovereignty of the country was imperiled. even that we were threatened with actual invasion and domination by German armies. President Wilson personally gave the signal for this particular note in the official and unofficial propaganda, as for all others. In asking for war, he advised, quote, that the Congress declare the recent course of the Imperial German government to be in fact nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States, that it formally accept the status of belligerent that has thus been thrust upon it, end quote. In his message of December 4th, 1917, he asserted, quote, we have been forced into it, the war, to save the very institutions we live under from corruption and destruction, end quote. At Urbana, January 31st, 1918, he told us, quote, we are fighting, therefore, as truly for the liberty and self-government of the United States as if the war of our own revolution had to be fought over again, end quote. This doctrine was preached from thousands of platforms, thousands of pulpits, thousands of movie screens, millions of posters in the daily newspapers, and in every vehicle of the propaganda. To carry out the idea, our war councils were called defense councils, our private patriotic societies, defense societies. The necessity for defense against invasion and outrage became, as intended, a fixed assumption of millions of perfectly sincere and truth-loving Americans. But what are the facts? 1. Germany had not attacked the territory of the United States, nor threatened to attack it. The only suggestion of the kind was contained in the proposal for a German-Mexican alliance, and this was expressly contingent upon America's first making war on Germany. See Chapter 18. 2. Germany had perpetrated no injury against an American not perpetrated also against neutrals generally, and such injuries as she had perpetrated were wholly incidental to the war against the Entente governments. 3. Germany had not declared war against the United States. The German government had striven to avoid war, offering every concession short of abandoning submarine operations in European waters, even making overtures for a peaceful understanding subsequently to the breaking of diplomatic relations. 4. Germany was physically incapable of invading America at the time when some of us were asserting that our war was to repel invasion. 5. Germany would have been physically incapable of invading America even had she possessed no other enemies. This was the judgment of the highest experts in the service of America, sworn to before congressional committees while this country was neutral. December 9, 1914, Admiral Fletcher, who was at that time the highest active officer of the Navy, informed the House Naval Affairs Committee that, even were it possible for the entire German Navy to take the high seas and attack, not a single German could be landed on American soil, since the American Navy, being stronger, would defeat it. In April 1917, the relative strength of the American Navy was greater than in December 1914. During these congressional investigations, it was shown that to carry a little army of 96,000 men across the sea would require 270 troop transport vessels, a greater collection of ships than had ever sailed together in the annals of naval warfare, and that an army had never been moved successfully overseas and landed under hostile guns, the Dardanelles catastrophe having been the result of the only great undertaking of that character. Admiral Fletcher testified that the war in Europe had, quote, conclusively demonstrated what every military strategist knew before, that it is impossible for seacraft successfully to attack land fortifications, end quote. As to our land fortifications, General Weaver testified that they were already the best in the world. The guns mounted and contemplated in the appropriations for our coast defenses, he said, would give us an entirely satisfactory defense. Admiral Knight characterized the difficulties of transporting a fleet across either the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean and maintaining it in American waters, a necessary feat in a successful invasion, as almost insuperable. Corroborating night, General Miles testified, quote, I will suppose an unsupposable case. Suppose they could put an army on a fleet of 500 ships and move it across the Atlantic without being disturbed by any naval power, and they could land. They certainly could not go into any port. They could not go into our ports any more than they could go through the Dardanelles. That has been demonstrated. Our forts are equipped and fortified as well as the Dardanelles. Suppose they got that far as to landing at some remote point. If we could not gather enough men in the army and militia, and by other means, to destroy that army before they could send their ships back and get another load, I would want to move to another country. End quote. May 1st, 1917, Admiral Chaucher-Pratt of the French Navy, here with the French war mission, told the newspaper correspondents, quote, the United States is in possession of the most powerful fleet in the world next to the British. End quote. This disposes also of the assertion, heard so many times from 1914 on, that the United States owed its immunity from German invasion to the protection of the British Navy. Finally, when the German high seas fleet fell into Allied hands at the end of the war, it was discovered that the bunker capacity of the German battleships was extremely small, demonstrating that they had been designed for use only near the home ports. The very structure of these great ships rendered impracticable any sustained or extended operations in distant waters. Of themselves, they are proof that the German government had not entertained a thought of attacking the territory of the United States. President Wilson himself, in the period preceding war, repeatedly rejected the idea of a possible invasion of this country. In his message of December 8, 1914, he said, quote, no one who speaks counsel based on facts or drawn from a just and candid interpretation of the realities can say that there is any reason to fear that from any quarter our independence or the integrity of our territory is threatened. Dread of the power of other nations we are incapable of, end quote. To a New York audience, January 27, 1917, he declared, quote, nobody seriously supposes, gentlemen, that the United States needs to fear an invasion of its own territory, end quote. We find the leaders of our allies in agreement with this view, even after our war declaration. In the speeches delivered in the British Parliament, April 18, 1917, acclaiming our participation, it was held that the United States had not been directly attacked in any way, much less invaded or threatened with invasion. Mr. Asquith said that the war, quote, was doing little appreciable harm to the material fortunes and prosperity of the American people, nor were American interests at home or abroad directly imperiled, least of all the greatest interest of a democratic community, the maintenance of domestic independence and liberty, end quote. Earl Curzon said, quote, the case of America entering the war is widely differentiated from that of any of the other Allied countries. All of the latter had a direct personal interest in the war, but America's interest is secondary and remote, end quote. A month after the declaration of war, President Wilson used the words, quote, we have gone in with no special grievance of our own, end quote. Challenged for appearing to suggest that we had gone into the war for no cause at all, he answered that we had grievances, but none that was not shared generally by the neutral countries. Finally, after the fighting was over, President Wilson confessed, quote, America was not immediately in danger. America was not directly attacked, end quote, at Billings, September 11, 1919. The undeniable truth is that, in order to come to grips with the enemy, it was necessary to send our forces across a great ocean into another hemisphere and either hunt him down on a narrow strip of sea or attack him in his own trenches, dug in another continent. Instead of the enemies carrying the war to us, it was we who carried the war to the enemy. Instead of being placed in the position of defending our soil against German armies, we placed the Germans in the position of defending their soil against American armies. Where was the element of self-defense? There was asserted a necessity for defense of the alleged rights to trade and travel through a narrow zone of sea, 3,000 miles from American territory. But what has this to do with the horrible pictures of German fire and sword in American cities? The nearest connection is found in the theory that the Kaiser and his people were inflamed with an ambition to conquer and rule the world, and that there was a possibility of their doing it at some future time. Even were there a reasonable basis for such a hypothesis, and there was not, it would not have justified war, either under existing principles of international law, the common practices of modern governments, or in common sense. For to proceed consistently upon such a principle would require us to attack every other powerful nation and attempt at once to assert a world supremacy for ourselves. America was never in danger even after we went to war with Germany, for we were never placed beyond the possibility of turning back without serious hurt. At all times, we were in a position to make peace and withdraw without vital injury from the enemy. After we had gone to war, the imposition of onerous terms upon the Russian Soviet government in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was seized upon as a horrible example of what would happen to America should she not put her heel upon the neck of the Kaiser. The comparison was inept. The Kaiser's armies were never in America, and there was never the remotest probability of their coming to America or attempting to do so. Will anyone contend that the German government was at any time unwilling to conclude the same terms of peace that we rejected in the first months of 1917? Friendship on any basis short of giving up the submarine blockade of England and her allies? See Chapter 16. The point is important, for the bludgeoning down of all domestic opposition to the war was excused only on the plea that, once we were at war, there was no choice except between victory and disaster. It was upon this assumption that so many prominent persons who opposed war up to the declaration became, now that we're in, patriots. They were willing to support a war which they believed to be unjust merely because it had begun. Under the circumstances that America happened to be in, there was no defensible reason why anyone who opposed the war before April 6, 1917, should have favored it after that date. Whatever the merits of the issues with the Kaiser, there was no issue of invasion, no issue of territorial integrity, no issue of domination or destruction of American institutions, no immediate and pressing danger of any kind. Self-defense was a catchword. The Hun invasion was a gigantic hoax. The scare propaganda was created out of whole cloth. These stories were told us only because the element of fear was considered necessary for patriotic purposes. The great American public had to be frightened in order to induce it to take the war program. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Democracy and Getting into War. Chapter 4. The Responsibility of One Man. Quote, Governments have gone to war with one another. Peoples, so far as I can remember, have not. And this is a government of the people. And this people is not going to choose war. End quote. Woodrow Wilson at Milwaukee, January 31st, 1916. America's declaration of war was adopted, as it had to be, by Congress, but only after Congress had been called upon to do so by the President, who had so set the stage as to render it extremely humiliating to himself and politically embarrassing to his party to turn back. The declaration was carried by a vote of 373 to 50 in the House and 82 to 6 in the Senate, a large majority for an ordinary measure, but not so large for a declaration of war, where the pressure for unanimity is always nearly overwhelming. The author sat in the Senate gallery throughout the war debate. A most frequent argument in favor of the resolution was that it was a question of standing behind the president in a controversy with a foreign power. Speakers who announced their intention of voting yes expressly asserted that they would vote no, except for the fact that war had already been decided on, the resolution was going through, and opposition was useless. President Wilson had complete control of our end of the diplomatic negotiations, which failed of their professed object, peace, and by progressive steps carried the nation into belligerency. It was Wilson who sent the strict accountability note, Wilson's uncompromising attitude that caused the resignation of Secretary of State Bryan, Wilson who threatened to sever diplomatic relations in 1916 unless Germany should, quote, now immediately declare in effect an abandonment of its present methods of warfare against passenger and freight-carrying vessels, end quote. It was Wilson who led the preparedness agitation, who oversaw the drafting of bills providing for the largest military and naval appropriations ever expended by any nation in the world in peace times, and urged these bills through Congress. It was Wilson who omitted to hold England to the strict accountability which he exacted of Germany. Wilson who broke off diplomatic relations when Germany announced its purpose of waging submarine warfare unrestricted. Wilson who rejected Germany's offer to reopen relations, looking towards a continuation of American neutrality. It was Wilson who requested from Congress the power to engage in hostilities at his own discretion. Wilson who, when that request was not acceded to, assumed the power that Congress had failed to grant and placed public fighting men upon private ships. It was Wilson who finally demanded of Congress a declaration of war against Germany. It may be thought that President Wilson was forced into belligerent measures or into measures leading towards belligerency by some other public factor. Of these other factors, there existed three. 1. Congress. 2. The general public. 3. A minority of the public having an interest in belligerency. But whenever our controversy with Germany found its way before Congress, it invariably appeared that Congress was more pacifically inclined than was the President. During the period of diplomatic strife, the President engaged in two notable contests with Congress in which his aggressive attitude toward Germany was seriously opposed. The first of these contests occurred early in 1916 and was occasioned by the announcement of Germany that the armed merchant vessels of its enemies would be regarded as ships of war. A strong opinion developed, both in and out of Congress, that persons taking passage on such armed ships should do so at their own risk, and the chairman of each of the Foreign Relations Committees notified the President that a clear majority of his respective committee and House favored a formal warning to American citizens against risking their lives on such vessels. Speaker Clark told the President that Congress was 3-1 in favor of such a warning. But the President opposed warning Americans against taking passage on armed ships and insisted that the pending resolutions asking him to warn them be voted down, quote, to prove that there were no divided counsels in Congress in regard to the foreign policy of the government, end quote. During this struggle between the comparatively belligerent President and the comparatively pacific Congress, Senator Gore charged the President with telling various senators and representatives that war with Germany, quote, might not be an evil, end quote. The testimony of Senator Gore was confirmed publicly and privately by other senators. Following the tabling of the Gore and McLemore resolutions, 3 members of Mr. Wilson's party, 2 of whom had voted to table the resolutions for party reasons, announced their intention of retiring from Congress because of their belief that the President was directing the course of the country into war. Note, Representatives R. Page of North Carolina, I. Sherwood, Ohio, and J. Eagle, Texas. End note. The President's other notable contest with Congress occurred over his request for a grant of power, quote, to supply our merchant ships with defensive arms, and to employ any other instrumentalities or methods that may be necessary or adequate to protect our ships and our people in their legitimate and peaceful pursuits of the seas." End quote. February 26, 1917. A bill, the Armed Ships Bill, drawn at the White House, brought out the president's wishes a little more definitely. It authorized the executive to supply private vessels, quote, "with arms and also the necessary ammunition and means for making use of them," end quote, and, quote, "to employ such other instrumentalities and methods as may, in his judgment and discretion, seem necessary and adequate to protect such vessels," end quote, as well as a grant of $100 million, quote, "for the purpose of carrying into effect the foregoing provisions," end quote. The congressional record and the newspapers of the day show that a large number of senators and representatives believed that war would inevitably result were the president permitted to carry out his plans, and that it was due chiefly to this belief that the bill was generally opposed in the beginning. Chairman Flood of the House Foreign Affairs Committee was sent to interview the president and induce him to modify his demands, but failed. Senator Stone, chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, refused to handle the bill on the floor. It was only under the president's whip that in the end the House passed the bill, but so modified that the use of other instrumentalities was not authorized. In the Senate, numerous amendments were offered seeking to restrict the possible belligerent action of the president. The bill failed of final passage through the opposition of 12 senators, who pinned their hopes of peace on forcing the president to call an extra session of Congress. The tactics of the president at the time led to the conclusion, freely expressed in newspapers, friendly as well as unfriendly, that he preferred not to call an extra session for fear Congress would interfere with the vigorous measures that he had determined to take against Germany. When, February 13th, Minority Leader Mann inserted in the Navy bill an amendment reaffirming it to be the policy of the United States, quote, "to adjust and settle its international disputes through mediation or arbitration to the end that war may be honorably avoided," end quote. It was characterized as a pacifist ruse and a slap at Wilson. Who will not recall that during the last few weeks before the declaration of war, every element that had been advocating war, including notable political opponents of the president, joined in execration of the congressmen who were, quote, "causing delay," end quote, and of pacifism and pacifists, in a chorus of praise of Wilson and of supplication to the nation to stand behind the president. What else could that mean, except that those who wanted war judged that the course of the president led to war, and were fearful lest Congress might keep us out of war in spite of the president? From the above, it is clear that Congress did not force the executive into war or any of the measures that led to it. The pacific wish of the people has already been pointed out. Did any minority of the public force the president into steps that led to war? Did Wall Street force the president into war? The collected facts presented in later chapters will answer the question of Wall Street's part in the responsibility for war. Meanwhile, a moment's thought on the commanding position in which the president stood is sufficient to bring the conclusion that the primary responsibility cannot be shifted to the shoulders of Wall Street. Whatever pressure Wall Street may have exerted upon the president, Wall Street did not have the power to compel action. The president had been reelected for a period of 4 years on a peace platform. He was commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy, which were not threatening rebellion. Had President Wilson chosen to pursue policies similar to those of Switzerland or Holland or Sweden or Denmark or Spain, which kept those countries out of war, he would have met with criticism, but no means short of revolution could have changed the course of the country. There is no evidence that Wall Street was threatening revolution, or that it would have been successful in a revolution had it started one. Congress and every other element of influence in American life must bear its share of the responsibility for our European adventure. but the political and moral responsibility lies first upon Woodrow Wilson. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Presidential Usurpations to Achieve Belligerency. Quote, the provision of the Constitution giving the war-making power to Congress was dictated, as I understand it, by the following reasons. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and they resolved so to frame the Constitution that no man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. End quote. Abraham Lincoln. Quote, the Congress shall have power to declare war, end quote, says the Constitution. Is or is not the power to declare war inclusive of the power to make war? And is or is not the executive excluded from exercising such power? President Wilson's own answer was given to the public a number of times during his preparedness tour. At Chicago, January 31st, 1916, he said, quote, this war was brought on by rulers, not by the people, and I thank God that there is no man in America who has the authority to bring on war without the consent of the people, end quote. And the following night at Des Moines, quote, I was saying the other night that I know of no case where one people made war upon another people. No government can make war in the United States. The people make war through their representatives. The Constitution of the United States does not give the president even a participating part in the making of war. War can be declared only by Congress, by an action which the president does not take part in and cannot veto. I am literally, by constitutional arrangement, the mere servant of the people's representatives. End quote. But Wilson never followed this theory in action. From the beginning of his administration, the congressional debates frequently brought out a feeling of resentment against his assumption of all power over foreign relations and his disinclination to take Congress into his confidence in such matters. As early as October 1914, we find him issuing the warning, quote, the foreign policy of the government lies outside the field of legislation, end quote. Letter to Floor Leader Underwood. In the dispute with Germany, we find him asserting the question of warning Americans against traveling on the armed ships of the Entente to be, quote, clearly within the field of executive initiative, end quote. Letter to Representative Powell. Although it was conceded at the time that this issue was likely to determine the question of peace or war. During the same period, Senator Jones of Washington introduced a resolution asking the president not to break off relations with any country, nor to place America in any other position where it could not with honor avoid war. But the resolution was not accorded the presidential favor. When an executive, one, sends an ultimatum to a foreign power threatening to sever diplomatic relations without first notifying or seeking the advice of the people's representatives, 2, breaks diplomatic relations without first notifying or seeking the advice of the people's representatives, 3, refuses mediation without notifying or seeking the advice of the people's representatives, 4, arms private ships with naval crews without the consent of the people's representatives, and sends these ships to sea with orders to the crews to fire at sight on the vessels of another nation technically at peace with us, it can hardly be maintained that he is acting as, quote, the mere servant of the people's representatives, end quote, or that he is not exercising, quote, even a participating part in the making of war, end quote. In overruling Congress on the question of warning American citizens against taking passage on the armed ships of belligerent countries, President Wilson was proceeding from an assumption that Germany's use of the submarine was an offense against, quote, the sacred and indisputable rules of international law, end quote. Note of April 18, 1916. But as Wilson himself had substantially admitted, note of July 21, 1915, the legal and illegal uses of the submarine had not been adjudicated in any international court, treaty, or in any other way. The President had no right whatever to create, by executive fiat, a new international law for the world to go by. Quote, Congress shall have power to define and punish offenses against the law of nations, end quote. His extreme recourse would have been to go before Congress and ask that body to lay down a law on the submarine and to direct him as to any procedure to be taken to meet its illegal use. Again, in the debates on the Armed Ships Bill, it was repeatedly admitted that the President's request for a grant of power was a request for the war-making power, which Congress cannot constitutionally relinquish or give away. Subsequently, in explaining to his constituents his opposition to the bill, Senator La Follette quoted two decisions of the United States Supreme Court. The first held that when Congress authorized private armed ships of the United States to defend themselves against the armed ships of France, it constituted a declaration of war, the court asserting, quote, every contention by force between two nations in external matters under the authority of their respective governments is not only war, but public war, end quote. The second held, quote, to the legislative power alone, it must belong to determine when the violence of other nations is to be met with violence, end quote. In the same debates, it was generally conceded that the arming or convoying of munition ships would constitute an aggressive act, since munitions, being absolute contraband, were subject to seizure and destruction under all interpretations of international law. The President, nevertheless, refused to accept an amendment prohibiting the arming or convoying of ships carrying munitions. During the week ending March 4th, therefore, President Wilson violated his oath of office by asking Congress for authority which it was constitutionally precluded from granting. He planned a violation of the Constitution by the uncontrolled exercise of the war-making power. He planned a violation of international law in seeking to begin hostilities without a formal declaration. This record, however, was surpassed in the following week. The Armed Ships Bill failed, and the President usurped the authority which Congress had failed to grant, arming private ships with naval guns and making no distinction between munition ships and others. Not only had members of the national lawmaking body taken the view that any armament upon munition ships would transform such ships into ships of war, and that any use of such armament would constitute an act of war, but an examination of the American White Book discloses the fact that President Wilson had also taken this view. Moreover, that the other conditions under which our armed ships put to sea, armament fore and aft, orders to fire before being fired upon, naval crews, submarine chasers, swept away all the salient distinctions which the American government and the British government had previously drawn between armed merchant ships and war vessels. See Chapter 15. The conclusion must be that our war with Germany dates not from April 6, 1917, but from March 17th, when our first armed merchantman put to sea, that in sending this ship to sea, the President knowingly usurped the war-making power. By the same act, also, the President violated definite federal statutes which prohibit a merchant vessel of the United States, whether carrying contraband or not, from defending itself against the fighting craft of a nation with which this country is not at war. This was admitted by the President himself, March 4th, in a supplementary statement from the White House, in which the President conceded that, quote, there were certain old statutes as yet unrepealed which raised insuperable practical obstacles and virtually nullified his power, end quote. True, the President made a slight modification of this statement a few hours later, and 5 days later he reversed himself completely. For quotations, see Appendix page 435. but the statutes to which the president referred in his, quote, supplementary statement from the White House, end quote, are so clear that a layman can be as sure of their meaning as a Supreme Court judge. Enacted to permit the arming of merchant vessels against pirates in the days of pirates, they expressly prohibit the use of such armament, even for defense, against a, quote, public armed vessel of a nation in amity with the United States, end quote. Although in March 1917, a German submarine was certainly a public armed vessel, and Germany under the law, quote, a nation in amity with the United States, end quote, there appeared from various pro-war savants arguments upholding the right of the president to arm private ships and send them to sea. All of such arguments were based upon one or more of three theories: that 1. The statute is inapplicable because of old age; 2. Submarines are pirate ships and Germany a nation of pirates; or 3. Germany was already waging war against the United States. The answer to the first proposition is that all statutes are equally binding until repealed. The answer to the second, that even did the German submarine warfare correspond in essential details with the practice of piracy, the president did not possess the authority to act upon any judgment of his own that it was piracy. Quote, Congress shall have power to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, end quote. Congress had not defined German submarine warfare as piracy. As to the third proposition, the same answer applies. The Constitution precluded the executive from defining the submarine operations as warfare against the United States. Had he believed the operations to be war, his only legal recourse was to go before Congress and to ask for a declaration of war against Germany. Why then did not President Wilson ask Congress to declare war on February 26, 1917, instead of requesting a grant of power to start war at his own discretion? The answer is clearly revealed in the congressional debates of that period, because Congress could not have been persuaded to declare war on that date. It was easier to procure the vote of a senator or congressman for a proposition to trust the executive with extraordinary powers than to obtain that vote for a declaration of war. On February 26, Congress had not been sufficiently brought under control. The time was not quite ripe. The nation had not been sufficiently excited, confused, and frightened. The Armed Ships Bill, and after that the arming of the ships, were a part of the process of preparation, as were other presidential maneuvers that will next be recalled. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Our Stealthy Approach to War. Quote, the rupture of diplomatic relations is a serious step, which generally ends in war, end quote, says Professor Lawrence, Principles of International Law, page 301. Yet in his address to Congress announcing the rupture of relations with Germany, February 3, 1917, President Wilson gave the most direct assurances of peaceful purpose. Quote, we do not desire any hostile conflict with the Imperial German government. We are the sincere friends of the German people and earnestly desire to remain at peace with the government which speaks for them. End quote. During the following week, nothing whatever happened to change the situation internationally. The German government then made an effort through the Swiss legation, which was in charge of its affairs at Washington, to resume peaceful relations, the following being the text of the memorandum addressed to the American government. Quote, the Swiss government has been requested by the German government to say that the latter is now, as before, willing to negotiate, formally or informally, with the United States, provided that the commercial blockade against England will not be broken thereby. End quote. This offer was rejected by President Wilson, whose answer contained the following words, quote, The government of the United States would gladly discuss with the German government any questions it might propose for discussion were it to withdraw its proclamation of the 31st of January, announcing unrestricted submarine warfare. But it does not feel that it can enter into any discussion with the German government concerning the policy of submarine warfare against neutrals, which it is now pursuing, unless and until the German government renews its assurances of the 4th of May and acts upon this assurance." End quote. No issue could be clearer. Germany was determined to meet the British commercial blockade of Germany with a German commercial blockade of England, while Wilson was insisting that the German blockade be raised after having receded from his insistence that the British blockade be raised. Until this time, any theory that the president did not yet foresee war must give him credit for a far-fetched hope that Germany would consent to abandon permanently her blockade, notwithstanding the refusal of England to abandon her blockade, which in the beginning Wilson had inveighed against on similar grounds and with almost equal vigor. After this, there remained not a shadow of an excuse for such a hope. Nevertheless, while moving with deadly accuracy towards war, the president continued to assure the country that he was treading the path of peace. His next belligerent step came in the request for a grant of power. This step was taken in spite of the virtual promise, given February 3rd, that no further moves would be made until Germany should commit actual overt acts. In the speech of February 26th, indeed, the president admitted that, quote, "The overt act which I have ventured to hope the German commanders would in fact avoid has not occurred." End quote. The hostile nature of the request for a grant of power was covered by another eloquent declaration of pacific purpose as follows, quote, "There may be no recourse but to armed neutrality, which we shall know how to maintain, and for which there is abundant American precedent. It is devoutly to be hoped that it will not be necessary to put armed forces anywhere into action. The American people do not desire it, and our desire is not different from theirs. I am a friend of peace and mean to preserve it for America as long as I am able. I am not now proposing or contemplating war, or any steps that lead to it. No course of my choosing will lead to war. I believe that the people will trust me to act with restraint, with prudence, and in the true spirit of amity and good faith that they have themselves displayed throughout these trying months." End quote. But if the president did not expect war to begin when one of his naval crews upon a munitions ship, sighting a submarine, fired upon it, what did he think would happen? Had the fighting begun in this way, of course, the claim would have been made that the conflict had been initiated by an act of Germany. Even had this been true, it would not have changed the fact that no surer road to war could have been chosen than the one contemplated. But it would not have been true, for the president's plans were not in any legal sense defensive. Not only was it his purpose to arm the private ships fore and aft, but he had other plans of so aggressive a nature that he attempted, guiltily, to conceal them from Congress. The plan to use submarine chasers had been confided to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee only, and when Senator Stone revealed it, there was an uproar against him from administration supporters. It was also denied that the president intended to arm munitions ships. President Wilson could not but have known that he intended to initiate technical war against Germany, that by the very act of sending the armed ships to sea under such conditions, he was making a belligerent attack upon a technically friendly power, as clearly so as if he had sent a fleet of battleships to bombard the German coasts. Throughout the speech of February 26th, the president rang the changes upon the idea of American rights. But under the circumstances planned by him, America would possess no rights whatever, no matter what the merits of the issue with the Kaiser, and would remain altogether in the wrong until a legal declaration of war should be made. The term armed neutrality itself was highly misleading, for there is no precedent, abundant or otherwise, for such an armed neutrality as was proposed either in American history or in the history of other countries. An armed neutrality is an alliance of powers banded together to enforce their views of neutral rights on the high seas. In all history, there have been but two, that of 1780 and that of 1800. In both cases, they came into existence in an effort to curb British lawlessness. Both were failures. Both were broken up and the component parts drawn into war itself. During the frantic efforts to put forth a plausible precedent for the president's scheme, the action of America in 1798 was called into comparison and was tarred with the name armed neutrality. The Act of Congress of 1798 was directed against France, which was seizing neutral shipping engaged in the British trade. It empowered the president to take hostile measures on behalf of American shipping. It was this very action which our Attorney General and our courts interpreted as war and not neutrality, armed or unarmed. The president put into effect the measures authorized, and war was actually carried on upon the seas for a considerable period. Neither of these cases furnishes a precedent upon which any sane executive would act with a view to preserving peace. Continuing his protestations of peaceful intention, the president denounced the senators who defeated the Armed Ships Bill, not on the ground that they had made war more difficult, but on the ground that they had made peace more difficult. In his inaugural address, March 5th, he assured the country, quote, "We stand firm in armed neutrality," end quote, whereupon he proceeded to the next hostile step, the arming of the ships. The first armed ship that the president started for the barred zone was the St. Louis, which belonged to the American Line, a subsidiary to the International Mercantile Marine Company, whose stock control was held in England, and whose financial head in the United States was J.P. Morgan, financial agent of the British government. The beautiful processes of our armed neutrality were pictured by Senator La Follette in a letter explaining his opposition to the Armed Ships Bill. Quote, Mr. P.A.S. Franklin, whose visits to the Navy Department to secure guns for his ships, whose interviews and movements have been featured as though he were the head and front of the American Merchant Marine, is the active manager of these combined properties, British, Belgian, and American. When one of the American Line ships, armed with the United States guns, sails out to sea, the orders to fire will be given by Mr. Franklin's master of the ship, not by the United States gunner. The English owners give orders to Franklin. The English owners take their orders from the British Admiralty. Hence we, professing to be a neutral nation, are placing American guns and American gunners practically under the orders of the British Admiralty. End quote. By April 2nd, however, matters had progressed so far that President Wilson himself was ready to admit the very worst that had been said, or could be said, about his scheme to save the nation from war. Said he on that date, quote, "Armed neutrality, it now appears, is impracticable because it is impossible to defend ships against their submarines attacks, as the law of nations has assumed that merchantmen would defend themselves. Armed neutrality is practically certain to draw us into the war," end quote, which is precisely what he had denounced the willful 12 for saying. What had happened to cause the president to see the light? Had anything happened to test the practicability of his armed neutrality? Not one of his armed ships had yet met a submarine. The enormity of the thing can be grasped only when it is remembered that the end of the 64th Congress was near. The Armed Ships Bill reached the House and Senate 68 and 50 hours, respectively, before adjournment. Meanwhile, administration leaders had delayed many important bills, among them the great appropriation bills. What deduction is to be drawn from this except that there was a studied purpose to limit debate and rush the bill through along with necessary bills at the last moment to let Congress go, leaving the president in control of the situation with the country confident of his intent for peace, while he stood clothed with the power and intent to make war. What other conclusion is possible except that the term armed neutrality was chosen only because it sounded like peace and for the moment served to cloak a belligerent purpose? The defeat of the Armed Ships Bill prevented the plan from working in exactly that way, but the end was reached by a slightly different path. The president began by sending the armed ships to sea without authorization. Forced to call an extra session, he at first set the date for April 16th, when it was to be expected that the first gun would have been fired in defense of an American merchant ship attacked by a submarine, and that it would then be possible to inform Congress that we were already at war by virtue of aggression on the part of Germany. The order to our naval crews was to fire at sight, but whether by design or accident, German submarines kept out of sight. The arming of the ships served its purpose, nevertheless, for it rendered an ultimate clash certain. Since war was assured, to stand for peace was to stand for the enemy. To stand for war was to stand for the country. To stand behind the president was to stand for war. The press finished the business. The press, the suddenly swarming patriotic societies, the suddenly awakened councils of defense, the suddenly omnipresent Department of Justice. It is true that the leaders of the people proved to be for war. The public was confused, frightened, disorganized. The cry for war deafened every other sound, until presently the president dared call Congress for an earlier date, dared confess his armed neutrality impracticable, dared acknowledge the fraudulent nature of all his specific utterances from February 3rd on by going back for his casus belli to the German proclamation of January 31st announcing unrestricted submarine warfare. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The 1916 election. Quote, "When I have made a promise as a man, I try to keep it, and I know of no other rule permissible to a nation. The most distinguished nation in the world is the nation that can and will keep its promises, even to its own hurt." End quote. Woodrow Wilson, in address at Philadelphia, July 4th, 1914. British statesmen agree with the conclusion that the responsibility for America's participation in the war rests first upon Woodrow Wilson, even that the president plotted war long before it was possible to bring it about. Here are 3 quotations from leading members of the British government made in speeches in the British Parliament April 18, 1917, acclaiming America's participation. Quote, "A twice-elected president, representing 100 million people of the most peace-loving and least aggressive nation of the earth, has summoned his people to arms with a trumpet call." End quote. Earl Curzon. Quote, "What, then, has enabled the president, after waiting with a patience which Pitt described as the first virtue of statesmanship, to carry with him a united nation into the hazards and horrors of the greatest war in history?" End quote. Mr. Asquith. Quote, "The difficulties with which President Wilson has been confronted in the last 2½ years have not been sufficiently appreciated in this country. He had to keep the nation united and bring it united into the war. He had to deal with a people who had a deep-seated and ineradicable hatred of war. To bring the United States into the war was to make them go against one of the deepest instincts of the soul of the race." End quote. John Dillon. The speech of the Honorable John Dillon is a polite suggestion that the president consciously deceived the American people for 2½ years with a view ultimately to bringing it into the war on the side of England. The fact that the most emphasized war motives claimed by the administration after April 1917, a crusade against German autocracy, militarism, and imperialism, run far back of 2½ years, far back even of 1914, gives ground for the Dillon theory. For any assumption that these professed motives were sincere would necessarily include an admission either that the president planned war on Germany during all the period in which he was promising peace, or that he was profoundly ignorant of what was going on in the world prior to August 1914, as well as subsequently to that time. During the first several months following August 1914, however, President Wilson apparently had no idea of involving America in the European struggle. He not only declared repeatedly that the war was no business of ours, that its causes could not touch us, that America could not be endangered by it, that we had no interest in its outcome, that war was invariably futile anyway, not only suggested that both sides were at fault, and urged many reasons why America could best serve the world by holding aloof, but acted accordingly. He opposed preparedness and took a high and far-seeing stand in announcing that Wall Street loans to either side would be, quote, inconsistent with the spirit of neutrality, end quote. It is interesting to recall that in the congressional campaign of 1914, President Wilson was claiming votes for his party on a stand on the war loan question. In the Democratic Congressional Campaign Book of that year appears an extended explanation by Secretary of State Bryan of the Wilson position. Said the Secretary in part, quote, "It is inconsistent with the spirit of neutrality for a neutral nation to make loans to belligerent nations, for money is the worst of contrabands. It commands all other things." A very forcible illustration has been used in support of this proposition, namely, that as a neutral government does all in its power to discourage its citizens from enlisting in the armies of other countries, it should discourage those who, by loaning money, would do more harm than they could do by enlisting. The government withdraws the protection of citizenship from those who enlist under other flags. Why should it give protection to money when it enters into foreign military service? There is only one answer. End quote. Could this argument be sound in 1914 and unsound in 1915? President Wilson's first reversal on the war occurred when he gave his consent to the first Anglo-French loan. From this moment, his war deceptions began. In his annual message to Congress, December 7, 1915, he declared, "We have stood apart studiously neutral. It was our manifest duty to do so." End quote. But in withdrawing his opposition to the Anglo-French loan, had he, or had he not, violated his own interpretation of neutrality? From the arrangement of that first loan also dates the Wilson deviation in general from equal treatment of the opposing sides, which is the essence of neutrality. Mr. Wilson's second notable reversal on the war was, no doubt, a direct consequence of the first. In 1914 and during a part of 1915, he had been against any noticeable increase in the Army or Navy establishments. But when Wall Street began loaning large sums to the Entente, the president suddenly became a preparedness convert. In the early months of 1916, he toured the country on the preparedness issue. From early in 1915, the president's diplomacy had been at variance with the pacific utterances made to his own people. His first submarine note to Germany was a threat, but his attitude towards England was almost equally threatening. Not until the first months of 1916, when he reversed himself on essential points in the dispute with both sides, swinging into a position less out of harmony with England and of greater hostility towards Germany, was it quite plain that he contemplated war with Germany. In his handling of the armed ships question early in 1916, he notified both Germany and America that he was willing to go to war in defense of his stand upon this issue. Shortly afterwards, the president put his preparedness program through Congress. This program included the National Defense Act, providing for a Council of National Defense in time of national danger. It included other measures hardly conceivable by any administration not seriously contemplating war in the near future. In a letter dated April 15, 1917, and read in the House of Representatives, Attorney General Gregory revealed the fact that, quote, long before we entered the war, end quote, his department, in anticipation of war, had begun, quote, to strengthen and build up its Bureau of Investigation, end quote. In spite of all such circumstances, except to a few of us, the war came like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, with stunning and inexplicable suddenness. How did the president manage it? How, Mr. Asquith's question, did he solve the difficulties with which he was confronted in the 2.5 years before April 1917? How did he deal with the most peace-loving and least aggressive nation on earth in order to carry it into the hazards and horrors of the greatest war in history? End quote. The answer is that the tactics followed throughout were the same as those described in the preceding chapter. The president sought to create the impression that his preparedness measures were for peace instead of war, that his diplomacy was calculated to preserve the peace instead of getting us into the war. Only after the fighting was over did we learn that the Advisory Commission of the Council of National Defense, consisting of 7 men, had secretly worked out the details of the war legislation months before war was declared, and at a time when the president was still promising to keep the country out of war. Report of Representative W.J. Graham, Chairman, Select Committee on Expenditures in War Department, July 7, 1919. Finally, in his September treaty tour, 1919, in boasting that he waited on the American people a long time before calling for the war declaration, the president himself acknowledged, in effect, that he had been contemplating war at the very time that he was solemnly asserting the contrary. As an incident in the presidential policy indicated, occurred the election of 1916. President Wilson chose the issue of 1916. As is generally known, he absolutely dominated his party convention of that year. He approved the selection of ex-Governor Glynn of New York as temporary chairman, and in uttering the keynote speech, Glynn was simply Wilson's mouthpiece. The paramount issue of the campaign, as laid down by Glynn, was, quote, that the United States is constrained by the traditions of its past, by the logic of its present, and by the promise of its future, to hold itself apart from the conflict that now devastates the nations across the seas, end quote. The Glynn keynote speech was nothing more nor less than a defense, an historical justification, and a glorification of the policy of American neutrality, which he asserted President Wilson had faithfully followed and would continue to follow. The Glynn speech may be found in the Congressional Record of June 15, 1916. It was a masterpiece of convincing eloquence and historical data. It was printed by hundreds of thousands and distributed throughout the country. It furnished the material for thousands of campaign speeches. It furnished the basis for the Wilson campaign, and next to Wilson's personal utterances, was undoubtedly a determining factor in his election. It ought to be obvious that an executive can hardly be credited with keeping his country out of war when a vast majority of his own people are definitely against war, when the other party to the dispute is anxious to avoid war, and when the only factors favoring war are a small minority of his own people and the influence of certain interested foreign governments. The truth is that it is doubtful whether President Wilson could have departed farther than he did from neutrality or proceeded towards war any faster than he did without jeopardizing his control of the country and encompassing his own defeat in the election of 1916. Wilson's belligerent record, his insistence on courses of procedure highly calculated to embroil us in the European struggle, were well known to his political enemies in the campaign of 1916. Why, then, did they not explode the myth of his having kept us out of war, demolish his paramount issue, and so ensure the defeat of Wilson? The answer simply is that the dominant faction in the Republican Party approved of this part of the Wilson record. They and their candidate had taken a frankly belligerent position, and an exposure of Wilson's spurious pacifism would have placed them in a ridiculous situation. Although President Wilson did not keep us out of war, he did lead us into war, and with the material assistance of our leading peace advocates. Although Mr. Hughes was more frankly inclined towards belligerency than was Wilson, it is barely possible that, had Hughes been elected, the history of America and of the world might have been somewhat different from 1917 on. For had Wilson failed of re-election, he would have had much more difficulty in executing the various belligerent steps taken between February 1st and March 4th, which were such important factors in the attainment of war in April. Hughes, moreover, on assuming charge March 4th, would have faced a decidedly less pliant Congress than did Wilson. For in his approach towards belligerency, the Democratic senators and representatives gave Wilson more trouble than did the Republicans. Had Wilson's demand for a declaration of war failed, it would have been a party calamity. But had the demand come from a Republican president, it is not unlikely that he would have been opposed not only by such progressive Republicans as opposed Wilson, but by the Democratic Party as a group. Again, neither the public nor Congress would ever have been misled as to the aims of Hughes, to the extent that they were misled as to the aims of Wilson. It seems certain, at least, that a longer period of preparation would have been necessary. But had America not entered the European War in April 1917, or very soon thereafter, it is not improbable that the war would have ended in that year. See Chapter 26. If this judgment is correct, it was by the votes of pacifists that America went to war, and by the votes of pacifists that world peace failed in 1917. There is no intention here to reflect upon the good faith of the gentlemen who in past years were notable in their advocacy of peace, but a reflection upon their intelligence is in order, since, while assuming to be students of modern statesmanship, they overlooked the first trick in the trade of statesmen, duplicity. Our leading peace advocates took Wilson at his word. Worse than that, they paid attention only to such words as pleased them. They overlooked other words that contradicted the pleasing words, as well as his action in the matter of preparedness, his maneuvers in the armed ships dispute, and above all, his telltale diplomacy. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Democracy and the Conduct of War. Chapter 8, Executive Duplicity in Imposing the War Policies. Quote, if it be contended that the war, having once commenced, the President of the United States may direct it to the accomplishment of any object he pleases, without consulting and without regard to the will of Congress, the Constitutional Convention will have utterly failed in guarding the nation against the abuses and ambitions of a single individual. Either Congress or the President must have the right of determining upon the objects for which a war shall be prosecuted. There is no other alternative. If the President possess it, where is the difference between our free government and that of any other nation which may be governed by an absolute Tsar, Emperor, or King? It is the privilege of the people in their primary assemblies, and of every private man, however humble, to express an opinion in regard to the purposes for which the war should be continued. End quote. Henry Clay, in Speech on the Mexican War, November 13, 1847. The obligation of the chief executive of a democracy to comport his acts and policies with previous promises and pronouncements had been many times acknowledged by President Wilson. For example, on one occasion he spoke as follows, quote, I set myself this very strict rule, that I am not at liberty to urge upon Congress in messages policies which have not had the organic consideration of those for whom I am spokesman. For that reason, you see, I am by my own principles shut out, in the language of the street, from starting anything. I have to confine myself to those things which have been embodied as promises to the people at an election. That is the strict rule I set for myself. End quote. Speech to delegation of suffragists, White House, December 8, 1913. But not one of the salient war policies of Wilson ever had the organic consideration of those for whom he was spokesman. Not one was embodied as a promise to the people at an election. nor can this be excused on the plea of sudden and unforeseen contingency. The 1916 election occurred only 5 months before war was declared. During the campaign, the question of war was constantly before the people. It was inevitable that, in case of war, the question of conscription should arise. But the question of conscription was not given organic consideration in the Democratic Convention of 1916. Do not imagine that the question of conscription was overlooked in that period. Wilson did not overlook it. He pronounced against the policy. Early in the year, he had told the people, quote, "Every true believer in democracy believes that it is upon the voluntary action of the men of a great nation like this that it must depend for its military force," end quote. Milwaukee, January 31st, 1916. And in his Memorial Day address, quote, "America does not want anything but the compulsion of the spirit," end quote. If the president experienced a change of mind upon this vital policy later, would not democratic ethics require him at once and publicly to acknowledge the fact? But not until the night of April 2nd, while in the actual delivery of the war message, did the American people, or any part thereof, learn that the president would favor conscription. What other conclusion is possible except that the president was well aware that the idea of conscription was repugnant to the masses of the people, that a proposal at an earlier juncture to conscript Americans would jeopardize the plan to go into the war itself, that he purposefully kept the people and Congress in the dark, knowing that the longer he waited, the better chance he would have to impose the policy. After the president came out for conscription, it was still not too late, in the opinion of various members of Congress, to procure a form of organic consideration of the proposal. Bills were introduced providing for an advisory referendum on conscription, but the president was not for organic consideration now, and all such measures were smothered. Likewise, the public was misled as to the extent to which the administration contemplated cooperating with the Entente governments. The president had pronounced definitely against entangling alliances, and indeed against alliances of any kind with any nation. He had declared that we had no interest in the outcome of the European quarrel. He had even declared, in effect, that the aims and purposes of Germany were as clean as those of England. By 100 such pronouncements, he had created the assumption that, should America be drawn into the war, it would participate independently and only to a limited degree, and with the single purpose of protecting American commerce and passengers in actual transit through the zone of submarine warfare. In the last days before the war, the administration actually took occasion to strengthen this assumption by causing the newspaper correspondents at Washington to send out reports that the government did not intend to become an ally of the Entente, but in case of a declaration of war would, in fact, confine its warfare to naval operations directed solely towards protecting American rights on the high seas, immediately menaced by Germany and her allies. Nothing whatever was said about a vast military crusade against autocracy or anything of that sort. Nothing was said about sending an army overseas. Not even in his war message did the president hint at sending soldiers to France. Even in the war debates, the fact that the administration planned to rush an army to France was hidden from the senators and congressmen themselves. The great American democracy went to war without a suspicion among the public at large that the executive, whom they had re-elected to keep them out of war, to save them from entangling alliances, and to protect them from conscription and every war terror, had chosen to rush a great conscript army overseas and make America a partisan in the European, quote, chaos of competing and hostile ambitions, end quote. No military reason can be urged as an excuse for this secrecy. The reason was political. To have admitted the truth before the declaration of war would have vastly increased public opposition to taking up the cudgels. As with the draft, efforts were made to obtain a form of organic consideration of the project to send an army overseas. Bills were introduced providing that no conscript be sent overseas without his consent. but all such bills were smothered at the dictation of the President. The President denied even the right of Congress to pronounce upon this question. American forces were sent overseas by executive direction. Here again, the public was misled, for at first the public was told that the American flag was going to France chiefly for its moral effect, and that our army overseas would be small. Only a little at a time, as our war autocracy fixed its hold more and more firmly upon the country, was the truth permitted to reach the people of America. Farthest from the public mind had been the thought that the wishes of any other government could influence America to go to war. It remained for Lloyd George to tell us, quote, "We not only desired the entrance of the United States into the war, we solicited it," end quote. Interview in Paris, Matin, July 4th, 1917. The drafting of the state militia organizations into the national service and the obligatory employment of the militiamen abroad is another illustration of the President's ease at reversal and his contempt for his own interpretations of the Constitution. During his preparedness tour, while urging public support for an increase in the regular army, the President repeatedly discounted the value of the National Guard, explaining that the Constitution prohibited him from calling on it except in case of actual invasion. At New York, for example, January 27, 1916, he said, quote, "Under the Constitution, only upon occasion of actual invasion has the President of the United States the right to ask these men, members of the National Guard, to leave their respective states," end quote. But this did not prevent him from writing into his conscription bill the following words, quote, "The President is hereby authorized to draft into the military service of the United States, organize, and officer any and all members of the National Guard and of the National Guard Reserves, and said members so drafted into the military service of the United States shall serve therein for the existing emergency," end quote. The law was passed in this form. The President immediately, by proclamation, drafted the National Guard in its entirety, and within a few weeks various units thereof were on their way, under compulsion, to France. The Constitution had not been amended meanwhile, and no other formalities had occurred than those set forth above. The American people had been in the habit of expressing their honest opinions freely, without persecution or punishment. How many of us had any inkling that, after war was declared, we might speak of the war only in terms of approval? How many had any idea that we would be suffered to mention the President of the United States only in adulation? How many would have supposed that it would become a crime to quote our own school textbooks against England? How many would have thought that every word spoken of our enemies must be charged with execration? How many imagined that they would be prohibited from putting forth any efforts towards peace or mentioning terms of peace except as a question to be determined exclusively by one man in all our 100 millions? How many would have believed that a public endorsement of principles for which Woodrow Wilson assumed to stand before the war, and upon which he gained re-election, would have swiftly and surely landed the offender in prison? President Wilson's declamations on free speech, both before and after we entered the European War, are too numerous and well remembered to require quotation. While the Espionage Act was in the balance, he wrote to Arthur Brisbane saying that he could, quote, "imagine no greater disservice to the country than to establish a censorship that would deny to the people of a free republic their indisputable right to criticize their own public officials," end quote, and definitely promised, quote, "I shall not expect or permit any part of this law to apply to me or any of my official acts, or in any way to be used as a shield against criticism," end quote. Nevertheless, under the Espionage Act, numerous persons were prosecuted and imprisoned for no other cause than criticism of President Wilson. A study of each presidential deception of this character reveals the fact that its aim was to concentrate all power and all discretion in the hands of one Woodrow Wilson. Here again, the policy of the president is a contradiction of his stand while campaigning for re-election. Quote, "If I understand the life of America, the central principle is this, that no small body of persons, however influential, shall be trusted to determine the policy of America," end quote. Addressed before Associated Advertising Clubs of the World, Philadelphia, June 29, 1916. The Constitution does not hold that this principle may be set aside in time of war, nor do the great interpreters of democracy, nor did Woodrow Wilson himself. On the other hand, the president particularly called attention to the democratic necessity for preventing the control in a few hands of a nation at war, to wit, quote, "I should say that it was not inconsistent with the traditions of the country that the people should know how to take care of themselves, but it is inconsistent with the traditions of the country that their knowledge of arms should be used by a governmental organization which would make and organize a great army subject to orders to do what a particular group of men might at the time think it was best to have them do. That is the militarism of Europe, where a few persons can determine what an armed nation is to do. That is what I understand militarism to be," end quote. Statement made to a committee from the American Union Against Militarism, White House, May 9, 1916. In other words, the policy which President Wilson insisted that he be allowed to follow in 1917 and 1918 is precisely the policy which he defined as militarism in 1916. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Democratic Czarism in Wartime. Quote, "It is important, likewise, that the habits of thinking in a free country should inspire caution in those entrusted with its administration to confine themselves within their respective constitutional spheres, avoiding in the exercise of the powers of one department to encroach upon another. The spirit of encroachment tends to consolidate the powers of all the departments in one, and thus to create, whatever the form of government, a real despotism. A just estimate of the love of power and proneness to abuse it, which predominate in the human heart, is sufficient to satisfy us of the truth of this position. If, in the opinion of the people, the distribution or modification of the constitutional powers be in any particular wrong, let it be corrected by an amendment in the way in which the Constitution designates, but let there be no change by usurpation, for though this in one instance may be the instrument of good, it is the customary weapon by which free governments are destroyed. The precedent must always greatly overbalance in permanent evil any partial or transient benefit which the use can at any time yield." End quote. George Washington in his farewell address. In the first session of the War Congress, all legislation that passed was either approved by the President or written at his direction. Although not quite all of the President's program went through, the powers which he procured in that session, powers everywhere bristling with the most drastic repressive provisions, were far greater than those ever voted to or exercised by any previous American executive. At the conclusion of that session, the President of the American Republic, in the name of a war for democracy, stood out as the most unrestrained autocrat to be found in any great country in the world. These extraordinary powers were not procured without a constant and sometimes bitter struggle with Congress, in which at times the President was opposed even by his own party leaders. The struggles over conscription, the embargo, censorship, and food control were especially closely contested. At the beginning, the House Military Affairs Committee actually recorded an adverse vote against conscription. Chairman Dent, Speaker Clark, and Majority Leader Kitchen all opposed it, and the latter informed the President that if an immediate vote were taken, the House as a whole would reject the proposition. On behalf of this and other bills, the President made repeated visits to the Capitol, an unusual proceeding. The President was forced to put the conscription bill in the hands of a Republican to be piloted through. In fact, it was due to the rallying of the Republicans that the bill went over. In a statement to the public on behalf of the Food Control Bill, the President admitted that, quote, "these powers, which he asked for, are very great," end quote. Senator Owen offered an amendment to this bill, creating a joint committee to supervise the financial conduct of the war. The President contested the point, declaring in a letter to Mr. Lever, July 23, 1917, quote, "I could only interpret the final adoption of Section 23 as arising from a lack of confidence in myself," end quote, which quite astonished various of the national legislators, said Senator Hardwick, August 6th. Quote, "It is incomprehensible to me how anyone anywhere could oppose a proposal to have Congress share with him, the President, responsibility for war expenditures," end quote. Senator La Follette introduced a resolution declaring that Congress has complete authority under the Constitution to state the objects of the war. It was smothered with the approval of the President. On every important point of conflict with Congress, the President ultimately won, and at the end of that first session, he was able to announce that what he called, quote, "the war-making branch of the government," end quote, meaning himself, quote, "has been abundantly equipped with the powers that were necessary to make the action of the nation effective," end quote. This was an expression of satisfaction from which it was to be expected that the executive department not only would confine its activities within the limits set by the legislation referred to, but also that it would refrain from demanding any notable enlargements of power at the following session. The executive department, however, at once proceeded, to employ the words of Senator Hiram Johnson, to, quote, "do what it wished to do, law or no law, authority or no authority," end quote. Moreover, when the Second War Session convened, it sought from Congress grants of power so sweeping as to be undefinable except in a general way, limited neither by Congress itself, by the Constitution, by the rights of states or of individuals, nor by any other means except the will of the individual occupying the White House. What the administration asked of the Second War Session, and the manner of its asking, is the best evidence that it had been unwilling to wait for legal additions to the extraordinary powers already voted, and was then following a course of lawless usurpation in domestic affairs. In urging the passage of the Passport Act, Attorney General Gregory wrote, April 12, 1918, that, quote, "there is no law providing for the control of departures from or entries into the United States by persons other than those who are alien enemies," end quote. But the executive department had for many months been actually preventing the departure from the United States of not only men of draft age, but of everyone else excepting persons whose business had been particularly examined into and approved by it. During the efforts of the administration to procure the enactment of what was in that period known as its Sedition Bill, Attorney General Gregory declared, Official Bulletin, April 19, 1918, that, quote, "not all unpatriotic utterances subject the author to criminal prosecution," end quote, but unpatriotic utterances of every kind were at that time actually subjecting the authors thereof to criminal proceedings under the Espionage Act. The President took over the railroads of the country December 26, 1917. In February 1918, we find him urging the passage of a bill to legalize this action. March 2, 1918, we discover federal Judge Walter Evans at Louisville, Kentucky, handing down a decision containing the words, quote, "we can find no statute authorizing the control of the railroads under the Treasury Department, nor by the Director General of the railroads," end quote. During the discussion of the railroad bill in Congress, It was repeatedly admitted that the president had overstepped his authority in the means by which he had assumed control of the roads. During the Second War session, efforts were made by administration supporters, although not with the open approval of the president, to put through a law prohibiting strikes in any industrial plants holding war contracts, as had already been provided for in plants operated directly by the government. Although no such law was enacted, the president and his subordinates repeatedly prohibited strikes in such industries, and through threats and coercion, the right to strike was in practice taken away by the executive power. September 13, 1918, the president addressed a letter to striking workmen at Bridgeport, Connecticut, ordering them to return to work, threatening all with blacklisting and threatening all of draft age with the revocation of any deferred classification based on their usefulness in war production. The strikers returned to their jobs. February 17, 1918, the president addressed a telegram to the General President of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, telling the latter significantly that unless he advised the men whom he represented to return to work, he was, quote, giving aid and comfort to the enemy, end quote. The official advised his men to return to work. Similar tactics were employed by officials of the Fuel and Food Administrations, the President's Mediation Commission, and other subordinates of the President as a means to preventing or breaking strikes. I mention only a few signal instances of a policy that was generally followed. Even the legality of the work or fight regulations of the Army was questioned, and a work or fight clause was placed in the new conscription bill, with the avowed purpose of legalizing the executive manipulation of the existing law. The clause, however, was stricken out, but the work or fight policy was not abandoned. In a report on the administration's proposals to amend the draft law, giving greater power over draft registrants, March 13, 1918, 6 members of the Senate Military Affairs Committee declared the powers sought for unheard of and argued that the proposal would subject, quote, to the arbitrary will and authority of those in control of the nation's military power, the 9 million men registered, end quote. Also, quote, if Congress is prepared to deliver the bodies of these 9 million men into the hands of the military authorities without condition or limitation, then it should pass this joint resolution. If not, it should be defeated, end quote. In urging the passage of the Food Control Bill, Mr. Hoover sought to create the impression that its primary purpose was to protect both the producer and consumer from speculators. That it did not accomplish this purpose satisfactorily was virtually admitted by Hoover himself 8 months later, when engaged in an effort to procure an enlargement of his powers. In a statement issued February 21, 1918, Hoover admitted that, quote, the price margins between the farmer and the consumer in many localities were never wider than today, end quote. In a letter to the President, July 10, 1917, intended to influence Congress and the public in favor of the Food Control Bill, Hoover wrote, it is absolutely vital that we should protect the farmer from a slump in prices this year due to a glut. Unless some strong and efficient government action is immediately settled and brought into play, the American producer will face a slump in wheat, end quote. The strong and efficient government action was soon settled. That is, the Food Control Bill was passed, but instead of preventing a slump in wheat, the passage of the bill was manipulated to cause it. One of the first steps of the president was to fix the price of wheat. The figure fixed by the president was $1.05 per bushel lower than it had been at the very time that the president, Hoover, and others were asserting that a primary purpose of the bill was to protect the wheat farmer from a slump in prices. Naturally, there was great dissatisfaction among the farmers, and so many refused to market their wheat that the great mills of the country were reported as threatened with a shutdown at the busiest season of the year. Some of our wheat growers may be surprised, even at this late day, to know that the administration was clothed with no authority to seize their wheat or even to fix the price thereof. In the hearings on the Food Control Bill, Mr. Hoover assured Congress that the bill carried no authority to fix wheat prices. Several months later, testifying before the Sugar Investigating Committee of the Senate, he was forced to admit that the price had been fixed in violation of the law. When Senator Reed suggested that Hoover had been guilty of a criminal act, his excuse was, quote, "Whatever I have done has been done with the approval of the President," end quote. January 3, 1918. The Food Control Bill carried a limited authority to fix food prices, but no authority to fix prices to the farmer. In his first public statement on behalf of that bill, May 19, 1917, the President pointed out that this limited authority was asked for, quote, "not in order to limit the profits of the farmers, but only to guarantee them, when necessary, a minimum price," end quote. The law gave a limited authority to seize food to prevent hoarding, but Section 6 specifically exempted farm products from seizure on such ground. Quote, Section 6 provided, however, that any accumulating or withholding by any farmer or gardener, cooperative association of farmers or gardeners, including livestock farmers, or any other person, of the products of any farm, garden, or other land owned, leased, or cultivated by him, shall not be deemed to be hoarding within the meaning of this act, end quote. September 13, 1917, Hoover admitted that he was helpless to force the farmers to sell their wheat. Nevertheless, before the 1917-18 winter was over, the administration was seizing the wheat on the farms as a means to breaking the wheat strike and compelling the farmers to accept the president's price. Hoover and his aides also repeatedly promised that the American householder would not be put on rations. In the hearings on the Food Control Bill, Hoover assured Congress that he did not purpose fixing consumers' rations and that the law did not contemplate any such authority, nor should it. June 19, 1917. Section 10 of the bill, in fact, contained a clause intended to exempt householders from seizure of food stocks. Quote, "Provided that nothing in this section or in the section that follows shall be construed to require any natural person to furnish to the government any necessaries held by him and reasonably required for consumption or use by himself and dependents," end quote. But many Americans will not soon forget the system of rationing put into effect by Hoover's responsible aides, the espionage, the brutal invasions of homes, the prosecutions and threats of prosecutions, and at times the seizure of stocks of flour or sugar in ridiculously small amounts. The history of the Second War session of Congress is a history of successful efforts on the part of the executive to wring from the legislative branch enlargements of power wrung from it in the first war session. Nearly every piece of war legislation of the first session was amended, and always to give the executive greater power, never to limit it. The efforts of the President were constantly directed, with success, towards taking from the legislative branch of the government its constitutional powers, and towards concentrating these powers in himself, towards shutting out Congress from any part whatever in the war policy and program, domestic or foreign, towards reducing it to the impotent position of having nothing left to vote upon except appropriations and more appropriations, towards placing the legislative power, the military, and the civil community completely at the mercy of the executive bureaucracy. Due evidently to a realization that too great authority had already been voted the executive, and that this authority had been abused, the Second War session began with committee investigations of various phases of the conduct of the war, and with efforts towards retaining for Congress a modicum of control. Although the investigations brought out some scandalous truths, revealing mismanagement and graft on a large scale, the President resented them, denounced them, and finally succeeded in throttling them. In debating the powers demanded for the President in the Railroad Bill, Senator Underwood, one of Wilson's party leaders, issued a solemn warning declaring that, quote, when Congress reaches the point where it is prepared to abandon constitutional limitations and surrender government of law for government by a man, then danger is ahead for the people of the United States, end quote. February 20th, 1918. In speaking on the War Finance Corporation Bill, Representative Longworth pointed out that, quote, no warlord in history, no Kaiser, no Tsar, ever had such power. The mere transmittal to Congress of such a bill is illustrative of a danger every day growing in menace to the institutions bequeathed to us by our fathers. I mean the continuous reaching out of the executive branch of this government for more and more power. It is a danger not to be lightly passed over, end quote. March 16, 1918. The climax of the President's efforts for absolute power came with a bill introduced by Senator Overman after Floor Leader Martin and other senators had refused to pilot it because of its autocratic features. In the beginning, the Overman bill was hooted by both Democratic and Republican members. Even Senator Hitchcock, Wilson's most conspicuous and steady support throughout the war, asserted, quote, it would mean nothing but an abdication by Congress of its lawmaking power. It is the most astonishing piece of legislation I've ever heard of, end quote, while Senator Overman himself urged, on behalf of the bill, quote, now let's be done with it by passing a bill that will let the president organize things the way he wants, so he won't have to ask any more legislation from us, end quote. In spite of all predictions to the contrary, the president whipped Congress into line in the end, and the Overman bill became a law. Only one conceivable measure remained to render the president's conduct of the war and his control of the country practically absolute. That was to widen the draft ages to include all males between boyhood and senility, and to give over to the executive power to draw upon them at his own discretion and in unlimited numbers. In a typical protest against Wilson's manpower bill, Chairman Dent of the House Military Affairs Committee exclaimed passionately, quote, I am willing to vote for an army of 5 million. I would willingly vote for even more, but I will not vote for an indefinite proposition, a bill which says that a department may do as it wishes without check of any kind. Congress might as well be abolished, end quote. Here, as elsewhere, the executive's wishes, in the end, were enacted into law. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The War Terror. Quote, the means of defense against foreign danger have always been the instruments of tyranny at home. Among the Romans, it was a standing maxim to excite war whenever a revolt was apprehended. Throughout all Europe, the armies, kept up under the pretext of defending, have enslaved the people. It is perhaps questionable whether the best concerted system of absolute power in Europe could maintain itself in a situation where no alarms of external danger could tame the people to the domestic yoke. End quote. James Madison. After our war declaration, the conscription bill embodied the first notable attack directly involving American liberties upon the document towards which our patriots of 1917 to 1921 professed such exaggerated reverence. Conscription had been resorted to in America before, when, however, it had been contested energetically on constitutional grounds. But the fact that it had been resorted to before established no valid precedent, inasmuch as it had not been resorted to since the adoption of the 13th Amendment. Quote, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. End quote. In a test case, the United States Supreme Court, January 7, 1918, declared the Wilson conscription law constitutional, referring to the power vested in Congress to, quote, raise and support armies, end quote. Chief Justice White argued, quote, as the mind cannot conceive of an army without the men to compose it, on the face of the Constitution, the objection that it does not give the power to provide for such men would seem too frivolous for further notice, end quote. But a moment's thought is sufficient to reveal this dictum of the Chief Justice as too frivolous for further notice. The Constitution gives Congress power to raise and support armies, but only within all limits set by the other provisions of the Constitution. No power vested in Congress or any other authority under the Constitution carries with it a license to disregard any of the prohibitions thereof. Involuntary servitude is forbidden for all purposes and under all circumstances, except as punishment for crime. And if Congress cannot get sufficient men for a large army without involuntary servitude, it must be content to raise as large an army as it can within the means not forbidden it. The decision of America's august Supreme Court is not surprising, inasmuch as Chief Justice White conspicuously led the applause on the occasion of the President's war message and was enthusiastically seconded by his associates. The childish reasoning of these eminent gentlemen is only evidence of their own prejudiced determination to bolster up an untenable cause. Under such circumstances, the layman is justified in feeling that he understands the meaning of the words involuntary servitude quite as well as any sophist masquerading in the black gown of a Supreme Court judge. To condemn our draft law, indeed, one would not need to go farther than the President's own word that, quote, under the Constitution, only upon occasion of actual invasion has the President of the United States the right to ask these men, militiamen, to leave their respective states, end quote. When, near the end of the War of 1812, a conscription bill was placed before Congress, Daniel Webster, on the floor of the House, December 9, 1814, denounced it as in flagrant opposition to the spirit of the Constitution and declared that the adoption of such a measure would oblige a free people to resist it even to the extent of insurrection. Quote, that measures of this nature should be debated at all in the councils of a free government is a cause for dismay. The question is nothing less than whether the most essential rights of personal liberty shall be surrendered and despotism embraced in its worst form. I express the sentiments here as I shall express them to my constituents, with the same earnestness with which I now exhort you to forbear from these measures. I shall exhort them to exercise their unquestionable right of providing for the security of their liberty, end quote. The First Amendment to the Constitution says, quote, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, end quote. But in the Wilson Sedition Law, afterwards known as the Amended Espionage Act, we find the words, quote, and whoever, when the United States is at war, shall willfully utter, print, write, or publish any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government of the United States, or the Constitution of the United States, or the military or naval forces of the United States, or the flag of the United States, or the uniform of the Army or Navy of the United States, or any language intended to bring the form of government of the United States, or the Constitution of the United States, or the military or naval forces of the United States, or the flag of the United States, or the uniform of the Army or Navy of the United States into contempt, scorn, contumely, or disrepute, or shall by word or act oppose the cause of the United States therein in the war, shall be punished by a fine of not more than $10,000 or imprisonment for not more than 20 years or both, end quote. Any person competent to understand the meaning of the English language is competent to judge whether or not the above law abridges the freedom of speech or of the press. The Fifth Amendment says, quote, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or other infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service, nor shall any person be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation." End quote. Due process of law is a legal term comprehending an adequate hearing before a judicial tribunal. The provisions of the Trading with the Enemy Act, under which the executive confiscated alien enemy property without due process of law and without compensation, as well as the internment of alien enemies by executive whim, without presentment or indictment of a grand jury, and without due process of law, constitute not only an abuse of treaty obligations and of international law, see Chapter 17, but also a gross violation of the Fifth Amendment. Article 3 of the Constitution says, quote, "He, the President, shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur." End quote. By implication, the above words prohibit the President from making any treaty without the advice and consent of the Senate, expressed in a 2/3 majority vote. Nevertheless, at the outset of our war, the President entered into certain arrangements, understandings, and compacts with the various Entente governments, the terms of which are unknown because kept a profound secret, without the advice or consent of the Senate, and without even consulting that body or taking it into his confidence. Through his State Department, he entered into a written agreement with Japan, a version of which was published without the advice or consent of the Senate. These arrangements, understandings, and compacts, if not technically treaties, are substantially so. If not in technical violation of the Constitution, they are an evasion of its provisions and an offense against its spirit. Section 8 of the Constitution, indeed, seems to vest in Congress a general authority over the affairs of state, in peace as well as in war. Congress can impeach the President, but the President cannot impeach Congress. There is nothing in the Constitution that gives the President authority to decide whether or not the Army shall be sent to fight on another continent, to decide when the fighting shall begin, or under what conditions and terms it shall cease. The President is Commander-in-Chief of the military forces, but apparently the Constitution makers intended that Congress should be Commander-in-Chief of the President. The purpose of President Wilson's struggle for unlimited power became more and more clear: to carry on war when, where, and how he pleased, for as long as he pleased, for such ends as pleased him, to employ the entire military power of the nation, its police power, its industrial power, every power of whatever kind possessed by it, the flesh and blood and wealth of 105 million people, for objects defined and limited only by himself, changeable only by himself, known only to himself. To attain this end, it was necessary to reduce not only Congress to submission, but the masses also. To make war in Europe as Woodrow Wilson wished to make war, it was necessary, in the words of Senator Hiram Johnson, first to, quote, "make war on the American people," end quote. Speech against Sedition Bill, April 24, 1918. It was not, of course, within the power of any one man alone to impose such a despotism upon America, but it was within the power of one man, backed by a minority in control of the finances of the country, the press, and the public offices. Our war terror began during the critical weeks of March 1917 and was unquestionably helpful in dissipating the efforts towards a united expression of real public opinion against entering the war. The terror of those first days took the form chiefly of personal assaults, invasions of private homes, threats, mobbings, raiding of public halls, breaking up of meetings and demonstrations by private persons or mobs, led or instigated by members of the official or semi-official bodies. Soldiers of the regular army and of the militia also, organized in squads under the command of non-commissioned officers, conducted regular raids to break up public meetings, on the streets as well as in halls, wrecked offices of organizations working against war, and in a number of cases invaded private homes. This outrageous misuse of the uniform could not have been carried as far as it was carried without the approval of responsible military officers and the tacit consent of the federal administration. Except for its pursuit of alien enemies, the part of the federal government in the terror became more or less open only with the passage of the war legislation. In procuring the enactment of such repressive legislation as passed the first session of the War Congress, the President and his supporters had given the fullest assurances that there was no intent to override constitutional rights. At the beginning, therefore, here and there was found a judge so artless as to interpret the Constitution as it had always been interpreted, and to lay down the law strictly as it read. And here and there was found a patriotic newspaper so lacking in logic as to suggest mildly that the Constitution was still in force until abolished by the specific means set forth in the document itself. A police judge of New York sentenced a young man to 90 days in the workhouse for distributing extracts from the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, in which emphasis was placed upon certain passages. The case was appealed to the Supreme Court of the state. The young man was freed, and the Supreme Court Justice, Hendrick, set forth the rights of the people in part as follows, quote, "Aliens have the right to criticize the law the same as citizens. Everyone in this country has the right to criticize the government and the laws that exist, and has the right to agitate for the repeal of a law so long as those acts are not accompanied by violence or statements which might be interpreted as inciting other people to break the law. We still have free speech and a free press in the United States." End quote. But this sort of foolish honesty was frowned down. It was expedient that terror be imposed, law or no law, Constitution or no Constitution. In a letter to Congressman Curry, April 12, 1918, Attorney General Gregory complained that the clause in Section 3 of the Espionage Act aimed to prevent obstruction of enlistment and recruiting, quote, "has been the only weapon with which the government could attack this dangerous evil, disloyal utterances," end quote. This situation obtained until the so-called Sedition Act became a law 13 months after the declaration of war. Americans are more or less aware, however, of what actually happened. Disloyal utterances were, in fact, attacked. All disloyal utterances were attacked. No utterance of disloyalty was permitted to pass. In the campaign against disloyalty, every legal safeguard, federal, state, and local, intended to protect personal liberty against official outrage, was ridden down. It may be imagined that this lawless terror was due to an overzealous patriotism of state and local officials, or even to a spontaneous rising of popular anger against disloyalty. It will be of importance, then, to read this description of the situation, written by Attorney General Gregory himself. Quote, "To meet these demands of the war upon the Department of Justice, we have been compelled to increase manyfold the personnel of certain branches of the work and to encourage the organization of patriotic bodies and to secure the cooperation of these bodies as well as that of national, state, county, municipal, and private organizations on a hitherto unprecedented scale. One patriotic association has a membership of over 200,000, with branches in over 1,100 cities and towns. It is truly national. It keeps tens of thousands of individuals under observation. It reports disloyalty and other violations of law to the official representatives of the department. It develops the facts involved in hundreds of thousands of complaints, and it does all this and much more at its own expense, with little publicity. It is but one of several such bodies, and when to their membership is added that of the various state councils for national defense, the state, municipal, and county constabulary, and the various other intelligence agencies which are cooperating in the performance of the duties involved, the United States Marshals and their deputies, the agents of the Investigating Bureau of the Department of Justice, and individuals who are lending their assistance, the number of men assisting the government in this capacity aggregates several 100,000. The Bureau of Investigation of the Department of Justice works in close cooperation with the intelligence service of the other branches of the government. If it were possible to give details, the public would be amazed at the success of the results secured. This country was never so thoroughly policed in its history, and it is doubtful if any nation in the world is today more carefully guarded than the United States." End quote. Statement in Official Bulletin, April 19, 1918, from which it is clear that the federal government was in active control of the situation in every state, city, county, and community in America, that the system of espionage was organized by it throughout, that the federal government not only formed but directed the work of such patriotic bodies as were classified as unofficial, that no policy of lawlessness against disloyalty could have been effective in any community without the approval of subordinates of Mr. Gregory, that every agency of terror of whatever kind, even to the lynching parties of the night, must have worked either under the direction or with the connivance of federal officials, that therefore terror must have been a policy planned by the federal government, worked out by the federal government, imposed by the federal government, directed by the federal government. The President himself gave the terror signal in his Flag Day address. Quote, "Woe be to the man or group of men that seeks to stand in our way," end quote. And the vast organization which Mr. Gregory describes, and which is so reminiscent of Russia in the days of the Tsar, proceeded to administer the woe, quote, "Law or no law, authority or no authority," end quote. But Mr. Gregory's list of the instruments of terror is not complete. The courts of the country belong to the list. The terror would have been impossible without them. America heard no more such pronouncements as that of Justice Hendrick. Judges who did not become quickly subservient were disciplined. In one case, a judge was actually impeached for appearing as a character witness for a man accused of disloyalty. Pretending to interpret the law, we find a federal judge announcing from the bench, quote, "Persons expressing opposition to policies of the government, whether aliens or not, should be indicted," end quote. Rose Pastor Stokes' case. We find another eminent judge advocating mob violence from the public platform. Judges habitually made patriotic speeches from the bench, habitually refused to listen to any argument involving the constitutional rights of persons prosecuted for disloyalty, habitually refused to protect the rights of the accused from violation by police or mobs, habitually fixed excessive bail, habitually misrepresented the law in instructing juries, habitually incited juries against the defendants, habitually imposed harsh punishments. A few salient acts of Mr. Gregory himself and other cabinet heads at the beginning gave the cue to all terrorists. In the month following the declaration of war, the government refused passports to a committee of socialists who wished to attend a socialist peace conference at Stockholm, a neutral capital, and Mr. Gregory threatened the committee with prosecution if it took part in any conference of the kind anywhere. So America received its first formal notification that terms of peace were to be left to the president alone, and were not even to be discussed except in the form of parroting the president's phrases. On the day the Espionage Act went into effect, the Postmaster General ordered the suspension of the greater part of the unpatriotic press. So America received its first formal notice that no question either of peace or of war was to be discussed through the printed page, except in a manner satisfactory to the administration. During the first few weeks of the war, an organization known as the People's Council on Democracy in Terms of Peace assumed notable proportions throughout the country. On the announcement that it intended to enter the political field and to send pacifists to Congress, the administration proceeded vigorously against it. Conventions were invaded, broken up, or prevented by police and military, and leaders were placed under arrest. The movement was reduced to inactivity solely by the iron heel. So America was notified that the people were not to be permitted to express their wishes, even at the polls, that political liberty was to be suspended for the period of the war. Another unpatriotic organization of national scope, the industrial workers of the world, was assailed in its entirety as a conspiracy to violate the Espionage Act. Thousands of members were jailed simultaneously. The simple possession of a membership card was treated as justifying the most extravagant brutalities. The avowed purpose of the hunt was to extirpate the organization, root and branch. More than 100 leaders thereof were assembled before one court, convicted after a grossly unfair trial, and sentenced to prison terms running up to 20 years. One of the most hideous outrages of America's war despotism was the systematic destruction of the means of defense of accused industrial workers through the arrest as co-conspirators of persons who attempted to hire lawyers, collect money, or in any way assist in or prepare for the legal defense of the accused. Scores of such persons were jailed, and thousands of dollars of defense money were seized and held. So America was notified that neither laws nor constitutions were to be allowed to stand in the way of crushing out all opposition to the incumbent of the White House, even to stamping out all organizations whose principles might at some future date bring them into conflict with his plans. Hand in hand with the policy of nipping in the bud all opposition of whatever kind went the policy of compelling cooperation. Military conscription, of course, was the center of the scheme. The power of conscription was applied with singular ruthlessness. A price of $50 was placed upon the head of each and every American within the prescribed ages who failed to register or who evaded service at any stage. So cupidity became a motive in a countrywide slacker hunt which never ended. In the beginning, it was the policy to throw every suspected slacker in jail for a period of days without permitting him to communicate with his relatives or an attorney, or to procure the evidence that might free him. Later, America was presented with a spectacle of gigantic slacker raids in which squads of police, soldiers, and citizens violated the homes of the people and dragged them to jail by the thousands. In denouncing such raids on the floor of the Senate, September 5, 1918, Senator Hiram Johnson said that it was like a chapter from the French Reign of Terror, when the law of suspects was in full swing and the prisons were crowded with innocent victims. Quote, "No man would have said it were possible in our country. The very purpose, according to my idea, of this kind of proceeding is the purpose that has ever attended this kind of thing the world over, terrorism, the same sort of terrorism that makes it impossible today for any newspaper in this land to print what it desires, the same sort of terrorism that makes it a crime for any citizen in this nation, loyally, legitimately, and honestly, to speak his sentiments upon the rostrum or to his neighbors. Was ever any such presentation made in any government under the sun that made a pretense of freedom?" End quote. The cruel and unusual punishments meted out by the drumhead courts were a part of the terror also. Not all the slackers were sent to prison. There were too many of them. But terrible examples were frequently made. Defiant slackers were given 30 years and even life imprisonment. After the fighting was over, Senator Chamberlain revealed the fact that 15,000 of our young men had become victims of Army courts-martial. Wholesale and almost unbelievable brutality visited upon young conscripts in camps and guardhouses overseas was admitted by responsible officers. At home, the draft law was abused to facilitate the induction of pacifists into the military organization, where they could be better controlled. As, through terror, the war despotism fixed its grip more and more firmly upon the throat of the nation, the law was abused again to compel workmen to concentrate in the war industries. While the purpose to conscript labor was denied, conscription of labor was put into operation on a larger and larger scale. Only the early ending of the war prevented the system from being put into general practice. The policy of forced cooperation extended throughout every phase of the war activities. The law required the public to cooperate in a multitude of ways, but forced cooperation was applied as a policy even in the fields that were legally prescribed as voluntary. Federal espionage was applied to persons who refused to sign the voluntary food pledge cards. Federal espionage was applied to persons who refused to subscribe to voluntary funds. The world looked on in grim humor while the great democracy of the Western Hemisphere compelled the people to subscribe to its liberty bonds. The president's dictum, quote, "Woe be to the man or group of men who seeks to stand in our way," end quote, was echoed by persons of power and eminence in every walk of life. It was interpreted by them, unrebuked, to mean that there was to be an open season for pacifists. The vice president, 2 ex-presidents, senators, governors of states, presidents of famous colleges, ministers of the gospel, and eminent judges joined in violent denunciations of every form of disloyalty and voiced suggestions of punishment that can only be interpreted as deliberate incitement to lawless proceedings. The heads of the president's departments themselves gave the cue. Their immediate subordinates set the styles. The hundreds of thousands of members of the propaganda machine and the terror machine passed the word. And the open season for pacifists came to pass. Cowards were in clover. Gangs of self-constituted police, prosecutors, judges, and executioners were let loose in every state. Murder became heroism if only patriotism was named as the motive. To dissent in any regard from the program of the administration meant to suffer as a pro-German and a traitor. It became impossible even to protest against the terror itself. An opposition political party became as much a practical impossibility as it was in Mexico in the days of Diaz. Socialist candidates who dared appear before the people were indicted under the Espionage Act. Councils of defense terrorized farmers to stop the spread of a political organization known as the Nonpartisan League. Even the right to choose one's own vocation was denied. When the work or fight regulation could not be applied, and where no special state law had been enacted, councils of defense at times undertook to tell citizens what work they should engage in. They were not councils of defense, but councils of terror. In the newspapers, from day to day, were paraded a long list of outrages perpetrated by members of these bodies or at their instigation. Even freedom of conscience, enjoyed in silence, was not tolerated, for those who failed to proclaim their loyalty in words and to back those words with voluntary contributions were listed and persecuted in their business relations or private lives. The terror extended to the halls of Congress. The rights of a senator were so far forgotten that he was officially threatened with expulsion and unofficially with hanging. It became dangerous and inexpedient for him or for any other senator or representative to express any general opposition to the policies of the ex-college professor who had termed himself, quote, "a mere servant of the people's representatives," end quote. It is impossible here to present an adequate picture of the American war terror. The present effort is to point out merely the responsibility, the purpose, and the effects. The primary responsibility of the federal government cannot be evaded. The final item of proof is the fact that crimes of terror were never punished. After an outrage, if the authorities put anyone in jail, it was almost invariably the victim, not the criminals. The bands of masked assassins themselves were the agents of the American autocracy as directly as the Russian Black Hundreds were the agents of the Tsar. Note, this lawlessness, inspired and stimulated by our government and our best people for war purposes in 1917 and 1918, was a major cause of the long period of civil violence following the war, so solemnly and gravely deprecated under the name of the spirit of lawlessness by some of the very eminent persons who were responsible for it. End note. But the president issued a magnificent manifesto against mob violence. Yes, after looking passively on for 17 months. When the president issued his manifesto, July 26, 1918, the terror had accomplished its purpose. The people had been reduced to submission. The country was under control. Congress was also under control. Quote, "This disgraceful evil, mob violence," said the president in his manifesto, "cannot live where the community does not countenance it." End quote. Under the circumstances that existed, It could not possibly have lived where the federal government did not countenance it. But by July 1918, the president was ready to pretend that he had never approved of it and to order it discontinued. The president now held in his hands every power that he coveted. Having made successful war on the American people, he was in a position to make war as he wished in Europe. So disorderly terror gave place to orderly absolutism. Apologists for America's situation at the end of 1918 will suggest that similar conditions obtained in the other countries at war. If it were true, that would be no justification. But it was not true. In England, France, and other countries, extra wartime powers were exercised not by a single man holding office for 4 years, regardless of the approval of the country or of Congress, but by a cabinet whose existence from day to day depended upon the continued support of the legislative body. In no European country were free speech and a free press so ruthlessly stamped underfoot. The writings of Lichnowsky, Hardin, and the press attacks upon the Kaiser prove that freedom of discussion in the enemy countries existed to an extent unknown in the United States. For the autocracy that was imposed upon America in 1917 and 1918, there is no palliation in the fact that the president was elected, that the Congress which yielded to him was elected. Since they were elected on their promise to do the diametrically opposite thing, their offense is as great as if they had overturned an existing constitutional government by a military coup and installed themselves in power to carry out policies which the people had pronounced against. In no modern country can autocracy sit in the saddle as autocracy. It must masquerade as democracy. So the machinery of deceit is set up, and for those who cannot be deceived, there must be terror. No one had the temerity to defend the system under which America found itself at the end of 1918 on any other ground than that the end justified the means. The means themselves tend to throw suspicion upon the ends. What are the ends? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Our War Causes, Chapter 11, Motives Claimed for Belligerency. In examining our excuses for war, the first noticeable circumstance is their great number and variety. The number rendered it easy for our propagandists to shift, to leap about from one point to another, to dodge about in a maze of affirmation and denunciation, while the variety was calculated to raise some consideration appealing to every class, temperament, and type of mind. On many occasions we proclaimed the utter unselfishness of our motives, yet on other occasions we urged motives as selfish as can well be imagined. Where selfish motives are acknowledged, however justifiable they may be, common decency would seem to require that no profession of unselfishness be made. In his message of December 4th, 1917, President Wilson divided our claimed war motives into two classes, causes and objectives. The causes comprising the motives mentioned in the pre-war disputes, the objectives comprising those which were brought forward only after we were in. Since the former were urged exclusively before the American people and the American Congress in defense of each and every step towards belligerency, it would be only just to test our sincerity strictly by them. These were the only motives of which America was officially told and of which Germany was told. Wars are always preceded, and always ought to be, by disputes, recitals of specific grievances, or ultimatums setting forth the course which the offending government may pursue in order to avoid war. But our official spokesman did not demand that Germany get out of Belgium. He did not demand that the Kaiser resign or reorganize his government along more democratic lines. He did not demand that Germany cede France, Alsace-Lorraine. He did not demand that Italy be given parts of Austria. He did not demand that Germany renounce her alliance with Austria, Turkey, and Bulgaria, or that Germany abandoned imperialism. His quarrel was concerned entirely with Germany's use of the submarine and almost entirely with America's rights involved therewith. Not a single complaint was offered that was not professedly based upon some specific injury to American lives or trade or danger thereto. On several occasions, the President did assume to stand as the champion of the rights of neutral nations in general, or as the defender of international law as such. But on every such occasion, his complaints proceeded from alleged injury to selfish interests of certain Americans and were scrupulously confined to submarine issues. In strict justice, our objectives are invalidated at the beginning by the very fact that they are afterthought reasons. They will not, however, be so treated here. America having ridden into war on the submarine issue, that issue will be examined first. The motives urged in the submarine dispute were 1. Protection of American commerce, 2. Preservation of American lives, 3. Championship of international law, 4. Maintenance of American honor. On a number of occasions, both before and after April 1917, our spokesman proclaimed the sufficiency of these causes. For example, at Urbana, January 31st, 1918, he told his audience, quote, "You will not need to be convinced that it was necessary for us as a free people to take part in this war. It had raised its evil hand against us. The rulers of Germany had sought to exercise their power in such a way as to shut off our economic life, so far as our intercourse with Europe was concerned." End quote. And in a letter to Congressman Heflin, May 22, 1917, he wrote, quote, "I have again and again stated the very serious and long-continued wrongs which the Imperial German government has perpetrated against the rights, the commerce, and the citizens of the United States. The list is long and overwhelming. No nation that respected itself or the rights of humanity could have borne these wrongs any longer." End quote. Previously, in each successive step towards belligerency, the President had hinted that he was willing to go to war strictly on the submarine issue. As far back as February 1915, he uttered this threat to Germany, conditioned wholly upon the protection of selfish American rights. Quote, "The government of the United States would be constrained to hold the Imperial German government to a strict accountability for such acts of their naval authorities, and to take any steps it might be necessary to take to safeguard American lives and property, and to secure to American citizens the full enjoyment of their acknowledged rights on the high seas. Strict accountability note." End quote. Looking over his preparedness tour speeches, we find that the President presented the following propositions to each of his audiences practically in the same terms. 1. He asked the country to prepare for war. 2. He promised to keep the country out of war. 3. He hinted at danger of war. 4. In promising to keep the country out of war, he left a loophole, war for the maintenance of American honor. 5. He made it plain that, by American honor, he meant the obligation to protect American rights to trade and travel upon the high seas, as these rights are defined by international law. Here is the argument in typical quotations. Quote, "Country must prepare. I should feel that I was guilty of an unpardonable omission if I did not go out and tell my fellow countrymen that new circumstances have arisen which make it absolutely necessary that this country should prepare herself." End quote. Pittsburgh speech. "Yet he will keep us out of war." Quote, "I pledge you that, God helping me, I will keep you out of war." End quote. Milwaukee speech. "Still there may be trouble." Quote, "I cannot tell 24 hours at a time whether there is going to be trouble or not." End quote. Kansas City speech. "For honor may require war." Quote, "You have laid upon me this double obligation. We are relying upon you, Mr. President, to keep us out of this war, but we are relying upon you, Mr. President, to keep the honor of the nation unstained. Do you not see that a time may come when it is impossible to do both of these things?" End quote. Cleveland speech. Although there is no danger of invasion. Quote, "Nobody seriously supposes, gentlemen, that the United States needs to fear an invasion of its own territory." End quote. New York speech. "Rights abroad must be protected by force if necessary." Quote, "It may be necessary to use the forces of the United States to vindicate the rights of American citizens everywhere to enjoy the rights of international law." End quote. Topeka speech. "For we are morally obligated to protect commerce." Quote, "There is a moral obligation laid upon us to keep free the courses of our commerce and our finance, and I believe that America stands ready to vindicate those rights." End quote. Topeka speech. "The destruction of even one American cargo may mean war." Quote, "One commander of a submarine might set the world on fire. There are cargoes of cotton on the seas. There are cargoes of wheat on the seas. There are cargoes of manufactured articles on the seas, and any one of those cargoes may be the point of ignition." End quote. St. Louis speech. "For we must maintain our right to ship products abroad." Quote, "There is one thing Kansas ought to be interested in, and that is that we must maintain our rights to sell our products to any neutral country anywhere in the world. We should be allowed to send the wheat that grows on the Kansas fields and the cotton in our southern states to neutrals who need them without interference from any of the warring nations." End quote. Topeka speech. "And see that Americans everywhere are respected." Quote, "Americans have gone to all quarters of the world. Americans are serving the business of the world, and every one of these men is our ward, and we must see to his rights and that they are respected." End quote. Cleveland speech. That the true import of the President's preparedness speeches was not grasped by his audiences was due only to his policy of mixing such remarks with sentiments that seemed to lead to a diametrically opposite conclusion. Growing directly out of the President's determination to champion the interests of certain Americans was his assertion of those interests as rights under international law. Growing directly out of his determination to champion these specified American rights was his assumption of the championship of law on principle. Growing out of this position was his assumption of the championship of the rights of neutrals in general, although neutral nations were not asking for his particular kind of championship. Growing out of this position was his championship of that all-embracing thing, humanity. The apparently contradictory role of champion of others and champion of ourselves, apostle of unselfishness and apostle of selfishness, our executive played throughout the pre-war disputes. It would appear, therefore, that the best means of testing the validity of our professed motives is to segregate and examine them one by one. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Protection of American Commerce. Can the protection of American commerce from U-boat attacks be defended as a valid cause, as one of the causes for our war with Germany? Our war represents an infinitely greater expense than the gross value of American commerce concerned in the dispute. Compare the cost of war with the value of the commerce that we entered the arena to protect. Forget the blood cost and every other cost except in immediate dollars and cents. The gross value of all exports from the United States to Great Britain and France for the record-breaking year of 1916 was only $2,155,537,090, or but 1/9 of the appropriations of the first session of the War Congress. Consider the volume of commerce at issue, in comparison with the entire volume of America's Commerce. In a speech at Cincinnati, October 26, 1916, less than 100 days before he broke relations with Germany, President Wilson said, quote, "If you take the figures of our commerce, domestic and foreign included, you will find that the foreign commerce, even upon the modest reckoning of our domestic commerce, does not include 4% of the total, and the exports in munitions, and not merely in munitions, but in everything that goes to supply armies, draft animals, automobile, trucks, food directly intended for that purpose, shoes, clothes, everything that is needed by the commissary of an army, that all of these things put together do not constitute 1% of the total of our commerce." End quote. And only a fraction of this very small portion of America's total commerce passed through the submarine zone. The great increase in America's foreign commerce between 1913 and 1916 was due only in part to the war trade with the Entente countries. A portion of it was represented by an inflation of neutral trade, due to the disappearance of competition for world trade on the part of some of the warring nations. For his modest reckoning of our domestic commerce, the President took the New York Analyst figures for the year ending June 30th, 1916, $500 billion. American exports to England and France during the same period represented less than 0.5% of this sum. And even that 0.5% represents a great deal more than the fraction of America's export trade covered by American representations to Germany on behalf of American commerce. In making such representations, the government of the United States concerned itself only with the safety of American ships and their cargoes. Where ships flying other flags came into the dispute, the theme was not commerce, but lives. The ships which carried American goods through the U-boat zone were, more than 10 to 1, of foreign registry, sailing under foreign flags. The American commerce at issue as such was less than 1/20% of the total commerce of America. American commerce thrived and expanded without war, and its growth, even through the war area, was never endangered by the enemy. The entire loss of 1/20% of a country's commerce could hardly be a staggering blow to that country as a whole. Such a loss, however, never occurred. America's trade with England and France was not destroyed by the submarine. It was never in danger of destruction as a whole. Interference with it was never so serious as to prevent its steady growth. In February 1917, following the breaking of relations with Germany, the National Association of Manufacturers issued a special bulletin characterizing the submarine warfare up to the intensified period as a failure, and from the beginning of the intensified period, it was the same kind of a failure. Although the trade of February fell off from that of January, this was not due to any increased destruction on the part of the submarine, but to a conspiracy of certain shipping and financial interests allied with the British government to coerce America into more warlike action. See Chapter 27. But even then, the value of February exports was greater than that of the same month of the previous year, and the recovery in succeeding months before America began to assist in combating the submarine was complete. In an interview in the New York Times, February 18, 1917, the editor of Export American Industries, organ of the National Association of Manufacturers, said, quote, "Our regular export trade has suffered but little from the new German blockade. Without any possibility of interruption, the lines to the great neutral markets and to the colonies of the warring nations are open to our shipments. It is too bad the steamship news and the sailings cannot have a prominent place in the papers, as it would go far in offsetting the idea that our export trade is killed by the new submarine zone. Every day, from New York Harbor alone, there are sailings of dozens of big cargo carriers that leave for Latin America, the West Indies, Australia, South Africa, and the Orient, and these are not mentioned in the newspapers. and this does not include the shipments going out from Boston, Baltimore, Savannah, and our other Atlantic ports, or from the Pacific coast. The trade routes from our different ports spread out like the delta of a great river. The most aggressive submarine warfare may dam some of these channels, but the current of our export trade will seek other outlets, and the result will be a deepening and broadening of the channels that cannot be obstructed. The coastline of the United States is too extensive. The ports are too widely separated to make any submarine blockade effective in the slightest degree. Consider what England has done in continuing her export trade since the war. Hampered by an ebbing labor market and the highest insurance rates, and surrounded by the submarine zone, her foreign sales have steadily increased until her exports stand at approximately the same figure as in 1913. If Germany could not retard this foreign trade of England, then how little have we to fear for the interruption of our export trade." End quote. In spite of all the hullabaloo that was raised up to America's declaration of war, but 17 ships flying the American flag were attacked by U-boats. State Department figures presented during war debates by Representative Rogers of Massachusetts. Actually, our war protection did not protect. Destruction of our merchant ships in war became immediately greater than it had been in peace. Over against the 17 American merchant ships attacked by Germany in nearly 3 years before our declaration of war, we find 63 American merchant ships sunk in the 10 months following. During the first 2 months of Germany's intensified campaign, which were the last 2 before America went to war, 6 ships were attacked, or 3 per month. But in the following 10 months, the first 10 months of our war protection, Germany sank an average of 6.5 per month. Department of Commerce figures published January 30th, 1918. The war trade was of no value whatever to America as a whole, but an injury per se, and the nation would have lost nothing by its disappearance. Not only were the ships which sailed the U-boat zone in overwhelming majority of foreign registry, but the ships flying the American flag belonged, in a great part, to foreigners, including the 17 ships attacked by Germany. The majority stock of the organization, sometimes known as the Shipping Trust, the International Mercantile Marine Company, and its subsidiaries, was owned in England. Although its American head was an American citizen, J.P. Morgan, a large share of the profits of this organization went to foreigners. To what extent were the American people interested in the shipping profits of Mr. Morgan and his partners, foreign and American? President Wilson, on at least 2 occasions, gave a partial answer to this question, once in the early days of the war trade, and again after America became a belligerent. In a speech at Indianapolis, January 8, 1915, the president told his audience, quote, "Do you know that the ocean freight rates have gone up in some instances to 10 times their ordinary figures, and that the farmers of the United States, those who raise grain and those who raise cotton, cannot get any profit out of the great prices that the world is willing to pay for these things, because the whole profit is eaten up by the extortionate charges for ocean carriage?" End quote. And in his statement to American business interests, July 11, 1917, the president said, quote, "The ship owners of the United States are doing everything that high freight charges can do to make the war a failure, to make it impossible. The fact is that those who have fixed the war freight rates have taken the most effective means in their power to defeat the armies engaged against Germany." End quote. Yet the protection of the business of these very people was one of the president's excuses for our war. Not only was the American public as a whole precluded from sharing in any degree in the war trade profits of Morgan and his partners, but that war trade actually put the American public out of pocket. This is proven by a comparison of the increase in the prices of the necessaries of life with the increase in returns to the numerically large classes that constitute the American public. There were some notable increases in wages and some considerable increases in the returns for certain farm products, but millions of Americans had been unable to add a penny to their incomes. In general, the rise in prices was not offset by corresponding increases in wages, in prices of farm products, and in the returns to the other numerically large classes. It can be conceded that a certain measure of foreign commerce is beneficial to the country at large, that when such commerce falls below a certain point, it may be injurious to the body politic generally, and at the same time, it may be proven that when foreign trade rises beyond a certain level, it does so at the expense of the public at home, though the few directly participating in such trade may be reaping tremendous profits. Especially did that part of America's foreign trade classed as war trade react unfavorably upon the public pocketbook. The chief reason is that the greater part of such trade, far exceeding even the trade in munitions, consisted of food and other necessaries of the American people. The result was the high prices which caused widespread suffering and numerous food riots during the weeks just preceding America's declaration of war. We did not think it necessary to go to war with England, although the latter interfered with American commerce to a much greater degree than did Germany. England's interference with American commerce represented infinitely greater sums in dollars and cents than Germany's interference with American commerce. Moreover, while American trade with England continued to grow in the face of the submarine peril, American trade with Germany completely disappeared in the face of the mine and cruiser peril. While Germany's interference with American trade was confined altogether to trade with Germany's enemies, England's interference with American trade extended to our trade with neutral countries. In the first 11 months of the European War, England seized 2,000 ships with American cargoes bound for Europe. State Department figures quoted by Professor Edwin J. Clapp, Economic Aspects of the War, page 53. Practical means were open to the United States for the protection of American commerce from all belligerents without war. From the beginning of the European conflict in August 1914 until America herself became an enemy, Germany made repeated efforts to bring about practicable arrangements for the protection of all American commerce from interference by any belligerent. Immediately after the initiation of hostilities, the American government, on behalf of American commercial interests, proposed that all belligerents agree to conduct their naval warfare in conformity with the Declaration of London. Germany assented unconditionally to the proposal. Her enemies refused to do so. When Germany established a military area on the high seas in retaliation for England's military area on the high seas, although England was already intercepting nearly all neutral commerce to Germany, the latter announced that, quote, the German Navy has received instructions to abstain from all violence against neutral vessels recognizable as such, end quote. German Memorial, February 4, 1915. At the same time, it recommended that the American government convoy American ships to ensure their recognition in order that they might proceed unharmed. The German memorial establishing a war zone was answered by our strict accountability note, February 10th. This marked the beginning of the dispute with Germany. Replying to the strict accountability note, the German government offered definitely to withdraw its war zone decree if the United States should succeed in bringing about an acceptance of the Declaration of London on the part of its enemies. Furthermore, it declared, quote, the German government is prepared to accord, in conjunction with the American government, the most earnest consideration to any measure that might be calculated to ensure the safety of legitimate shipping of neutrals within the seat of war. End quote. Note of February 16, 1915. Proceeding on the above suggestion, the American government proposed to the belligerents, February 20, 1915, a basis of agreement to safeguard neutral shipping and obviate disputes between neutrals and belligerents. Replying February 28th, Germany characterized the proposal as, quote, a suitable basis for the practical solution of the questions which have arisen, end quote. Taking up the American points seriatim, it agreed in essentials, declaring, quote, the German government would undertake not to use its submarines to attack mercantile of any flag except when necessary to enforce the right of visit and search, end quote, which is all that the American government was at the time contending for regarding submarines. These negotiations fell through only because the British reply was a peremptory rejection, note of March 1st. Nevertheless, thereafter the German government continued to try to meet the demands of the American government in its undersea warfare. In its note of May 9, 1915, it disclaimed any intention of attacking neutral ships, declared that it had given orders to the contrary, and promised to pay for all damages to American ships caused by mistakes of submarine commanders. In its note of September 1, 1915, it quoted its orders to submarine commanders, instructing them to follow the rules of cruiser warfare in dealing with neutrals. That these orders were sincerely given and carried out is evidenced by the fact that, in the 2 years of submarine activity up to the beginning of the intensified period, of the many hundreds of vessels attacked by submarines, but 11 were American, and a majority of these were sunk in conformity with the rules of cruiser warfare, against which the United States government could make no complaint, and did not do so. In fact, so little fault was found with the German policy, so far as its effect upon American commerce was concerned, that the United States practically changed the basis of the dispute. A relatively greater stress was laid upon complaints on behalf of American rights to travel on belligerent ships, and greater emphasis upon its assumption of championship of neutral rights in general, and, quote, the sacred and indisputable rules of international law, end quote. Following the German announcement of intensified warfare, the protection of American commerce again came to the fore as an acknowledged motive for our successive steps towards belligerency. The German announcement of intensified warfare was made only after 2 years of negotiations in which Germany sought to arrive at an understanding that would safeguard American commerce within the zone of warfare. It was made only after Germany had every reason to despair of obtaining impartial and neutral treatment from this country. It was the direct and logical result of the German failure to obtain such treatment from the Wilson government. The responsibility for the intensified policy lies, therefore, largely upon ourselves, for throughout the entire dispute, another course lay open and clear for America, an impartial and feasible course that would have assured the safety of American commerce from all belligerents without the abandonment of neutrality and without war. That course was to stand by the Declaration of London, to accept Germany's consent to conform to it, to compel England to conform to it, to compel, not by war or threats of war, or any hostile, unneutral, or dishonorable act, but by the simple pressure of economic force, the application of the sovereign right of embargo, which would have been sufficient, as every American government official knew at the time. What is the answer to all this? When it becomes evident that the war cannot be justified on any basis of immediate dollars and cents, is the answer that future dollars and cents will make it worthwhile? When it is shown that the nation was not profiting but was losing by the war trade, is the answer that we had to fight for that trade nevertheless in order to protect the right of such trade to pass unmolested, on the theory that in some future war the trade of this class might become nationally profitable? Will anyone dare contend that the American people stood to reap financial benefits from our war in this or any future generation, sufficient to compensate it for the blood and treasure that it proceeded to pour out? Or is the answer that it was a question of honor? But if a question of honor, why mention commerce unless honor is in some way involved with commerce? In what manner are commerce and honor related in the dispute that carried America into the most terrible war in history? Commerce was one immediate subject of contention in the submarine dispute. The other was American lives. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Preservation of American Lives. Can the preservation of American lives be defended as a cause for our war with Germany? This point is disposed of on grounds similar to those applied to commerce. Our war, of course, represents an expenditure of many more American lives than were concerned in the dispute. Our war protection did not even protect from the particular kind of danger from which the obligation to protect was alleged. Before April 1917, but 226 American lives were lost on all ships, American and foreign, as a result of Germany's action. This includes the 114 American lives lost on the Lusitania. State Department figures presented during war debates by Representative Rogers of Massachusetts. But in the first 10 months of American belligerency, more than 300 American lives were lost as a result of Germany's operations upon the seas. Department of Commerce figures published February 1, 1918. Moreover, practicable means were always open to the United States for the preservation of American lives from any of the incidents of the European conflict. Had the preservation of American lives been at any time a real consideration, our government would have taken one or the other of two courses. One, it would have notified American citizens to travel within the barred zone only at their own risk. Two, it would have accepted the means offered by Germany for safe travel for American citizens through the barred zone. Many Americans have no doubt forgotten that the German government repeatedly expressed a willingness to enter into any arrangements whatever, short of abandoning her commercial blockade, looking towards the preservation of the lives of neutrals. In its note of July 8, 1915, the German government offered to give its submarine commanders instructions, quote, to permit the free and safe passage of American passenger steamers when made recognizable by special markings and notified a reasonable time in advance, end quote. It proposed that an arrangement be entered into covering details. It went farther and expressed a willingness to agree to, quote, the installation in the passenger service of neutral steamers, the exact number to be agreed upon, under the American flag under the same conditions as the American steamers above mentioned, end quote. It even offered, quote, if, however, it should not be possible for the American government to acquire an adequate number of neutral passenger steamers, the imperial government is prepared to interpose no objections to the placing under the American flag by the American government of 4 enemy passenger steamers for the passenger traffic between America and England. The assurances of free and safe passage for American passenger steamers would then be extended to apply under the identical preconditions to these formerly hostile passenger ships, end quote. In the note of May 4, 1916, the German government pointed out that it had made, quote, several proposals to the government of the United States in order to reduce to a minimum for American travelers the inherent dangers of naval warfare, end quote, all of which proposals we had declined. Nevertheless, it declared that, quote, the German government still stands by its offer to come to an agreement along these lines, end quote. Finally, in announcing the intensified commercial blockade, which furnished the occasion for President Wilson to break diplomatic relations and move rapidly towards war, Germany laid down conditions under which American passengers could still travel. See Annex to Note of January 31, 1917. We had a dispute with England, as well as with Germany. In comparing the wrongs which we suffered from each, a great point was made of the fact that while England may have interfered with American commerce quite as flagrantly as did Germany, our grievance against the latter was very much greater by reason of the fact that Germany's interference involved the sacrifice of American lives, while that of England did not. It was pointed out at the time that this contention was not true, American lives having been lost from British mines in at least 2 instances in the sinking of the American ships Evelyn and Carib. Supposing, however, it were true, the answer would be that if the German sea warfare resulted in the sacrifice of American lives and the British warfare did not, it was not because of any difference in goodwill between Germany and England, but it was wholly due to the choice of Americans. No informed persons will seriously contend that Germany wished to kill Americans, any more than that England wished to kill Americans. The blockade on each side was aimed solely at commerce. Both wished to avoid causing the loss of neutral lives, but both were determined to hurt the commerce of the other, even though it cost the lives of neutrals. Both laid down conditions for neutral commerce which, if disregarded, would result in the loss of neutral lives and, if obeyed, would mean that no neutral lives would be lost. Had Americans persisted in sailing the North Sea in defiance of British orders, they would surely have been sunk by mines, or if they avoided mines, they would have been pursued by cruisers, and if they attempted to escape, they would have been fired upon. The sole reason why Americans were killed by Germans and not by Britons was that they persisted in disregarding the German orders while carefully complying with the British orders. American citizens took such a course for several reasons. First, the chances of successfully evading the German orders were greater. Second, the American government encouraged them to attempt to evade the German orders while not encouraging them to attempt to evade the British orders. For not only did our government unconditionally reject all German offers for the safeguarding of American lives, but it used American lives as pawns in the dispute. It deliberately encouraged Americans to go into danger. In this, it cooperated with England, whose policy could have been dictated only by a desire to embroil the United States with Germany. Great Britain placed restrictions upon the travel of British women and children through the barred zone. In this policy, it was acting out of consideration for British lives, but it had no such consideration for American lives, nor did our own government. Great Britain was quite willing for American citizens to be killed if that would only pave the way to American hostility to Germany, and the Wilson administration played into the hands of England. Meanwhile, Germany was begging the United States not to send its citizens into danger. Germany was showing more consideration for American lives than was the American government. Of course, it was doing this in the hope of avoiding war with us. But what was the motive for our peculiar policy? President Wilson was so willing for our citizens to risk their lives that he permitted them to do so even in violation of our own statutes. A notable case is that of the Lusitania. In the words of Senator La Follette, quote, 4 days before the Lusitania sailed, President Wilson was warned in person by Secretary of State Bryan that the Lusitania had 6 million rounds of ammunition aboard besides explosives, and that the passengers who proposed to sail on that vessel were sailing in violation of a statute of this country, that no passenger shall travel upon a railroad train or sail upon a vessel that carries dangerous explosives. And Mr. Bryan appealed to President Wilson to stop passengers from sailing upon the Lusitania. Speech at St. Paul, September 20th, 1917. 2 weeks before the Lusitania sailed, the passengers had been warned also from German sources. Who, then, was primarily responsible for the loss of American lives on the Lusitania? A year later, the issue was even more clearly defined. In opposition to the view of Congress, the President insisted on the right of American citizens to travel as passengers upon the fighting merchant ships of the warring countries, encouraging them to risk their lives in this manner. From all this, it is obvious that the preservation of American lives was only a pretext. Did the president deliberately seek to use American lives to protect the munitions trade as such? Certainly, he used American lives for some other purpose than for the preservation of American lives, for the way to protect life is to protect it and not send it into danger. In its note of July 8, 1915, the German government declared itself, quote, unable to admit that American citizens can protect an enemy ship through the mere fact of their presence on board, end quote. If President Wilson's willingness to sacrifice American life in opposition to this view was not due to a determination to protect the American war trade, even that carried in belligerent ships, what was the motive? Again, as with commerce, was it a question of honor? In what manner are trade and travel within the barred zone related with honor in the dispute that carried America into the most terrible war in history? We find Wilson's own answer in his famous letter to Senator Stone, opposing a warning to American citizens against traveling as passengers on the armed ships of the Entente Allies. Here is the most complete existing amplification of President Wilson's position as the professed champion of international law, and his most connected exposition of the relationship which this professed championship bears to the selfish American interests of trade and travel, the relationship which these selfish interests bear to American honor, and the relationship between the supposedly unselfish championship of neutral rights generally and the obviously selfish interest of American sovereignty, said President Wilson to Senator Stone, February 24, 1916. Quote, I cannot consent to any abridgment of the rights of American citizens in any respect. The honor and self-respect of the nation is involved. We covet peace and shall preserve it at any cost, but the loss of honor. To forbid our people to exercise their rights for fear we might be called upon to vindicate them would be an implicit, all but explicit, acquiescence in the violation of the rights of mankind everywhere and of whatever nation or allegiance. It would be a deliberate abdication of our hitherto proud position as spokesmen, even amidst the turmoil of war, for the law and the right. It is important to reflect that, if in this instance we allow expediency to take the place of principle, the door would inevitably be opened to still further concessions. Once accept a single abatement of right, and many other humiliations would certainly follow, and the whole fine fabric of international law would crumble under our hands, piece by piece. What we are contending for in this matter is of the very essence of the things that have made America a sovereign nation. She cannot yield them without conceding her own impotency as a nation and making vital surrender of her independent position among the nations of the world. End quote. If you follow this, you get the official theory almost clear. Honor is involved with trade and travel because trade and travel are involved with international law, and international law is involved with sovereignty. For our own sakes, we must maintain our proud position as champion of neutral rights and of humanity. We do not pretend that Americans must be left to trade and travel under all circumstances. It is not the actual interference with commerce and lives that obliges us to fight. It is the method, and the method stands or falls by the rules of international law. Of such overshadowing importance is international law, indeed, that we must stand prepared to sacrifice both commerce and lives to it. We must stand prepared to spend even, quote, our last man and our last dollar, end quote, in order to maintain the simple right under international law of any American to ship the food we need to other countries, or the simple right of the same American to travel anywhere upon the high seas in pursuit of the patriotic business of causing a scarcity of food and high prices within his own country. Very well, all motives of the submarine dispute are reduced to terms of international law. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. War for International Law. In view of the universally admitted fact that international law had largely gone by the board as a result of the war measures of both belligerents, and the universal belief that after the war a new and more definite code would be drawn up, was it not a bit ridiculous to pretend to go to war to save the existing code from the scrap heap? In the British note of February 10, 1915, appears the following, quote, "No war has yet been waged in which neutral individuals have not occasionally suffered from unjustifiable action." End quote. Supposing America had not gone to war with Germany, there is no ground whatever for the theory that Germany would then have gone out of her way to violate other American rights than those involved in the submarine dispute, or would in any way have assailed the independence of this country. It would seem to be obvious that, under the circumstances, expediency should have been the guide. It would seem to have been expedient to keep out of the war except for some interest immediately vital to sovereignty, or for some practicable ideal impossible to arrive at through any alternative course. Everyone surely knows that governments do not habitually rush into war on any such principle as that enunciated by Wilson, nor had America in the past followed any such policy. Justification of a diametrically opposite course was the main thesis of the campaign upon which Wilson was reelected in 1916, although at that very time he had given enunciation to his war for the championship of international law theory. In the keynote speech at the St. Louis Convention, Governor Glynn sought to show that his chief was following the course of expediency wisely pursued by his illustrious predecessors. In support of his argument, Glynn gave a long list of instances from our history in which America had suffered grievous injury, chiefly from England and France, during the presidential terms of Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Van Buren, Pierce, Lincoln, Harrison, and Grant, in which our disputes had been settled by negotiation without resort to war. Do not forget that the expedient course was always open to our executive, that it was made easily possible by the conciliatory attitude of Germany, and that a numerous group within his own party urged it from the start and continued to urge it down to the very verge of war. In support of his resolution seeking to warn American citizens against traveling as passengers in armed belligerent ships, Senator Gore had argued, March 2, 1916, quote, "The progress of civilization consists of the withdrawal of individual rights when they become incompatible with the paramount interests of organized society. It is perhaps true that any one of the 100 million American citizens has a right to travel on an armed merchant ship. He has the right to run the risk of losing his life and engulfing this republic in a sea of carnage and blood. But I believe that the 100 million citizens have a right to be protected against his recklessness. The right of 100 million to be protected from butchery is not to be weighed in the balance with a sacred and inherited right to imperil his own life." End quote. A few days earlier, Senator Stone, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, had argued with the president as follows, quote, "I find it difficult for my sense of duty and responsibility to consent to plunge this nation into the vortex of this world war because of the unreasonable obstinacy of any of the powers, upon the one hand, or upon the other hand, of foolhardiness amounting to a sort of moral treason against the republic of our people recklessly risking their lives on armed belligerent ships. I cannot escape the conviction that such would be so monstrous as to be indefensible. I insist that neither a private citizen nor the President nor the Congress of the United States can be justified in driving this nation into war or endangering its peace by any such false sense of courage or national prestige or dignity." End quote. Letter of February 24, 1916. A similar position was taken by many Republicans, a large proportion of whom held to it even after the president had broken diplomatic relations and almost down to the day when he had practically embroiled us. Had the president himself taken this position, it would have been difficult for him to have found grounds for a serious quarrel. Moreover, there is no evidence that he would have lost his leadership by doing so. Note: according to Joseph P. Tumulty, President Wilson's secretary, Woodrow Wilson as I Know Him, Chapter 24, the members of Wilson's own cabinet advised him against the belligerent position which he took upon this crucial occasion, on the very ground that he might thereby suffer defeat and lose his leadership. End note. In the keynote speech previously referred to, President Wilson's mouthpiece accused the political opposition of urging the very theory that, quote, a single abatement of right, end quote, would require America to plunge into the war, and pointed where such a policy, if carried out, would inevitably lead. Quote, fighting for every degree of injury would mean perpetual war, and this is the policy of our opponents, deny it how they will. It would not allow the United States to keep the sword in the scabbard as long as there remains an unrighted wrong or an unsatisfied hope between the snowy wastes of Siberia or the jungled hills of Borneo. It would give us a war abroad each time the fighting cock of the European weather vane shifted with the breeze. It would make America the cockpit of the world. It would mean the reversal of our traditional policy of government. It would mean the adoption of imperialistic doctrines, which we have denounced for over a century. In a word, this policy of our opponents would make the United States the policeman of the world. Rome tried to be policeman of the world and went down. Portugal tried to be policeman of the world and went down. Spain tried and went down. And the United States proposes to profit by the experience of the ages and avoid ambitions whose reward is sorrow and whose crown is death. End quote. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. International Law, Our Reversals on the Law in 1915 and 1916. Our dispute with Germany hinged upon three legal points: the law of the submarine, the law of the armed merchantman, and the principle of equal treatment as an attribute of neutrality. On all three of these points, the administration at Washington flagrantly reversed itself during the course of the controversy. At one time, our spokesman virtually admitted that the law of the submarine had never been fixed, in the following words, quote, the government of the United States is not unmindful of the extraordinary conditions created by this war, or of the radical alterations of circumstances and methods of attack produced by the use of instrumentalities of warfare, which the nations of the world cannot have had in view when the existing rules of international law were formulated, and it is ready to make every reasonable allowance for these novel and unexpected aspects of war at sea. End quote. Note to Germany, July 21st, 1915. Notwithstanding this admission, he proceeded to formulate rules of submarine procedure and to put forth these rules as a part of, quote, the fine fabric of international law, end quote. And doing so, far from holding the submarine to be an outlaw, he conceded it to be a proper weapon of warfare, and at times conceded that it could properly be employed in operations against commerce. On one occasion, he declared, quote, the events of the past 2 months have clearly indicated that it is possible and practicable to conduct such submarine operations as have characterized the activity of the Imperial German Navy within the so-called zone in substantial accord with the accepted practices of regulated warfare. End quote. Note of July 21st, 1915, to Germany. On another occasion, he declared, quote, I do not feel that a belligerent should be deprived of the proper use of submarines in the interruption of enemy commerce. End quote. Letter of Secretary Lansing to British Ambassador, January 18, 1916. But at another time he held, quote, manifestly submarines cannot be used against merchantmen, without an inevitable violation of many sacred principles of justice and humanity, end quote. Note of May 13, 1915, to Germany. And at another time he held, quote, the use of submarines for the destruction of an enemy's commerce is utterly incompatible with the principles of humanity, the long-established and incontrovertible rights of neutrals, and the sacred immunities of non-combatants, end quote. Note of April 18, 1916, to Germany. A comparison of these four quotations shows that, in attempting to lay down the law of the submarine, we flatly reversed ourselves, first in 1915 and again in 1916, on the legality of the submarine for the destruction of commerce. The law of the armed merchantman was of prime importance in the dispute with Germany because it involved the question of the right of attack without warning. The most unfavorable view ever held of the submarine by our government was that it must not be employed at all against bona fide merchant vessels. At no time did we hold that its unrestricted use against war vessels was not legitimate. We never, of course, claimed that American citizens had any right to protection when found upon enemy war vessels. The question was, therefore, when does a merchant ship become a warship? May a merchant vessel arm purely for defense and fight defensively? And if so, what procedure must it follow in order to retain its character as a merchantman and continue in the enjoyment of the immunities of a merchantman? On this point, our reversal was even more flagrant than upon the law of the submarine. In the beginning, memorandum of September 19, 1914, we held that the mere presence of any armament on board a merchant vessel would create a presumption of offensive purpose, and that this presumption could be overcome only by the marshaling of concrete evidence to prove that the armament was intended solely for defense. Such evidence, we held, must include the facts, quote, that no guns are mounted on the forward part of the vessel, that the caliber of the guns carried does not exceed 6 inches, that the guns and small arms carried are few in number, that the quantity of ammunition carried is small, that the speed of the ship is slow, end quote, that the vessel is manned only by its usual crew, follows the usual route of a merchant vessel, engages in regular trade, etc., etc. This position was concurred in by the British government. In a memorandum dated August 25, 1914, the British ambassador notified us that he had been instructed to give, quote, the fullest assurances that British merchant vessels will never be used for purposes of attack, that they will never fire unless fired upon, and that they will never under any circumstances attack any vessel, end quote. In a memorandum dated September 7th, he admitted the impropriety of an armed merchantman carrying war material or military forces. And in a memorandum dated September 9th, he defined defensively armed craft as, quote, merchant vessels which are bona fide engaged in commerce and carry guns at the stern only, end quote. For a brief period, indeed, we took the position that no armament whatever could be considered defensive, and that the so-called armed merchantman was never a merchantman at all, but always a ship of war. Quote, the placing of guns on merchantmen at the present day of submarine warfare can be explained only on the ground of a purpose to render merchantmen superior in force to submarines and to prevent warning and visit and search by them. Any armament, therefore, on a merchant vessel would seem to have the character of an offensive armament. I should add that my government is impressed with the reasonableness of the argument that a merchant vessel carrying an armament of any sort, in view of the character of submarine warfare and the weakness of undersea craft, should be held to be an auxiliary cruiser and so treated by a neutral as well as by a belligerent government, and is seriously considering instructing its officials accordingly, end quote. Letter of the Secretary of State to the British Ambassador, January 18, 1916. A complete reversal from this position came only 67 days later. In a memorandum dated March 25, 1916, we not only abandoned our stand of January 18th, but conceded to armed merchant vessels greater freedom of action than we had conceded them originally, greater freedom even than the British government had dared to ask. From holding that merchantmen could not arm against submarines at all, we faced squarely about to the position that merchantmen might not only arm against submarines, but might fire before being fired upon, that, in effect, while the armed merchantman was entitled to attack without warning, the submarine was not entitled to do so, that neutral persons traveling as passengers upon such armed ships were entitled to the same immunities as if traveling upon peaceful passenger vessels. On the question of the presumption to be drawn from the presence of armament, the two memoranda present a perfectly deadly parallel. See Appendix, page 433. The new ruling, indeed, would not permit the submarine to fire upon the merchantman under any circumstances until after it had been attacked by the latter. It was in support of this reversal, and no other, that Wilson threatened to break diplomatic relations with Germany in 1916. It was this kind of law that Wilson characterized as sacred and indisputable. It was this kind of championship of immutable principles by which the President sought to explain our alliance with England and our war with Germany. In the diplomatic controversies which preceded war, our official spokesman unfitted us for the role of knightly crusader for international law, not only by disputing and changing his own position on essential questions of principle, but by presenting an unequally inflexible front toward different offenders against his various positions upon such questions. When a neutral nation fails to maintain its claimed rights against one belligerent, only to quarrel with another belligerent over rights of a similar character, and finally go to war with it, becoming an ally of the first, its course cannot be justified on any ground of championship for international right. At the beginning of the European War, our government observed this principle in action, and at times also proclaimed it in words. For example, in the note of February 20th, 1915 to England, we find, quote, "To admit any claim on the part of Great Britain of justification for interfering with these clear rights of the United States and its citizens as neutrals would be to assume an attitude of unneutrality toward the present enemies of Great Britain, which would be obviously inconsistent with the solemn obligations of this government." End quote. 15 months later, however, we find President Wilson putting forth this astonishing proposition, quote, "In order, however, to avoid any possible misunderstanding, the government of the United States notifies the imperial government that it cannot for a moment entertain, much less discuss, a suggestion that respect by German naval authorities for the rights of citizens of the United States upon the high seas should in any way or in the slightest degree be made contingent upon the conduct of any other government affecting the rights of neutrals and non-combatants. Responsibility in such matters is single, not joint, absolute, not relative." End quote. Note of May 8, 1916. Even the British government, which profited so greatly by this reversal, had expressed the opposite view. In pleading justification of its own violations of international law, on the ground that Germany had violated international law, it urged, note of February 10, 1915, quote, "It is impossible for one belligerent to depart from rules and precedents and for the other to remain bound by them." End quote. Neither then nor at any other time did President Wilson contend against this plea of England, although contending against the selfsame plea by Germany, and ultimately maneuvering America into the European War by means of such contention. President Wilson's reversal on this point would seem to constitute nothing less than a confession of a conscious abandonment of a single standard of international morality and the application of a double standard in favor of the enemies of Germany, a confession, therefore, of a departure from neutrality, although for nearly a year longer he continued telling his own people and the world that we were neutral. Note: the account of Joseph P. Tumulty, Wilson's secretary, although self-contradictory at times, bears out the view that the president was deliberately unneutral almost from the beginning. Woodrow Wilson, As I Know Him, chapters 23 to 26. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. International Law, British and German Violations Compared. Now what led to our remarkable reversals on the points of law involved in the dispute with Germany? Was it principle or expediency? Were England's violations of international law in relation to American rights any less clear or pervasive than those of Germany? Were they less reprehensible, either in number or degree, or by any other material or moral measure? On the other hand, in the beginning we characterized the British offenses in quite as emphatic terms as we did those of Germany. We asserted the same obligation to resist them. Here are some notable quotations. Protest against seizures and detentions, December 26, 1914. Quote, the present policy of His Majesty's government toward neutral ships and cargoes constitutes restrictions upon the rights of American citizens on the high seas, which are not justified by the rules of international law or required under the principles of self-preservation. End quote. Blockade Note, March 30th, 1915. Quote, the Order in Council of the 15th of March would constitute, were its provisions to be actually carried into effect as they stand, a practical assertion of unlimited belligerent rights over neutral commerce within the whole European area, and an almost unqualified denial of the sovereign rights of the nations now at peace. It is manifest that such limitations, risks, and liabilities placed upon the ships of a neutral power on the high seas are a distinct invasion of the sovereign rights of the nation whose ships, trade, or commerce is interfered with. The course of action of the British government is without precedent in modern warfare and clearly subversive of the rights of neutral nations on the high seas. End quote. Protest against prize court confiscations, July 14, 1915. Quote, insofar as the interests of American citizens are concerned, the government of the United States will insist upon their rights under the principles and rules of international law as hitherto established, governing neutral trade in time of war without limitation or impairment by orders in council or other municipal legislation by the British government, and will not recognize the validity of prize court proceedings taken under restraints imposed by British municipal law in derogation of the rights of American citizens under international law. End quote. Blockade Note, October 21, 1915. Quote, it has been conclusively shown that the methods sought to be employed by Great Britain to obtain and use evidence of enemy destination of cargoes bound for neutral ports, and to impose a contraband character upon such cargoes are without justification, that the blockade, upon which such methods are partly founded, is ineffective, illegal, and indefensible, that the judicial procedure offered as a means of reparation for an international injury is inherently defective for the purpose, and that in many cases jurisdiction is asserted in violation of the law of nations. The United States, therefore, cannot submit to the curtailment of its neutral rights by these measures. The United States cannot with complacence suffer subordination of its rights and interests to the plea that the exceptional geographical position of the enemies of Great Britain requires or justifies oppressive and illegal practices. It is of the highest importance to neutrals, not only of the present day, but of the future, that the principles of international law be maintained unimpaired. This task of championing the integrity of neutral rights, which have received the sanction of the civilized world against the lawless conduct of belligerents arising out of the bitterness of the great conflict which is now wasting the countries of Europe, the United States unhesitatingly assumes, and to the accomplishment of that task it will devote its energies, exercising always that impartiality which from the outbreak of the war it has sought to exercise in its relations with the warring nations." End quote. Note of May 24th, 1916. The present practice of seizing ships on high seas, taking them into port, and there confiscating mail, is a violation of the Hague Convention. The government of the United States can no longer tolerate the wrongs which citizens have suffered and continue to suffer through these methods. Manifestly, a neutral nation cannot permit its rights on the high seas to be determined by belligerents, or the exercise of those rights to be permitted or denied arbitrarily by the government of a warring nation. The rights of neutrals are as sacred as the rights of belligerents and must be as strictly observed. Only a radical change in the present British and French policy, restoring to the United States its full rights as a neutral power, will satisfy this government." End quote. The arguments upon which these denunciations of England are based are infinitely better reasoned and supported than the arguments upon which the denunciations of Germany are based. Against England, we were able to cite copiously from authority and precedent, to quote British statesmen against Britain, to call up England's record with telling effect, while against Germany we were forced to lay down new principles which we dubbed international law, bolstering them up with rhetoric, and even upon these we put ourselves out of court by reversals on essential points. The only fair conclusion to be drawn from a study of this pre-war correspondence is that the record of England, in trampling upon American rights, is not only as vulnerable and reprehensible as that of Germany, but far more so. The very points of law which America alleged against Germany could be brought against England with greater reason. Our complaints against England specified violations in definition of contraband, seizures and detentions instead of visit and search upon the high seas, practices of British prize courts in condemning ships and cargoes, hovering of British warships off American coasts, misuse of the neutral flag, confiscation of American mail from ships illegally detained, the blacklist, and the so-called blockade, while the single complaint against Germany was that at times she failed to conduct her submarine operations in conformity with the accepted practices of cruiser warfare. But England also failed to conduct her operations in conformity with the accepted practices of cruiser warfare. Moreover, England, operating with cruisers, could not urge the extenuating circumstances which America had, at times, admitted applied to submarines. When America complained to England, on precisely the same grounds under international law upon which all of the complaints against Germany were based, England's only defense was convenience. Said England complacently to America, quote, "To do so, bring ships into port without evidence, is not to be looked upon as a belligerent right, but as an adaptation of the existing right to the modern conditions of commerce." End quote. British note of February 10th, 1915. Germany could have used precisely the same words, with better justice, in excusing her submarine policy. England never gave up the practice which she here admits is illegal, but our president claimed justification for war in the fact that Germany finally refused to yield on exactly the same principle. To allege a difference, it was necessary to shift from questions of principle to questions of effect. How about the Lusitania? But the question of effect is irrelevant, since the effect, as has been pointed out, was not chosen by the offending party. As Senator Norris demanded in the debate on the Armed Ships Bill, quote, "Why have we kept out of the North Sea? Simply because it is altogether more dangerous for ships to go through a minefield than it is for ships to go through a submarine field. Mining the high seas is incomparably more inhuman and ruthless than warfare by means of submarines." End quote. In the matter of warning, Germany invariably showed greater concern for preventing injuries to neutrals than did England. England gave the world but 3 days' notice of the establishment of her military area upon the high seas. Her blockade went into effect on the day of its announcement, and was applied retroactively upon all ships which had left their ports later than 2 weeks previously. Many enlargements in England's contraband lists and new wrinkles in her aggressions upon neutrals were not announced at all until after she had put them into practice and made neutrals suffer from them. On the other hand, Germany gave the world 14 days' notice of the establishment of her military area upon the high seas, and 21 days' notice of her determination to deal with all armed merchant ships as ships of war. Of her unrestricted warfare, only 1 day's notice was given, but in practice, action against neutral ships was withheld for a reasonable period, as was promised in the notification. In its effort to retain the friendship of the United States, note of March 6, 1917, Austria-Hungary argued that the submarines of the Teutonic powers had never really attacked any merchant vessel without adequate warning. As it was suicidal because of the vulnerability of undersea craft for the submarine to attempt always to give warning immediately before an attack, the governments of the Central Powers took great pains to give general warning beforehand. Austria-Hungary pointed out that such warning was more humane and considerate if given before the embarkation of the passengers than if reserved until immediately before the destruction of the vessel, as was the practice in cruiser warfare. The note pointed out that, under the latter circumstances, it is impossible absolutely to guarantee the lives of passengers, since the best thing that can be done is to take the passengers aboard the warship, which is subject to fire in case of meeting an enemy before reaching port. American war propagandists, during the first few months after our declaration of war, habitually worked themselves into a great heat over the proposition that Germany broke some very solemn promises which she had made to the United States. This accusation originated with the President, who, in announcing to Congress his break with Germany, February 3, 1917, asserted that the declaration of Germany, initiating unrestricted submarine warfare, quote, withdraws the solemn assurance given in the Imperial Government's note of the 4th of May, 1916, end quote. Taking the cue, Secretary Lansing was found declaring a little later, quote, of course, the immediate cause of our war against Germany was the announced purpose of the German government to break its promise as to indiscriminate warfare, end quote. War Information Series, number 5, page 3. This alleged action he further characterized as a, quote, deliberate breach of faith, end quote, and an, quote, act of perfidy, end quote, even declaring it to be, quote, in itself sufficient to force us to enter the war if we would preserve our self-respect, end quote. What are the facts? Here is the alleged solemn promise of May 4th, exactly as it was made. Quote, as the German government repeatedly declared, it cannot dispense with the use of the submarine weapon in the conduct of warfare against enemy trade. The German government, however, has now decided to make a further concession, adapting methods of submarine warfare to the interests of neutrals. The German government, guided by this idea, notifies the government of the United States that German naval forces have received the following order. Quote, in accordance with the general principles of visit and search and the destruction of merchant vessels recognized by international law, such vessels, both within and without the area declared a naval war zone, shall not be sunk without warning and without safeguarding human lives, unless the ship attempt to escape or offer resistance. End inner quote. But neutrals cannot expect that Germany, forced to fight for existence, shall for the sake of neutral interests restrict the use of an effective weapon if the enemy is permitted to continue to apply at will methods of warfare violating rules of international law. Such a demand would be incompatible with the character of neutrality. Accordingly, the German government does not doubt that the government of the United States will now demand and insist that the British government shall forthwith observe the rules of international law universally recognized before the war, as are laid down in the notes presented by the government of the United States to the British government December 28, 1914, and November 5, 1915. Quote, should steps taken by the government of the United States not attain the object it desires, to have the laws of humanity followed by all belligerent nations, the German government would then be facing a new situation in which it must reserve to itself complete liberty of decision." End quote. Gottlieb von Jägel. This was the last of a long series of appeals to the United States for the equal and impartial treatment which neutrality requires. When, after 9 months of waiting, in which the equal and impartial treatment was not forthcoming, Germany announced the unrestricted use of her submarines, she pointed out distinctly the situation which, to use her own words, quote, "gives back to Germany the freedom of action which she reserved in her note addressed to the government of the United States on May 4, 1916, end quote. Where is the breach of faith? Where is the perfidy? Where are the broken promises? Nothing could be more eloquent of the weakness of the case against Germany than this stock charge, known by every American government official and every student of the war to be baseless. Did the breaking of promises with regard to the conduct of warfare affecting American rights require us to go to war, quote, "if we would preserve our self-respect," end quote, then America would have been at war with England before the end of 1914. For in the note of October 21, 1915, we find America protesting against the breaking of two promises made and broken in 1914. The first, that England would not, quote, "interfere with trade with the countries contiguous to the territories of the enemies of Great Britain," end quote. The second, that, quote, "inconvenience would be minimized by the discretion left to the courts in the application of the order in council, and by the instructions which it was said would be issued as to the execution of the blockade of Germany," end quote. The promise of August 25, 1914, that, quote, "British merchant vessels will never fire unless fired upon, and that they will never under any circumstances attack any vessel," end quote, was also habitually broken, and by express orders from the British government, as is shown by the confidential instructions reproduced in the American White Book, Volume 3, page 181. Regarding the Declaration of London, England commenced breaking promises during the first days of the war, and broke them repeatedly thereafter. Much was made of the fact, by apologists for England, that the latter country never ratified the Declaration of London. Even were this strictly true, it would be scant extenuation for British violations thereof, for the Declaration of London was not a new code of laws, but simply, quote, "an agreement as to what are the generally recognized rules of international law," end quote, to employ the words of the document itself. The fact is that, at the outbreak of the war, the British government did agree to abide by the Declaration of London, with certain specified amendments, then and there set down. We were so notified in the note of August 22, 1914. In the order in council of August 20, 1914, the thing was put in this way, quote, "Whereas the governments of France and Russia have informed His Majesty's government that during the present hostilities it is their intention to act in accordance with the provisions of the convention known as the Declaration of London, signed on the 26th day of February 1909, so far as may be practicable. Now, therefore, His Majesty, by and with the advice of His Privy Council, is pleased to order, and it is hereby ordered, that during the present hostilities the convention known as the Declaration of London shall, subject to the following additions and modifications, be adopted as if the same had been ratified by His Majesty," end quote. But the promise was broken by further modifications, which followed, one after another, all dictated purely by British convenience, until it became too ridiculous to pretend any regard whatever for the document in question. The first violations of American rights in the European War consisted in the sowing of mines upon the high seas. The question as to whether England or Germany sowed the first of these mines is a matter of dispute, the merits of which may never be determined. But the point is not essential in determining to which side belongs the defense of retaliation. The essential question is not who perpetrated the original violation of international law, but one, who perpetrated the violations against which America first protested, and two, who held most tenaciously to the course which America contended against as unlawful. An examination of the American White Book shows that, until February 10, 1915, America had no complaint whatever against Germany on grounds of international law, while she was at variance with England on questions of international law from the first week of the war. When, February 4th, Germany issued her military area proclamation, frankly defending it as a retaliatory measure, she had America's own condemnation of her adversaries' measures in support of her stand. But when, February 10th, England for the first time advanced retaliation as a defense for her own violations of international law, she had no American protests whatever upon which to base her claim, no argument that was admissible from the American point of view. The evidence of the relative tractability of Germany is no less overwhelming. In the early months of the war, the United States was continually striving to procure for neutrals, quote, a standard by which to measure their rights or to avoid danger to their ships and cargoes, end quote. Note of March 5, 1915. Germany was continually trying to do the same. England was continually refusing. England's military area upon the high seas was established November 5, 1914. Germany's was established February 18, 1915. But even then, Germany showed a greater regard for neutral rights, since Germany's war was declared only against enemy vessels. England's war, however, was declared against neutral vessels. In its note of May 4, 1916, Germany pointed out, quote, the German government will only state that it has imposed far-reaching restraints upon the use of the submarine weapon, solely in consideration of neutrals' interests, in spite of the fact that these restrictions are necessarily of advantage to Germany's enemies. No such consideration has ever been shown neutrals by Great Britain and her allies, end quote. 3 months previously, President Wilson had publicly admitted that the instructions given to commanders of German submarines, quote, are consistent for the most part with the law of nations, end quote. Speech at St. Louis, February 3, 1916. One cannot read the diplomatic correspondence between America and England and between America and Germany without reaching the conclusion that the Wilson administration was fully aware that it was closer to Germany than to England in matters of principle. This fact was at times even acknowledged in words. For example, quote, the government of the United States and the Imperial German government are contending for the same great object, have long stood together in urging the very principles upon which the government of the United States now so solemnly insists. They are both contending for the freedom of the seas, end quote. American Note to Germany, July 21, 1915. Not at any time, nor for any period until February 1, 1917, did Germany stand as squarely against America's contentions as England stood from November 5, 1914. Germany's unrestricted warfare against merchant vessels within a certain area upon the high seas began February 1, 1917. England's began November 5, 1914. There is not an iota of difference in principle between these two decrees, and to Germany belongs the defense of retaliation. Why did not America break diplomatic relations with England November 5, 1914, and move rapidly toward war? Why did not the United States insist, as it repeatedly told England that it would, quote, that the relations between it and His Majesty's government be governed not by a policy of expediency, but by those established rules of international conduct upon which Great Britain in the past has held the United States to account when the latter nation was engaged in a struggle for national existence, end quote. Note of October 21, 1915. Why did America reverse itself suddenly on the status of armed merchant ships, on the use of the submarine for operations against commerce, and on the single standard as a condition of neutrality, thus swinging itself around into less glaring inharmony with the British position and squarely against the German position. We happen to have the answer of President Wilson himself, as given by his State Department to the United States Senate, which had propounded similar questions to the above. Quote, "The fact that the commerce of the United States is interrupted by Great Britain is consequent upon the superiority of her navy upon the high seas. History shows that whenever a country has possessed that superiority, our trade has been interrupted, and that few articles essential to the prosecution of the war have been allowed to reach its enemy from this country." End quote. Answer of American Secretary of State to U.S. Senate, January 20th, 1915, American White Book, Volume 2, page 59. In a word, we are guided not by principle, but by expediency. We yield to superior force and fight the inferior on the same principle. The fact stands out, dodge as one may, that the only cause in dispute between the United States and Germany was the right to ship supplies and passengers to the enemies of Germany, in the face of having given up the right to ship supplies and passengers to Germany itself. Our own record puts us out of court. The British proclamation of November 1914, establishing a military area upon the high seas, was not included in the American White Book. So important a paper could hardly have been omitted without deliberate intent. The purpose must have been to conceal, in a measure, our diplomatic inconsistencies. But in spite of the suppression, the official record is completely self-convicting. Our own White Book forever disposes of any claim to championship of international law as a cause for America's war. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. International Law. America's Offenses as a Belligerent. If offenses against the law of nations required the American people, in honor, to go to war with the offender, then we would have gone to war not only with Germany and her allies, but with England and her allies, and with our own government as well. In his war message, President Wilson made this solemn promise, quote, "We shall, as belligerents, observe with proud punctilio the principles of right and of fair play we profess to be fighting for." End quote. In actual practice, he perpetrated many infractions of these principles, not only in relation to our enemies, but in relation to the world of neutrals. Far from championing the rights of neutrals, if the standards which we ourselves laid down in our pre-war disputes had been accepted and applied by the neutral nations of the earth, every neutral flying a flag upon the high seas would have been compelled to go to war against us. So far as our declared enemies were concerned, our president began to offend under, quote, "the principles of right and fair play," end quote, long before we formally entered war. He began to offend on the day he withdrew his opposition to the loaning of money by American bankers to belligerent governments, and so departed from his own interpretation of strict neutrality. Against the letter of the law, he began to offend when he ceased to preserve an equally inflexible front toward violations of American rights, respectively, by Germany and England, and, in order to conceal this offense, he set up the ridiculous, quote, "single, not joint, absolute, not relative," end quote, theory of responsibility. Quotations from the letter of international law in this chapter are taken from Professor T.J. Lawrence, whose writings are used as textbooks both by the English Admiralty and the American Navy. Dealing with the law of neutrality, Professor Lawrence lays down as a primary duty of a nation to, quote, "refrain from giving to one side, in matters connected with hostilities, privileges which it denies to others," end quote. The same position had been taken by George Washington more than a century before. When, in the 18th century, England attempted to stop all American commerce with France, just as in 1915 she attempted to stop all American commerce with Germany, Thomas Jefferson, Washington's Secretary of State, wrote into his protest to England, September 7, 1793, quote, "Were we to withhold from her, France, supplies of provisions, we should in like manner be bound to withhold them from her enemies also." End quote. As to the deliberate plan of President Wilson to begin hostilities without first declaring war, the Third Convention of the Hague Conference of 1907, signed by both the United States and Germany, laid down the principle that hostilities, quote, "must not commence without previous and explicit warning, in the form either of a declaration of war with the reasons assigned for it, or of an ultimatum with conditional declaration of war." End quote. America has her scraps of paper, as well as other countries. Our Treaty of 1828 with the Kingdom of Prussia is one of them. In a note to Germany dated May 13, 1915, the Wilson government admitted that the Treaty of 1828 was still in force. Quote, "The United States and Germany are bound together not only by special ties of friendship, but also by the explicit stipulations of the Treaty of 1828 between the United States and the Kingdom of Prussia." End quote. But the Treaty of 1828 revives parts of the Treaty of 1799 with the Kingdom of Prussia, including the whole of Articles 23 and 24. Article 23 reads, quote, "If war should arise between the two contracting parties, the merchants of either country then residing in the other shall be allowed to remain 9 months to collect their debts and settle their affairs, and may depart freely, carrying off all their effects without molestation or hindrance, and all the women and children, scholars of every faculty, cultivators of the earth, artisans, manufacturers, and fishermen, unarmed and inhabiting unfortified towns, villages, or places, and in general, all others whose occupations are for the common subsistence and benefit of mankind, shall be allowed to continue their respective employments, and shall not be molested in their persons, nor shall their houses or goods be burnt or otherwise destroyed, nor their fields wasted by the armed force of the enemy, into whose power by the events of war they may happen to fall. But if anything is necessary to be taken from them for the use of such armed force, the same shall be paid for at a reasonable price." End quote. But upon declaring war, we prohibited the departure of any German subject from the territory of the United States. We placed German subjects under restriction. We seized more than 100 ships belonging to German subjects in American harbors and used them in the war against Germany. We confiscated many millions of dollars worth of property of German subjects of all kinds and in all parts of the United States. We sold many millions of dollars worth of this property and used the money to fight Germany. We so arranged the circumstances of such sales that the owners will probably never be able to recover their possessions. Not a dollar of compensation was given, and there was no pretense that adequate compensation would ever be given. President Wilson offered, at the time, what may be termed an excuse for tearing up the Treaty of 1828. It was that Germany had violated American rights. The point is irrelevant, since the stipulation in question was framed exclusively for a state of war. By its very provisions, it begins to operate only when war begins, and pre-war differences cannot call its validity into question. This is acknowledged in the treaty itself. Article 24 concludes with the following words, quote, "And it is declared that neither the pretense that war dissolves treaties, nor any other whatever, shall be considered as annulling or suspending this and the next preceding article, but on the contrary, that the state of war is precisely that for which they are provided, and during which they are to be as sacredly observed as the most acknowledged articles in the law of nations." End quote. Such stipulations as those quoted above, providing for the safety of alien enemies, are to be found in almost innumerable treaties between governments. In discussing them, Lawrence says, quote, "Such stipulations are hardly needed now, for the old right of arrest has been rendered obsolete by the continuous contrary custom of nearly 150 years. The only case of detention to be found in modern times occurred in 1803, when Napoleon arrested the British subjects found in France after the rupture of the Treaty of Amiens. but this was placed on the ground of reprisal and has almost always been regarded as a violent proceeding in defiance of right." End quote. Principles of International Law, page 388. Regarding the rightful policy to be pursued toward enemy property in general, he says, quote, "In modern times, the real property of enemy subjects has not been interfered with by the belligerent states in whose territory it was situated, even when the owners resided in their own or neutral states, the one exception being an act of the Confederate Congress passed in 1861 for the appropriation of all enemy property found within the Confederacy, except public stocks and securities. This proceeding was deemed unwarrantably severe, and contrary usage has been so uniform that we may safely regard the old right to confiscate or sequestrate as having become obsolete through disuse. What is done by a weaker party in a bitter civil war is hardly a guide for ordinary belligerents in a struggle between independent states. If it is right to argue from the practice of nations to the law of nations, we may join the great majority of continental publicists in the assertion that the international law of our own times does not permit of the confiscation of the private property of enemy subjects found on the land territory of the state at the outbreak of war." End quote. Pages 424 to 426. Regarding merchantmen which are found in an enemy port at the commencement of hostilities in the Sixth Hague Convention of 1907 appear the following clauses. Quote, A. When a merchant ship belonging to one of the belligerent powers is at the commencement of hostilities in an enemy port, it is desirable that it should be allowed to depart freely, either immediately or after a reasonable number of days of grace, and to proceed, after being furnished with a pass, direct to its port of destination or any other port indicated. B. A merchant ship unable, owing to circumstances of force majeure, to leave the enemy port within the period contemplated in the above article, or which was not allowed to leave, cannot be confiscated. End quote. When war was declared against Spain in 1898, a presidential proclamation allowed Spanish ships 30 days in which to depart from our harbors and reach home. Enemy aliens were disturbed neither in their persons nor in their property. By one who holds the extreme theory that the German people are a race of savages bent on the destruction of the world, that they had to be exterminated or brought to their knees at all costs, it may be that any offense under international law against these people will be condoned, but what excuse can be given for our offenses against the world of neutrals? The President's own answer on July 24, 1915, was that there can be no excuse. Quote, illegal and inhuman acts, however justifiable they may be thought to be against an enemy who is believed to have acted in contravention of law and humanity, are manifestly indefensible when they deprive neutrals of their acknowledged rights. End quote. Note to Germany. Before April 1917, we professed to be guided by consideration for the rights of neutrals in general. We notified the world that we stood ready to go to war in defense of neutral rights. We even professed to go to war as a champion of neutral rights. But after April 1917, what treatment did neutral rights receive at our hands? After April 1917, England did not abate in a single detail her violations of neutral rights, yet we became an ally of England and joined heartily in trampling upon the very rights which we had so loftily promised to defend. We even carried our own aggressions upon neutral rights to greater extremes than they had ever been carried against us. We had signed the Declaration of London ourselves. We had asked the belligerents to abide by it. Germany and her allies had at all times been willing to abide by it, provided their enemies would abide by it also. When we became an ally of Germany's enemies, did we again propose that all belligerents abide by the Declaration of London? Would we have accepted such a proposal made by Germany? When we went to war, we paid no heed whatever to the provisions of the Declaration of London. It was an offense against Germany for which retaliation cannot be offered as an excuse. It was an offense against neutrals absolutely indefensible when judged either by our own previously professed standards of international conduct or by the letter of the law itself. Again, in January 1916, England announced her Trading with the Enemy Act, which contemplated a blacklist. After the act had been in force for 6 months, America denounced it in the following terms. Quote, "It is evident that they, the blacklist measures, are inevitably and essentially inconsistent with the rights of the citizens of all the nations not involved in war, and inconsistent with that true justice, sincere amity, and impartial fairness which should characterize the dealings of friendly governments with one another." End quote. Note of July 26, 1916, to England. Yet our own Trading with the Enemy Act, including the blacklist features, was a copy of England's, and we applied it to neutrals more severely than England ever applied it to us. In its protest of December 26, 1914, to England, America quoted a pronouncement of the British Premier, Lord Salisbury, during the South African War as follows, quote, "Foodstuffs, though they have a hostile destination, can be considered as contraband of war only if they are for the enemy's forces. It is not sufficient that they are capable of being so used. It must be shown that this was in fact their destination at the time of their seizure." End quote. In reply, England admitted, quote, "No country has maintained more stoutly than Great Britain in modern times the principle that a belligerent should abstain from interference with the foodstuffs intended for the civil population." End quote. Note of February 10, 1915. Yet England only made more and more stringent her measures of starvation against Germany, while America, on becoming an ally of England, took drastic action to make the system of starvation absolutely complete. Not only did we offend against Germany, but we offended against the entire neutral world in precisely the same manner as England had offended against us. Our blockade note to England of October 21, 1915, ought to be read by every patriot who really cares for his country's honor. That note is unanswerable. It outlaws the British paper blockade on half a dozen counts. The British precedent, which America quotes, alone constitutes an overwhelming case. "Blockades," says the Declaration of Paris, which Britain signed, quote, "in order to be binding, must be effective. That is to say, maintained by force sufficient really to prevent access to the coasts of the enemy." End quote. But America pointed out that the coasts of Germany had always been open to Scandinavian trade. Quote, "There is no better settled principle of the law of nations than that which forbids the blockade of neutral ports in time of war," end quote, urged America. Against the blockade of Scandinavian ports, we quoted the instructions of Sir Edward Grey to the British delegates to the London Conference, quote, "setting out the views of His Majesty's government, founded on the decisions of the British courts," end quote, as follows, quote, "A blockade must be confined to the ports and coasts of the enemy," end quote, and, quote, "where the ship does not intend to proceed to the blockaded port, the fact that goods are to be sent by sea or inland transport is no ground for condemnation," end quote. We showed that the blockade of Scandinavian ports was intentionally not applied by England to her own ships, doubly condemning it under a decision of England during the Crimean War that, quote, "if belligerents themselves traded with blockaded ports, they cannot be regarded as effectively blockaded," end quote. It was on grounds like these that President Wilson based his conclusion that the British blockade was, quote, "ineffective, illegal, and indefensible," end quote, and announced his high decision to devote the energies of America to the vindication of neutral rights. Yet when we went to war, we devoted our energies largely to making more completely operative this very indefensible aggression upon such rights. One of the most remarkable offenses ever perpetrated against a neutral nation was our seizure of a large fraction of the merchant fleet of Holland and our employment of these vessels in the war against Germany. Previously to our becoming her ally, England had confiscated a number of American ships, but she had made no wholesale grabs of shipping. and in each case she had offered a specific pretext against which America had protested under the rules of international law. But when President Wilson took the merchant vessels of Holland, he gathered in all he could lay his hands on, 68 ships, totaling in round numbers 500,000 tons. If, in confiscating the merchant vessels of German subjects found in our harbors at the outbreak of the war, we trampled upon international law, how much more flagrantly must we have trampled upon international law in confiscating ships of neutrals whom we had invited to trade with us? True, the President professed to act, quote, in accordance with international law and practice, end quote. Proclamation taking over Dutch ships, March 20th, 1918. And the newspapers, day after day, referred to the action as being within our rights under international law, and mentioned the law of angry as if it were a common and accepted course of belligerence in time of war. It may be that this particular deception did not pass discerning laymen as successfully as certain others. It may be that the inconsistency, not to say rank injustice, of our proceeding was sensed by many. We confiscate outright many millions of dollars worth of the property of neutral peoples, whose conduct toward us is without reproach, whose vessels enjoy a certain guarantee of safety in our ports under commercial treaty. We strike a staggering blow at that nation's foreign commerce, which happens to be of very much greater importance to it than our own foreign commerce ever was to us. We do this with no other excuse than that we can use these foreign ships to our own advantage, and we defend our action under the pretense that we are within our rights under international law. Discerning laymen may also remember that, in all the official and press camouflage connected with the taking over of the Dutch ships, only one international precedent for the action was mentioned, and that precedent came from Germany, against whom we were making the most exaggerated charges of lawlessness. The law of angry, is it a law? Here is what Lawrence has to say of the grabbing of neutral ships by countries at war, of the law of angry, and the German precedent, which we refer to in defense of our own action. Quote, no recent case of such a high-handed proceeding is to be found. Treaty after treaty forbids it. We may imagine how fiercely it might be resented if we contemplate for a moment what would be the consequences of, say, the seizure by the United States government of all the liners in the port of New York in order to carry to its destination an expedition against a Central American republic hastily planned in a sudden emergency. Half the civilized world would suffer, and the other half would make common cause with it. Even the milder manifestations of the power to seize are looked on askance and provoke so much controversy that belligerent states will be unwilling to resort to them in the future. The last instance bears out this view. In 1870, the Germans sank 6 English colliers in the Seine at Duclair to stop the advance up the river of some French gunboats. Compensation was demanded, and after some hesitation, given, and the act was excused on the ground that the danger was pressing and could not be met in any other way. The practice is so indefensible that it is now scarcely defended. Belligerents must make war with their own resources and what they can capture from the enemy, not with neutral property, which is unfortunate enough to be for the moment in their power. In the vigorous words of Dana, angry is not a right at all, but an act resorted to from necessity, for which apology and compensation must be made at the peril of war. End quote. Pages 626 to 628. We cannot defend the seizure of the Dutch ships on the ground of immediate necessity. We did not apologize for their seizure. We preferred hypocritically to pretend that our wrong was a right. We promised compensation at the end of the war, but it is easy to understand that such compensation, based on the assessed value of the ships in view of the existing need of the Dutch nation, could not be satisfactory. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. other intolerable wrongs. Quote, "I shall not go back to debate the causes of the war," end quote, said President Wilson in his message to Congress December 4th, 1917. Quote, "The intolerable wrongs done and planned against us by the sinister masters of Germany have long since become too grossly obvious and odious to every true American to need to be rehearsed," end quote. We have disposed of the intolerable wrongs involved in the submarine dispute. What others appear in the official list of America's war causes? The President's most complete statement of them appears in his Flag Day address, June 14, 1917. Quote, "It is plain how we were forced into the war. The extraordinary insults and aggressions of the Imperial German government left us no self-respecting choice but to take up arms in defense of our rights as a free people and of our honor as a sovereign government. The military masters of Germany denied us the right to be neutral. They filled our unsuspecting communities with vicious spies and conspirators and sought to corrupt the opinion of our people in their own behalf. When they found that they could not do that, their agents diligently spread sedition amongst us and sought to draw our own citizens from their allegiance. They sought by violence to destroy our industries and arrest our commerce. They tried to incite Mexico to take up arms against us and draw Japan into a hostile alliance with her. They impudently denied us the use of the high seas and repeatedly executed their threat that they would send to their death any of our people who ventured to approach the coasts of Europe. What great nation in such circumstances would not have taken up arms?" End quote. Stripped of rhetoric, the intolerable wrongs, the extraordinary insults and aggressions, aside from those pertaining to the submarine issue, are reduced to the following terms. 1. Spies in America. 2. Pro-German propaganda. 3. Bomb plots against munition works and ships supplying Germany's enemies. 4. Conspiracy to cause Mexico and Japan to become enemies of America. If the maintenance of spies in a foreign country be a cause for war, then every neutral nation on earth has a cause for war against America, since we maintain spies all over the world, and especially in the countries directly south of us. Whether German spies may be termed vicious, or whether American spies may be termed vicious, depends obviously not upon their being spies, but upon their acts and purposes as such. And what acts and purposes were alleged against the vicious German spies and conspirators? First, that they sought to corrupt the opinion of our own people in their behalf. A terrible crime, surely, inasmuch as Germany's enemies were doing exactly the same thing in America, and as America proceeded to do exactly the same thing in every neutral country. Everybody knows that Wilson's Bureau of Information sent propagandists all over the world, and that all consular officers, secret servicemen, and government agents of all kinds abroad engaged more or less in corrupting the opinion of the neutral peoples in our behalf, quite naturally. When they found that they could not corrupt the opinion of our people in their behalf, what did they do, these vicious spies and conspirators? They, quote, "diligently spread sedition amongst us and sought to draw our own citizens from their allegiance," end quote. It sounds quite terrible, but the President could not have been thinking of anything more heinous than the peaceful and lawful efforts of Germans within the United States to avert war with Germany, for nothing more heinous than that occurred. Everybody knows that there was no actual seditious uprising against the government for the purpose of forcing America to become a vassal of Germany, or any attempt at anything of the kind. The President possibly had in mind the Bernstorff peace plot. On January 22, 1917, Mr. Bernstorff, the German ambassador, wrote to his government asking for $50,000 to assist peace societies in the United States to spread propaganda intended to keep America out of war. The Bernstorff letter, published the following September, was put out by the administration as proof of a heinous German plot directed against the peace and security of the United States, and was so treated by the newspapers. It happens that, on January 22nd, President Wilson's own professed purposes were precisely those for which Bernstorff wanted his $50,000. Wherefore, if the interpretation placed upon the Bernstorff letter is just, the President himself was implicated in a German plot directed against the peace and security of the United States. Third, there were the bomb plots against munitions works and ships supplying Germany's enemies. But Wilson never brought the bomb plots diplomatically to the attention of the Kaiser, claiming them as offenses requiring reparation with war as the alternative. Wilson's government did obtain some evidence of unneutral activities on the part of a number of acknowledged representatives of Germany and Austria, but its manner of dealing with these cases proves that it did not consider that war was required as an answer to them. Bomb plots and offenses of that sort were, in general, dealt with as crimes of individuals. If the government had actual evidence of guilt, it sent the individual to prison, and that was the end of it. In the cases of Ambassador Dumba of Austria and Captains von Papen and Boyed, German military and naval attachés, diplomatic representations were made. Against Dumba, it was alleged that he had, quote, admitted that he had proposed to his government plans to instigate strikes in American manufacturing plants, end quote. Von Papen and Boyed were accused of having connection, quote, with the illegal and questionable acts of certain persons within the United States, end quote. America asked reparation in the recall of the offending officials. That reparation was given. No further reparation of any kind was asked, and the incident was closed. To bring such matters up again and list them among our official war causes is only additional evidence of the frantic extremities to which the President was driven in the effort to justify the war. While German spies, German propaganda, and bomb plots were never officially suggested as a possible cause for war until the war message, what was known as the German-Mexican plot, was brought forward during the debate on the Armed Ships Bill and was adroitly used to manufacture belligerent sentiment and to coerce Congress into permitting one of the unconstitutional steps by which the President achieved belligerency for America. During the debate on the Armed Ships Bill, Senator Works of California charged that the Zimmerman letter had been produced to influence votes and secure the passage of the bill, that it had been used to line up both Democrats and Republicans and had lined them up, that although a half-dozen votes could not be mustered in the Senate for a declaration of war, the Senate was being persuaded, under cover of the excitement stirred up by the Zimmerman letter, quote, to do something that will lead us just as surely and certainly to war as if we had openly declared it, end quote. The newspaper reports of the day tell the same story. The Washington Dispatch to the New York Tribune on February 28, 1917 said, quote, it was a disheartening spectacle that was presented in Congress today before the news of the German-Mexican plot came. In the Capitol, the pro-Germans and the pacifists were making all the noise, and there seemed no possibility of a declaration of war by Congress. There was not even a chance to vote upon the legislation conferring upon the President authority to arm merchant ships. The coming of the news of the plot changed all this, and it seems now that real action will be taken almost by acclamation, end quote. Although the Armed Ships Bill barely failed to pass, in spite of the Zimmerman letter, that missive greatly assisted in reaching the end for which it was employed. Many senators and representatives who had not yet dared to go against the peace spirit of their constituencies now dared to go against it. President Wilson, his hand greatly strengthened, dared embark upon his misnamed policy of armed neutrality, even without express authority from Congress. The path to war became far less thorny. After we were at war, our propagandists continued passionately to ring the changes upon the horrible German-Mexican plot. Said President Wilson in the message of December 4, 1917, quote, there, the Germans, sinister and secret diplomacy has sought to take the very territory away from us and disrupt the union of our states, end quote. What are the merits of the charge? Here is the famous Zimmerman letter in full, as the Wilson administration gave it to the press. Quote, Berlin, January 19, 1917. On the first day of February, we intend to begin submarine warfare unrestricted. In spite of this, it is our intention to keep neutral the United States of America. If this attempt is not successful, we propose an alliance on the following basis with Mexico: that we shall make war together and together make peace. We shall give general financial support, and it is understood that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in New Mexico, Texas, and Arizona. The details are left to you for settlement. You are instructed to inform the President of Mexico of the above in the greatest confidence as soon as it is certain that there will be an outbreak of war with the United States, and suggest that the President of Mexico, on his own initiative, should communicate with Japan suggesting adherence at once to this plan. At the same time, offer to mediate between Germany and Japan. Please call to the attention of the President of Mexico that the employment of ruthless submarine warfare now promises to compel England to make peace in a few months. Signed, Zimmerman. End quote. The letter is from the German Foreign Secretary at Berlin to the German ambassador at Mexico. It is seen that the proposal of an alliance is conditional on the United States declaring war on Germany, and that the matter is not to be broached at all unless it becomes, quote, certain that there will be an outbreak of war with the United States, end quote, a thing that the German government will try to avoid. How did this precautionary measure of the German government differ from the efforts that governments habitually put forth to procure the assistance of as many other countries as possible on the eve of a serious conflict? How did it differ from the effort that the Entente governments habitually and frankly made from the beginning to draw in as large a fraction of the world as possible against their enemies? How did it differ from the efforts that President Wilson himself put forth to turn as many of the neutrals as possible against the Central Powers? Compare the Zimmerman letter with a message that President Wilson sent to all the neutral governments in the world on severing diplomatic relations with Germany. In that message, the President flatly requested all other neutrals to follow the example of America and break relations with Germany. While it is theoretically conceivable that America might have broken relations and kept out of war, it is not conceivable that such a course would have been possible for Holland, Switzerland, or any other neutral on the borders of Germany. Practically, then, the President was asking these countries to go to war, although at the time, and for nearly 2 months afterwards, he was disclaiming any intention of going to war himself. Moreover, while the German government merely requested Mexico to join her in the event of war, we employed coercion in the effort to compel other nations to go in against the Central Powers. By various means, we induced China and some Latin American countries to join us. The most flagrant example of such coercion, however, is found in our manner of applying the embargo to the European neutrals. The domestic right of a country to prohibit exports of its products, either in peace or war, is unquestionable. The international right or wrong of such a procedure depends upon its purpose and effects. When a country at peace resorts to an embargo either to conserve its products for its own use, to maintain its neutrality, or to compel another country to respect its commercial or other prerogatives under international law, it is clearly within its rights. When a country at war resorts to embargo to conserve its own products for its own use, it is clearly within its rights. But when a country at war resorts to embargo in pursuance of a general policy of violation of the rights of neutral countries, and employs the embargo as a means to destroying neutral rights, to punishing neutrals for being neutral, and to bribing or coercing them into unneutrality, seeking to range them on its own side, whether they will or no, the offense can never be condoned. No serious criticism can be made of the purposes acknowledged in President Wilson's statement explaining the American embargo, July 8, 1917. But the embargo was not limited to its acknowledged purposes. At the very time that the President's statement was issued, neutral ships in American ports were refused clearance, and conditions were laid down to neutrals requiring them to submit to and aid the blockade of Germany, the same blockade that America had characterized as, quote, ineffective, illegal, and indefensible, a practical assertion of unlimited belligerent rights over neutral commerce, an almost unqualified denial of the sovereign rights of the nation whose ships, trade, or commerce is interfered with, end quote. Not only that, but we proceeded to erect an illegal blockade upon the land, as well as upon the sea, to compel the neutral nations to surrender their right to trade with our enemies by sea or land, and to compel them to trade with us instead and on our own terms. That the chief purpose of our embargo was to coerce unwilling neutrals into the war was admitted, behind closed doors, by the administration itself. On May 9, 1917, after what the newspapers described as a stormy secret session of the Senate, Senator Townsend insisted on debating the subject matter of the secret session in the open. In the course of his remarks on the Senate floor, Senator Townsend said, quote, I am not willing to vote for the very German methods we have condemned. I understand that this provision now before us is not to be used for the protection of American products or to protect the American supply, but to coerce neutral countries. We stood for neutrality and urged the nations of the world to support neutrality. Now that we are engaged in the war, we ought not to coerce other nations and force them to enter the struggle. I can't believe that a war of this sort would result in good to the world. If this is the purpose of the United States, we have abandoned the high ideal we set as our reason for going to war. I don't want to seem antagonistic to the President or to the government in their prosecution of this war, but it seems to me that this measure will intensify the war. Even though I subject myself to criticism, I cannot vote for something that is unjust. I am not willing to force war upon those neutral countries, especially little countries, by methods we have condemned. If there is a God in heaven whose aid we are invoking, we will hardly get his aid by these measures, which are unjust, unfair, and uncivilized, end quote. Although we did not succeed in bringing the European neutrals formally into the war on our side, we did push them into a position of unneutrality and forced them to support our illegal blockade. We accomplished this through our control, in conjunction with our allies, of the available food supplies of the earth and of the ships upon the seas. We refused to allow any of the food under our control to go to the neutral countries in question, or any of the ships under our control to carry food to the neutral countries in question. We refused to allow any of the coal under our control to bunker any ships whatever intending to carry food to the neutral countries in question. But this was not enough. We refused to allow these countries to use their own ships and their own coal to carry their own food to one another or to themselves. To ensure the attainment of this purpose, we held the merchant ships of these neutral countries in our ports. Our terms specifically were that these neutral countries lease the greater part of their merchant fleets to us for the period of the war, turn over their commerce to us and the control of their trade, submit to a system of rationing for themselves, formally surrender their right to trade with Germany in all commodities carried in our ships or theirs, and deliver their own surplus products to us under terms and conditions which we laid down. What President Wilson asked these neutral nations to agree to was the same thing in principle as, though more offensive in effect than, the thing which he himself had characterized as, quote, an attitude of unneutrality toward the present enemies of Great Britain, which would be obviously inconsistent with the solemn obligations of this government, end quote. It was on this ground that the European neutrals all refused, at first, to enter into any such agreement. But we held the whip hand, we had their ships. Our action compelled these neutrals to choose between four courses: war on the side of the Entente, war on the side of Germany, national starvation, or a perilous unneutrality favorable to the Entente and an offense against Germany. At no time had either Germany or England so contemptuously ridden over the rights of America. The negotiations continued for months. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark surrendered only when face to face with starvation. Holland held out, and its ships were confiscated without the formality of an agreement. The neutrals yielded because they were intent on avoiding war at all costs. They had suffered from Germany, but Germany had never demanded of them any such surrender of their neutral rights as did we. America's offenses against the neutral world come out in their most unlovely proportions only when it is remembered with what self-righteousness they were perpetrated. Through our spokesman, President Wilson, we declared ourselves, quote, the trustees of the moral judgments of the world, end quote. Proclaimed, quote, our proud position even amidst the turmoil of war for the law and the right, end quote. Pledged our country to the golden rule in international affairs, asserting the basis of honor as, quote, the treatment of others as we would be treated ourselves, end quote. For ourselves, we declared that, quote, the first and primary obligation is the maintenance of our own sovereignty, end quote. Yet we violated the sovereignty of others. Quote, the territory of a neutral power is inviolable, end quote, said the Second Hague Convention. We signed it, and we professed to go to war, quote, to assert the principles of law in a world in which the principles of law have broken down, end quote. Yet we violated the territory of a neutral, Russia. We proclaimed the international code, quote, first, that every people has the right to choose the sovereignty under which they live, end quote. Yet we intervened in Russia, hoping to overthrow the constituted government and to replace it with one that would serve our interests better. While killing Russians, we disclaimed intervention, disclaimed wrong, and spoke of aid. Quote, any intervention in an internal struggle, end quote, says Lawrence, quote, is an attempt to prevent the people of a state from settling their own affairs in their own way. It is an attack upon independence and consequently a gross violation of international law, end quote. Principles of International Law, pages 134, 135. With our embargo, we make Mexico feel the pinch of hunger. Our embargo is our right. At the same time, we let Mexico understand that we will permit no Mexican embargo on oil. Mexico has no right to an embargo. We confiscate the Dutch ships, asserting, quote, by exercising in this crisis our admitted right to control all property within our territory, we do no wrong to Holland, end quote. At the same time, we threaten Mexico with intervention, asserting that certain taxes are confiscatory. The other intolerable wrongs justify our war as inadequately as the wrongs of the submarine dispute. As for American honor, instead of being maintained, it was debased exactly to the extent that principle was outraged, pledges were broken, and high professions proven a mockery. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Our Objectives. Chapter 19. War for Democracy. Our professed objectives, as voiced by President Wilson and echoed by all loyal patriots who stood behind him, do not admit of dispute as to their nature, so long as they were expressed in abstract terms. From the beginning of the war to its finish, all declarations of aim were put forward as leading to the same ends: democracy, permanent peace. Permanent peace was laid down as essential to the safety of democracy, and a certain measure of democracy was laid down as essential to permanent peace. Absolute equality among nations, great and small, equal and absolute independence in domestic affairs, freedom of the seas for all, upon terms of equality, in peace and in war, the self-determination of peoples, some international understanding for the enforcement of these principles, open diplomacy, the abolition of militarism and autocracy. These were put forward simply as conditions of that measure of democracy which a permanent peace requires. These principles of a permanent peace were not new. They are not Wilson creations or discoveries. They were urged upon the world by a few men in all countries before the outbreak of the war, and during the war they were accepted, in words, by the leading statesmen of both sides. We have the word of President Wilson himself that, quote, "The objects which the statesmen of the belligerents on both sides have in mind in this war are virtually the same, as stated in general terms to their own people and to the world." End quote. December 18, 1916. What governments, if any, in fact, went to war for democracy? It is obvious that the answer is to be found not in the abstract professions of statesmen, but in the record of concrete performances. Even had President Wilson been sincere in his professed regard for the principles of democracy and permanent peace, that alone would not have justified him in leading America into war. He would still have been under the obligation to arrive at war through constitutional and honest means. Furthermore, the practicability of reaching the desired ends through war would have had to be overwhelmingly clear. It happens that we have Wilson's own word on the inexpediency of going to war for democracy, permanent peace, or for almost any other end, however desirable. Although, from the beginning of his tenure of office, the President proclaimed adherence to the same principles of international conduct as he later translated into war objectives until April 1917. He not only refrained from going to war for their attainment, but argued copiously and eloquently upon the futility of such a course. Quote, "There is nothing that the United States wants that it has to get by war. Force will not accomplish anything that is permanent. We are not interested in seeing one group of nations prevail over another. I challenge you to cite me an instance in the history of the world where liberty was handed down from above." End quote. Even after April 1917, President Wilson, at times, pronounced against a crusade at arms to impose democracy upon other countries, as we shall soon see. Even were a government to be found unselfish enough to assume the fearful cost of war simply for the sake of extending democracy, the very attempt to impose democracy upon another nation would constitute a violation of sovereignty, which happens to be one of the conditions of democracy which President Wilson laid down as a prerequisite to permanent peace. How, for that matter, can autocracy and militarism be banished from the earth by opposing the autocracy and militarism of one country with autocracy and militarism set up in other countries? During the fighting, the beauties in the so-called German system were urged upon us, notably in the President's proclamation of May 18, 1917, and frequently by such men as James W. Gerard, ex-ambassador to Germany, and one of the President's most trusted propagandists. But if the system is so fine, why should we wish to destroy it, in Germany or anywhere else? If it be desirable for us, why not for our neighbors? For the very gentleman who shouted most violently for the overthrow of German militarism advocated the same system for America, not merely as a temporary measure for the overthrow of German militarism. After German militarism was overthrown, they continued to advocate it as a permanent feature of American democracy. One of the most universally accepted principles of the international law for which we profess to fight was that one country may not attempt to dictate the form of government of another, or any of its internal affairs, or find a basis for dispute in any of its policies except where the latter may involve either a direct infringement of the sovereignty of the first country or an attack upon its vital interests. The principle of self-determination precludes any government from attempting to serve democracy abroad by force, except as that might be possible in the adjustment of the external affairs of nations. The question of reform within any country must be left strictly to be worked out by the population of that country. The very term, quote, "a war for democracy," end quote, carries a contradiction within itself, for the act destroys the aim. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Peace without victory versus peace from victory. President Wilson's first formal and comprehensive statement of the terms requisite for a permanent peace and the means for attaining such a peace was made January 22, 1917, in the famous Senate address in which originated the phrase, peace without victory. On going to war, he did not repudiate his peace without victory speech as such, nor at any time confess himself wrong in the basic principles there laid down. On the contrary, in the war message he assured us, I have exactly the same thing in mind now that I had in mind when I addressed the Senate on the 22nd of January last. End quote. In the message of December 4th of the same year, he again referred to the January address, asserting positively, quote, our entrance into the war has not altered our attitude toward the settlement that must come when it is over, end quote. Accordingly, here and there among the president's later pronouncements appear declarations that prove to be strictly in harmony with the original formula. Yet, side by side with these, appear others of a flatly contradictory nature. The principle of first importance in the president's original formula related not to the actual conditions of a democratic and permanent peace, but to the means for attaining it, and was expressed by the phrase itself, quote, peace without victory, end quote. Quote, it must be a peace without victory. Victory would mean peace forced upon the loser, a victor's terms imposed upon the vanquished. It would be accepted in humiliation, under duress, at an intolerable sacrifice, and would leave a sting, a resentment, a bitter memory, upon which terms of peace would rest not permanently, but only as upon quicksand. End quote. Yet in the war message, the president advised that Congress, quote, exert all its power and employ all its resources to bring the government of the German Empire to terms, end quote. And thereafter he repeated the sentiment innumerable times. Did the president change his convictions as to the means for attaining a permanent peace after January 1917? Why, then, did he continue to affirm his allegiance to that original formula? How great the inconsistency is seen from the president's elaboration of this article of his original Book of Faith. Quote, fortunately, the statesmen of both of the groups of nations now arrayed against one another have said, in terms that could not be misinterpreted, that it was no part of the purpose they had in mind to crush their opponents. End quote. Yet in the message of December 4th, we find this declaration characteristic of later utterances. Quote, the German power must be crushed, end quote. Why should it be fortunate at the beginning of 1917 that England, France, and their allies did not wish to crush Germany? The president answered as follows, quote, only a peace between equals can last. Only a peace the very principle of which is equality and a common participation in a common benefit. The equality of nations upon which peace must be founded, if it is to last, must be an equality of rights. End quote. If this and previous quotations from the same address mean anything at all, they mean that the primary condition for the attainment of a permanent and democratic peace is that the various belligerents shall meet at the peace table on terms of absolute equality, that neither shall hold a military advantage over the other, that neither shall be in a position to dictate to the other. The corollary of this is that, should circumstances require America to enter the war, we would not be justified in continuing until victory, but only until such a time as the enemy became willing to meet us at the peace table on terms of equality. But throughout the war addresses, the military advantages of victory were frequently urged, even for the specific purpose of dictating a permanent and democratic peace. Quote, we are seeking to make conquest of peace by arms, end quote, said the president in the December 4th address. And in the Buffalo speech, November 12, 1917, he proclaimed that, quote, the way to get peace, if you want it for more than a few minutes, end quote, would be to win the war. It was on this opposite theory that President Wilson acted in dealing with the enemy's overtures for peace. In the note of October 5, 1918, he demanded that, as one of the conditions precedent to talking peace, the Germans withdraw from Allied soil. This demand would have been perfectly consistent with the permanent peace formula had compliance with it equalized the position of the opposing sides, but it happened that it made for greater inequality. So long as the powers associated with us occupied more German territory, to wit, the German colonies, than the Allied territory occupied by Germany, and so long as the demand that Germany withdraw was not accompanied by an offer of the Allies to withdraw, the principle of, quote, equality of rights, end quote, was flagrantly violated. Moreover, in subsequent notes, replying to Germany's consent to withdraw from invaded territory and other concessions of Germany, the President acknowledged that inequality was the very thing he was seeking, and that unless Germany would accept inequality at the peace table, there would be no armistice and no peace. In the note of October 14th, he insisted upon, quote, absolutely satisfactory safeguards and guarantees of the maintenance of the present military supremacy of the United States and the Allies in the field, end quote. And in the note of October 23rd, upon a situation, quote, which would leave the United States and the powers associated with her in a position to enforce any arrangements that may be entered into, end quote. The President's position in action, therefore, was that only a peace with victory would be considered, only a peace between unequals, only such a peace as, quote, would rest not permanently, but only as upon quicksand, end quote. It was in accordance with this formula that the armistice terms were framed and imposed. In spite of all this, during his exhortations to victory, President Wilson at times showed that he was fully aware that, quote, peace without victory, end quote, signifies equality in the field as a means to arriving at equality in the terms, particularly in the reply to the Pope and in the Baltimore speech, April 6, 1918. At the same time, he was advancing an argument forecasting a refusal of equality for the Kaiser. This argument was that the word of the German government could not be trusted. Quote, they observe no covenants, end quote, said he, September 27, 1918. Quote, we cannot come to terms with them. They have made it impossible, end quote. In the course of such denunciations, however, it was always made clear that the application was to the then existing German government. Far from suggesting that the word of the German people was less trustworthy than the word of any other people, Wilson gave the world to understand that the word of a reformed German government would be worth as much as that of other governments. When it is remembered that the President did not, at any time, advance any other argument why a peace between unequals should be imposed upon Germany, except that the word of the Kaiser's government was worthless, his war speeches have to be taken as embodying a most unequivocal pledge to the German people that, on the day they overturned the Kaiser, they would be acceptable as equals at the peace table. As late as October 23, 1918, we find the President refusing peace on the ground that, quote, the nations of the world do not and cannot trust the word of those who have hitherto been the masters of German policy, end quote. With this proposition held before them and their desperate need for peace, the German people overthrew the Kaiser and his entire circle in a manner so emphatic that its genuineness was not questioned. What then became of the President's promises? What became of his eloquent differentiations between the Kaiser's government and the German people? Did he accord the reformed German government equality at the peace table? Did he exert any effort in that direction? Did the German Revolution make any difference whatever in his course of action? Were the armistice terms one whit less crushing than they would have been had the Kaiser himself remained at Potsdam? Just how much was the word of Woodrow Wilson worth? The truth is that all of the President's utterances about the worthless word of the Kaiser standing as a bar to a democratic peace are answered by other utterances of the President. His original peace formula does not require that the word of any government, whatever, be taken as a means to guaranteeing the peace covenants. Fully recognizing that the peace of the world in the past has been disturbed by governments dishonoring their word, not the German government alone, but governments in general, it fully provides for means to compel all to keep their word, in spite of any possible lapses of conscience. Here is the provision. Quote, "It will be absolutely necessary that a force be created as a guarantor of the permanency of the settlement, so much greater than the force of any nation now engaged, or any alliance hitherto formed or projected, that no nation, no probable combination of nations, could face or withstand it. If the peace presently made is to endure, it must be a peace made secure by the organized major force of mankind." End quote. This scheme is either efficacious or it is not. If it is efficacious, then the question of the untrustworthiness of the word of the German government is irrelevant. If it is not efficacious, then it is ridiculous to continue advocating it. Nevertheless, along with his advocacy of a peace between unequals because of the moral incapacity of our enemies, the President continued his advocacy of a scheme to enforce a peace between equals, regardless of moral incapacities, wherever found. Here is the form which this advocacy took as late as June 7, 1918. Quote, "Very well. Let us make an arrangement by which we will give bonds. Let us have a common guarantee that all of us will sign a declaration of political independence and territorial integrity. Let us agree that if any one of us, the United States included, violates the political independence or territorial integrity of any of the others, all others will jump on her. Now that is the kind of an agreement that will have to be the foundation of the future life of the nations of the world, gentlemen. The whole family of nations will have to guarantee to each nation that no nation shall violate its political independence or its territorial integrity. That is the basis, the only conceivable basis, for the future peace of the world." End quote. Addressed to Mexican editors. So much for the means requisite for attaining a permanent and democratic peace. Contradictions quite as remarkable appear in the terms themselves as soon as they begin to be stated in concrete form. As equality of rights is the vital principle of both the means and the terms of the President's original peace creed, so equality of sovereignty is the primary essential of the terms. In the Peace Without Victory address, the proposition was put in the following words. Quote, "I am proposing that all nations should henceforth with one accord adopt the doctrine that no nation should seek to extend its polity over any other nation or people, but that every people should be left free to determine its own polity, its own way of development, unhindered, unthreatened, unafraid." End quote. This is a principle to which the President had frequently professed allegiance from the beginning of his tenure of office. That it means that one government may not attempt to abolish another government, however pernicious the latter may be, and however pure the former, is obvious, and it was so interpreted on almost innumerable occasions in pre-war days by the President himself. It was even interpreted by him as imposing, quote, "upon each nation the duty of seeing to it that all influences proceeding from its own citizens meant to encourage or assist revolution in other states shall be sternly and effectually suppressed and prevented." End quote. Inaugural Address, 1917. After we entered the war, he pledged himself to apply the principle to our enemies as a matter of course. In the message of December 4th, 1917, he made this sweeping commitment. Quote, "We owe it, however, to ourselves to say that we do not wish in any way to impair or rearrange the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is no affair of ours what they do with their own life, either industrially or politically. We do not propose or desire to dictate to them in any way. We only desire to see that their affairs are left in their own hands in all matters, great or small. and our attitude and purpose with regard to Germany herself are of a like kind. We intend no wrong against the German Empire, no interference with her internal affairs. We should deem either the one or the other absolutely unjustifiable, absolutely contrary to the principles we have professed to live by and to hold most sacred throughout our life as a nation. No one is threatening the existence or the independence of the German Empire." End quote. In the speech of the 14 points, January 8, 1918, these promises were reaffirmed both to Germany and to Austria. Presidential pronouncements alternating with these in point of time and flatly contradicting them begin with the war message and do not cease. The war message is, in considerable part, an argument that America is justified in going to war to reform the German government, as well as other governments. Quote, "We shall fight for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments." End quote. He even proceeded to make revolution in Germany an objective in war and a condition of peace. In the note of October 14, 1918, he insisted that the German people alter their government. In the note of October 23rd, he laid down the ultimatum. Quote, "The President deems it his duty to point out that, in concluding peace, the government of the United States cannot deal with any but veritable representatives of the German people, who have been assured of a genuine constitutional standing as the real rulers of Germany." End quote. Dismemberment itself became, in actual practice, a war aim of America, although it had been pronounced against in one form or another, all the way from the Peace Without Victory address to the address of February 11, 1918, and even afterwards. Quote, "The dismemberment of empires," the President told the Pope, "we deem inexpedient and in the end worse than futile, no proper basis for a peace of any kind, least of all for an enduring peace." End quote. While in the message of December 4, 1917, he quoted the phrase, quote, "No annexations, no contributions, no indemnities," end quote, asserting that they expressed his own thought. Yet as early as his message to Russia, May 26, 1917, he was at times shuffling on the whole matter. He was saying, quote, "The status quo must be altered," end quote. Also, quote, "No territory must change hands except for the purpose of securing those who inhabit it a fair chance of life and liberty. No indemnities must be insisted upon except those that constitute payment for manifest wrongs done. No readjustments of power must be made except such as will tend to secure the future peace of the world and the future welfare and happiness of its peoples." End quote. We soon find that the President himself intends to determine upon the exceptions, and that they are always to be at the expense of our enemies, never of our allies. Although in the message of February 11, 1918, the President disclaimed any, quote, "desire to interfere in European affairs or to act as arbiter of European territorial disputes," end quote, he had already put forward his 14 points, 3 of which forecasted the process of dismemberment. Germany must cede France, Alsace-Lorraine. Austria must surrender to Italy territory that had never belonged to the Kingdom of Italy. An independent Poland must be created in part out of territory long recognized as belonging to our enemies. In the message of December 4th, the President had even announced the dissolution of the Quadruple Alliance as a war objective. Finally, in October 1918, he notified Austria-Hungary that the first condition of a cessation of hostilities must be a recognition of the Czechoslovak and Yugoslav peoples as, quote, "members of the family of nations," end quote. So, side by side, coming from the mouth of the same man, not separated by time, and reflected throughout our entire war propaganda, we find 2 distinct statements of war objectives and peace terms, absolutely inconsistent one with the other, diametrically opposed, 2 formulas covering both the terms of a democratic and permanent peace and the means for attaining it. Two theories utterly irreconcilable. The first can only be based upon the assumption of the approximate moral equality of the opposing sides, not merely of the opposing peoples, but of the opposing governments, on the assumption that the character, motives, aims, ambitions, purposes, and methods of the opposing sides were never essentially different. Necessarily, it rejects the theory that the responsibility for the war lies wholly in any one quarter, or that the liberty of the world is or was particularly imperiled by the power and ambitions of any one or any group. It rests instead upon the theory that the Great War was caused by things, by systems, by methods of action common to all, specifically by the general practice of secret diplomacy, by a general lack of respect for the sovereignty of weaker peoples, by the general practice of backing up private investments in weaker countries with armies and navies, by the inadequacy of existing international law, by the general practice of violating international covenants at will, by the common jealousies and hatreds growing out of former peaces from victory, by the absence of an effective concert of power to prevent war. The second is based upon the diametrically opposite assumption that the character, ambitions, and methods of the German government were vitally different from those of her enemies, that the former governments of Germany and Austria are solely responsible for the Great War, that the Germans literally plotted world domination by might of the sword, that the covenanted word of the enemies of the Kaiser was of distinctly greater value than the covenanted word of the Kaiser, that the German world peril was a fact, that world conquest by Germany was reasonably possible, that Germany represented the principle of autocracy in world affairs, and that her enemies represented the principle of democracy. To each of these theories, the President pledged allegiance upon alternate occasions, even in alternate phrases. If the first is the correct one, then our war was a crime. If the second is the correct one, then our neutrality for nearly 3 years was a crime. Of the first, the President declared, quote, "I feel confident that I have said what the people of the United States would wish me to say. These are American principles, American policies. We can stand for no others. They are the principles of mankind and must prevail." End quote. Peace without victory speech. But he stood for the other theory whenever it came to action. We shall now examine the premises upon which that theory is based. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The German World Peril Bugaboo. Although, in the official propaganda, our motives, causes, and objectives were stated in forms remarkably numerous and diverse, no theme was more frequently played upon than the German peril. No exhortation to patriotism in the years 1917 or 1918 was complete without its horrible picture of German domination. Every invocation to personal sacrifice, to loyalty, to courage, to hatred was accompanied by an appeal to fear. Fear. Was the fear justified? Did the youth of America pour out its blood in a fight against a reality or against a man of straw? It is obvious that not absolute, but relative depravity must be the point of inquiry, that the force of any indictment of a government or a nation can be gauged only by comparing it on the same counts with its neighbors. For it must be apparent that if the character, the methods, and the aims of the governments with which we associated ourselves in war do not stand upon a distinctly higher plane than the character, the methods, and the aims of the governments they opposed, then a victory of the former and a humiliation of the latter must be absolutely futile. The causes of world war will not be abolished or abated. Humanity will not be benefited in any respect or degree. Civilization will go on exactly as it has gone before, serenely traversing a cycle that will bring it inevitably around to another vast catastrophe of steel and blood. Insofar as they relate to the conduct of the Kaiser's government toward America, The accusations of special depravity have already been exploded. If the German peril was ever a reality, therefore, it must have been so only in the remote sense, and if a reality in the remote sense, the evidence of the fact must be found exclusively in those issues which the President himself, up to the delivery of his war message, had 100 times assured his people did not concern them. A brief but sufficient glance will now be given these issues. Democracy versus autocracy. "We stand," said President Wilson to President Poincaré, April 8, 1917, quote, "as partners of the noble democracies whose acts and aims make for the perpetuation of rights and freedom of man, and for the safeguarding of the true principles of human liberties." End quote. But whether we and our noble allies are, on the whole, more democratic than were our enemies is a debatable question. Whether our most powerful ally is more democratic than was our most powerful enemy even is a debatable question. If to possess the more clearly defined leisure class be the measure of democracy, then England is more democratic than was the Kaiser's Germany. If the size of such leisure class, the proportion of the population that never does any useful thing, from the cradle to the grave, but draws its sustenance wholly from others, be the measure of democracy, then England is the most democratic of all modern nations. If the volume of unearned income drawn from overseas be the measure of the democracy of a country, then England is the most democratic country in the world. If the control and exploitation of the largest number of subject peoples be the measure of democracy, then England is the most democratic nation on earth. If to have fought more wars of spoliation, to have taken by conquest and held by force the largest areas of the earth's surface, to have destroyed or overridden the largest number of small nations, to have interfered in the affairs of other peoples, great and small, the most flagrantly and the largest number of times, to have broken the most treaties, to have led the way in secret diplomacy, to have claimed the seas as its own, to have asserted its God-given right to rule the world, if any of these be the measure of democracy, then England is the most brilliant example of a noble democracy the world has ever seen. The government of England was slightly more democratic in some respects, slightly, very slightly, at the beginning of the war than was Germany's. But the particular realm in which it excelled is of secondary importance. Governments are a menace to the peace and freedom of the world only as they are autocratic in their foreign relations. Who and how many hold in their hands the power to choose war for a given people? That is the pertinent question. What is the measure of the given government's responsibility to its people in the particular affairs which involve nations in war with one another? In this vital respect, did Germany differ distinctly from its enemies? Responsibility versus irresponsibility. We frequently pronounced against the right of the German autocracy to exist, expressly because of its irresponsibility to its people in its foreign relations. In the war message, we find these words, quote, "We act only in opposition to an irresponsible government. We have no quarrel with the German people. We have no feeling toward them, but one of sympathy and friendship. It was not upon their impulse that their government acted in entering this war. It was not with their previous knowledge or approval. It was a war determined upon as wars used to be determined upon in the old, unhappy days when peoples were nowhere consulted by their rulers and wars were provoked and waged in the interests of dynasties or of little groups of ambitious men who were accustomed to use their fellow men as pawns and tools." End quote. At Mount Vernon, July 4, 1918, President Wilson put it this way, quote, "These are the ends for which the associated peoples of the world are fighting, and which must be conceded them before there can be peace. 1. The destruction of every arbitrary power anywhere that can separately, secretly, and of its single choice disturb the peace of the world, or if it cannot be presently destroyed, at least its reduction to virtual impotence." End quote. The President presented this clause to Germany on October 14th as one of the conditions which must be fulfilled contingent on the granting of an armistice, and when the German Foreign Secretary, in reply, outlined the constitutional reforms then being initiated, the President argued the matter in part as follows, quote, "It does not appear that the heart of the present difficulty has been reached. It may be that future wars have been brought under the control of the German people, but the present war has not been. It is evident that the determining initiative still remains with those who have hitherto been the masters of Germany." End quote. Note of October 23rd. But it happens that the responsibility of the Kaiser's government in this particular realm had, at all times, been greater in law than the responsibility of its most powerful enemy, and fully equal in practice to the average responsibility found among the entire body of its enemies, including the United States. While the assent of the Reichstag was not required for a declaration of war, the assent of the Bundesrat was. The assent of Parliament was not required. No check existed in England equal to the Bundesrat. As a matter of practice, all the belligerent governments entered war without any adequate consultation of the will of their various peoples. Although the Congress of the United States had to declare war, it was an empty formality. As has been shown, America was legally at war by illegal action of the President, and Congress was practically forced to go through the motions of legalizing an accomplished fact. In electing the President, the American people had pronounced against war, not for it, and the President was able to arrive at war only through a series of deceptions and usurpations, in which his single choice was pitted against the choice of both the public and of Congress. Our pronouncements on the irresponsibility of the German government imply responsibility on the part of the opposing governments. There was and is no such responsibility. Secret diplomacy. The decisive importance of secret diplomacy as a cause of the European war was frequently asserted by our official spokesman. In an address before the League to Enforce Peace, May 27, 1916, he said, quote, "It is plain that this war could have only come as it did, suddenly and out of secret councils. The lesson is that the peace of the world must henceforth depend upon a new and more wholesome diplomacy." End quote. In his war message, he said, quote, "Plans of aggression can be worked out and kept from the light only within the privacy of courts or behind the carefully guarded confidences of a narrow and privileged class. They are happily impossible where public opinion commands and where it insists upon full information concerning all the nation's affairs." End quote. But was the secret diplomacy of the Kaiser any different from that of his enemies? Legally, democratic England is more autocratic, irresponsible, and secret in its diplomacy than was autocratic Germany. A treaty entered into by the Kaiser was not a legal document until ratified by the Reichstag. But in England, the most vital engagements may be undertaken without the consent of any legislative body, and these engagements are binding upon successive governments. Theoretically, the King and the Foreign Secretary make these international contracts with the consent of the Cabinet. In practice, the Foreign Secretary makes them frequently without the consent or even knowledge of the Cabinet. The classic example in modern times of secret diplomacy being carried to the limit of its possibilities in secrecy, in irresponsibility, in autocracy, was furnished by the British Foreign Secretary, Viscount Grey, in July and August 1914. One man shaped and conducted the conversations, correspondence, and negotiations with the other powers, wholly uncontrolled by democratic England, wholly uncontrolled by Parliament, uncontrolled by the Cabinet as a body, and in secret. He not only withheld the essential facts as to what had been going on and what he was doing from the Parliament and England, but as Nielsen has shown, How Diplomats Make War, he deceived them both, as well as a part of the Cabinet. The truth became known only after war was an accomplished fact. Separately, secretly, and by his single choice, Foreign Secretary Grey steered his country into war, as nearly so as such a thing is conceivable for any one human being to do in modern times. Secret diplomacy, as a means for achieving autocracy in foreign affairs is as firmly established in the United States as elsewhere. Treaties are not binding unless ratified by the Senate, but the part which the Senate plays is nearly always perfunctory. The President arrogates to himself full power to conduct negotiations in secret, and through his State Department to frame treaties in secret. As in all other countries, more or less diplomatic correspondence is printed, but whenever the President chooses, he suppresses these documents. A fraction of the diplomatic correspondence preceding war was never published and is still unknown outside of the State Department. The Senate may ask the executive for diplomatic correspondence, but the latter can, and frequently does, refuse on the ground that it is, quote, incompatible with the public interest, end quote. While pronouncing for open diplomacy, President Wilson employed secret diplomacy in precisely the same manner as our allies and our enemies employed it. Many of the Wilson diplomatic moves in relation to Mexico are still shrouded in secrecy, and to this secrecy is partly due the almost universal misapprehension as to the true nature of his Mexican policy. Who knows the real circumstances of our acquisition of the Virgin Islands from Denmark, or of our military operations in Nicaragua? How many Americans were afforded an inkling of the real motives behind the Nicaraguan, the Haitian, and the Santo Domingan conventions, and the means by which these conventions were imposed upon the inhabitants of these little countries? Did public opinion command in any of these matters? Did it insist upon full information? Did it get any information from Wilson or his subordinates? The acquisition of new territory is a matter of grave import in the affairs of a nation, but in the purchase of the Virgin Islands, President Wilson took the American public into his confidence exactly to the extent that he would have taken it had he been buying a corner lot for a grandchild, and he took the Senate into his confidence only to the extent that the naked forms of law required him to do. The very existence of the deal was unknown to the Senate itself until the bill of sale was signed and in the hands of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. In transmitting the document, the State Department expressly asked that its terms be kept secret. The committee considered the document in secret, and the Senate ratified it in secret. Except for the bare purchase price, the only disclosure to reach the public regarding this important matter reached it through the indiscretion of a senator and was contained in a single sentence in the letter of transmittal, viz., quote, the government of the United States will not object to the Danish government's extending its political and economic interests in the whole of Greenland, end quote. Except for these simple but significant words, all that ever reached the American people on the true inwardness of their real estate deal in the West Indies is contained in admissions which members of the Danish cabinet made at the time to the Danish parliamentary houses. See Chapter 33. Regarding our adventures in Nicaragua, Haiti, and Santo Domingo, we have for public consumption 3 brief documents known as the Nicaraguan, Haitian, and Santo Domingan Conventions. These conventions followed a military occupation in each case. They did not precede it. The function of each is to legalize acts of war and civil control, in each instance planned and initiated by the Executive Department in secret, and in violation of the clause of the Constitution, which vests in Congress the war-making power. The conventions themselves were prepared in secret by the Executive Department and considered in secret by the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee and ratified altogether en fait by the Senate. In each instance, the Senate Committee conducted a hearing in secret in which it examined witnesses. In the case of Nicaragua, this testimony was printed. One copy of this testimony was allotted each member of the committee. No one else could obtain one, not even a member of the Senate. In the cases of Haiti and Santo Domingo, the testimony was not even printed, but remains a State Department secret. Through the machinery of secret diplomacy, the essential facts of record regarding the circumstances and purposes of the military occupations of Nicaragua, Haiti, and Santo Domingo were completely withheld from the American people and their duly elected representatives. Sometimes we even disdain to go through the forms of senatorial supervision, inadequate as that is. A formal treaty with Japan, recognizing the special interests of Japan and China, might have caused unpleasant discussion in the Senate and might have failed of ratification. So the President circumvents the Constitution. A State Department agreement is signed, of which nothing need be known until a version of it is ready for public consumption. The act of cooperating with the Entente governments in the prosecution of the war necessarily involved understandings on war and peace problems of vast moment. But the President snaps his fingers at the Constitution, ignores the Senate, and achieves absolute secrecy and absolute irresponsibility in matters of unbounded importance to America. In the realm of greatest importance to the public welfare, in the realm of war and the policies that lead to war, the public commands as little here as in Germany, Austria, Turkey, England, or Japan. The President of the United States is as irresponsible an autocrat as the ruling monarch of the German Empire could ever have hoped to be. Militarism. At one time, President Wilson defined militarism as a monster whose essence is size, at another time as a monster whose essence is form, at still another time as a monster whose essence is purpose. Here are the various quotations. 1. Quote, militarism consists in this, gentlemen. It consists in preparing a great machine whose only use is for war. End quote. Speech at New York, January 27, 1916. 2. Quote, it is inconsistent with the traditions of the country that the people's, knowledge of arms should be used by a governmental organization which would make and organize a great army subject to orders to do what a particular group of men might at the time think it best for it to do. That is the militarism of Europe, where a few persons can determine what an armed nation is to do. That is what I understand militarism to be. End quote. Statement to Committee from American Union Against Militarism, White House, May 9, 1916. 3. Quote, militarism does not consist in the existence of an army, nor even in the existence of a very great army. Militarism is a spirit. It is a point of view. It is a system. It is a purpose. The purpose of militarism is to use armies for aggression. End quote. Speech at West Point, June 13, 1916. But in size, the Kaiser's army was smaller than that of Russia, and smaller in proportion to population than that of France. His navy was barely over half the size of England's, and only slightly larger than that of France. In form, the Kaiser's army was, in 1914, in every respect except one, conscription, the same as all modern armies, and in every respect the same as that of the majority of its enemies. Every army of every powerful government is organized from the top down, not from the bottom up. Every one is a perfect autocracy. All are now based upon conscription, as were the majority when the war began in 1914. The system of discipline is the same in all: military law, courts-martial, cruel and unusual punishments. Each has its officer caste, and the power and arrogance of the officer caste within the organization itself is not different in one country from another. Outside the military establishment itself, the influence of the officer caste is invariably towards reaction, and the best measure of that influence is nothing more nor less than the size of the military establishment. In democratic England, the Navy has always been a power for reaction in the affairs of the nation. In France, the political machinations of the officer caste, as exemplified in the Dreyfus affair, have been a constant threat to the existence of the Republic. The essential question of form, we are told, is whether a few persons can determine what an armed nation is to do. In every great country, a few persons can determine that thing, and during the late war, a few persons determined it in every country, including the United States of America. If German militarism was actually different from the militarism of Germany's enemies, therefore, The difference must be found in its purpose. How is the purpose of a military establishment revealed? Prepared for 40 years. The ultimate purpose of every military establishment is, of course, war, either of defense or aggression. The purpose of a large military organization in times of peace is to be ready for war, either of defense or aggression. When two neighboring countries both have armies of large size, both built on the same model, when both are spending large sums in order to be ready for war, the relative readiness and efficiency of one can hardly be taken as evidence of a relatively aggressive purpose. It is rather evidence of graft, incompetence, or laziness on the part of the one that is less ready and efficient. If either the efficiency of a great fighting machine or the period during which it has been built up is any evidence in itself of aggressive purpose, then by this test England stands thrice convicted of the charge that is made against Germany. In size and effectiveness, the British Navy stands so far ahead of the other navies of the world that the relative size and effectiveness of the Kaiser's army is not to be compared with it. The British Navy reached its commanding position, not in 40 years, but in a period covering centuries, and not alone by large expenditures and careful training at home, but by a policy of opposing, by threats of war, the growth of other navies, even by seeking out and destroying in war all other navies that seemed to threaten its supremacy. In August 1914, the German war machine was not distinct in any essential from the war machines of its enemies. German diplomacy was not more secret than any other diplomacy. The German government was not more irresponsible to its people in the conduct of international relations. It was no more autocratic in the affairs of war or the policies that lead to war. In other words, in the means of aggression, the Kaiser stood on the same footing as his enemies. So far as possession of the means of aggression reveal a purpose of aggression, the charge of special depravity against Germany fails. Confessed ambition to dominate the world. In August 1914, the American public for the first time heard of a retired officer of the German army named Bernhardi. It also heard, for the first time, of a German professor named Treitschke. Nietzsche, of whom it had heard before, went through a lightning change to be introduced in a different garb. Before us were paraded all the bombastic sayings to which the Kaiser had ever given expression, with annotations to show that he meant something very, very sinister. By courtesy of the British propaganda machine, a great plot was suddenly revealed to us, world dominion by might of the sword, long planned, secretly prepared for, timed for a chosen moment, initiated by an unprovoked attack upon unsuspecting, unprepared, peace-loving, lamb-like neighbors, keepers of the holy urn of democracy. President Wilson, at the beginning and for a long time afterwards, told us, in effect, that it was all a hoax. Only when it became necessary to put fear into the hearts of the American people, as a means to accomplishing his own purposes, did he embrace this doctrine. Now, how did we suddenly discover that the German government planned to dominate the world? Was it because the Kaiser or some member of his government hinted at something of that sort? It is doubtful if anyone can produce a single avowal of any responsible German from which can be fairly deduced a dream, even on the part of that individual, of the sort of world domination which the German Peril theory presupposes as a dream of the Kaiser, of all of his sons, all of his military chiefs, and a great number of his professors, editors, and prominent men besides. On the other hand, the extreme result hoped for even by Bernhardi from the war which he believed England, France, and Russia were determined to force upon Germany was for his country to, quote, attain a position as a world power by the side of and in spite of England, end quote. Germany and the Next War, page 164. Said Bernhardi, continuing, page 165, quote, we shall, in this struggle, as so often before, represent the common interests of the world, for it will be fought not only to win recognition for ourselves, but for the freedom of the seas, end quote. Disgusting as is the worst of the German jingoistic and chauvinistic literature of the Kaiser's day, it cannot be taken as evidence of especially aggressive purpose so long as it is matched by a similar literature in all other great countries. Before August 1914, Americans heard a great deal more of this sort of thing from England than from Germany. Quote, Germany had a Bernhardi, end quote, declared a member of the British Parliament in 1915, Francis Nielsen in How Diplomats Make War, page 134. Quote, but Britain had a Bernhardi class which lived and moved and had its being in war. It thought of nothing else but war, and it was recruited from all sections of society, end quote. Every vain effusion upon German destiny can be matched by similar effusions upon British destiny, Russian destiny, Italian destiny, French destiny, and even American destiny. The phrase Deutschland über alles is matched by Rule Britannia, rule the waves. German naval officers drank to the day when the German fleet would be powerful enough to challenge Britain's mastership of the seas. British naval officers drank to the existing mastership and to its perpetuation at all costs. Who can quote anything from an influential German more nearly approaching a propaganda for world dominion than the will of Cecil Rhodes, who directed that his great fortune be expended for the establishment of a secret society whose aim, quote, shall be the extension of British rule throughout the world, and especially the occupation by British settlers of the entire continent of Africa, the Holy Land, the valley of the Euphrates, the islands of Cyprus and Candia, the whole of South America, the islands of the Pacific, and heretofore possessed by Great Britain, the whole of the Malay archipelago, the seaboard of China and Japan, the ultimate recovery of the United States of America as an integral part of the British Empire, end quote. When Americans were kindly told by Britons that the Germans thought themselves superior to other peoples, we were shocked and angered, because we had been taught that we ourselves were superior to other peoples. Self-praise is not peculiar to any people. It is one of the evidences of national egotism as wide as the world. Has any German writer, asked George Brandes, The World at War, page 209, gone further in this kind of thing than one Leon Bloy in the Mercure de France? Brandes then quotes Monsieur Bloy as follows, quote, after Israel, who were called God's people by special favor, God has loved no nation on earth as much as France. Explain it whoever can. To call this nation the most noble of all nations, which it undoubtedly is, serves no purpose, since such divine prerogatives are the reward of the chosen one. France is so far ahead of other peoples that, no matter who they be, they should feel honored at being allowed to eat crumbs destined for her dogs, end quote. We ourselves are not free from this kind of talk. We do not need to go beyond President Wilson himself to find out that we are extraordinarily endowed, strangely unselfish, singularly righteous, that our history is peculiarly pure and white, that we are especially chosen to carry the torch of civilization and democracy to the world, even on the point of the sword. It may be worthwhile to set down half a dozen quotations of this sort. We are trustees of world's morality. Quote, I need not tell my fellow citizens that we have not held off from this struggle from motives of self-interest, unless it be considered self-interest to maintain our position as trustees of the moral judgments of the world, end quote. Speech at Chicago, January 31st, 1916. We fight the first unselfish war in history. Quote, the glory of this war, my fellow citizens, so far as we are concerned, is that it is, perhaps for the first time in history, an unselfish war, end quote. Speech at New York, May 18th, 1918. Our fine example has thrilled two continents. Quote, do you never stop to reflect what it is that America stands for? It is for the sovereignty of self-governing peoples, and her example, her assistance, her encouragement have thrilled two continents in this Western world, end quote. Speech at Pittsburgh, January 29th, 1916. Just think of Cuba. Quote, "The world sneered when we set out for the liberation of Cuba, but the world does not sneer any longer. The world knows now what it was then loath to believe, that a nation can sacrifice its own interests and its own blood for the sake of the liberty and happiness of another people." End quote. Speech at New York, January 27, 1916. We are the flower of mankind. Quote, "We are the flower of mankind, so far as civilization is concerned." End quote. Speech at Billings, September 11, 1919. Me und Gott. Quote, "We are to be an instrument in the hands of God to see that liberty is made secure for mankind." End quote. Speech at Confederate Veterans Reunion, June 5, 1917. Our aggressions have invariably been for the good of the victims. In this, we are not different from our powerful neighbors, if you take the word of their statesmen for it. But it is not true either that two continents have been thrilled by our disinterested example, or that the world has stopped sneering about our Cuban pretensions. The truth is that the menacing picture of pan-Germanism, as painted by Wilson in his Flag Day address, is a counterpart of the menacing picture of Pan-Americanism as it appears to a great many Latin Americans. Why? Partly because of American boasts of superiority and declarations of purpose to bend the weaker American countries to our will. The propaganda for German imperial expansion, at its worst, is not one whit more cold-blooded and subversive of the principles for which we pretended to fight Germany than, for example, the propaganda that has been carried on for some years for American domination of Mexico. Is there a valid basis for the German peril theory, then, in the acts of the Kaiser's government? End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Shall It Be Again by John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Our Myth of the War's Beginning. In President Wilson's message to the Pope occurs the following passage, quote, "The object of this war is to deliver the free peoples of the world from the menace and the actual power of a vast military establishment controlled by an irresponsible government, which, having secretly planned to dominate the world, proceeded to carry the plan out without regard either to the sacred obligations of treaty or the long-established practices and long-cherished principles of international action and honor, which chose its own time for the war, delivered its blow fiercely and suddenly, stopped at no barrier either of law or of mercy, swept a whole continent within the tide of blood, not the blood of soldiers only, but the blood of innocent women and children also, and of the helpless poor, and now stands balked, but not defeated, the enemy of 4/5 of the world. This power is not the German people. It is the ruthless master of the German people." End quote. This is as complete an endorsement of the German peril theory as can well be expressed in a few words. It even lends color to the proposition so sedulously disseminated by the Allied war propagandists and our own that Germany's attack of August 1914 was timed at a chosen moment and delivered upon unprepared, unsuspecting, and lamb-like neighbors. That unsuspected and premeditated attack. But everyone knows that a war between the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente, or between members thereof, had been expected for years and prepared for years. That such a war had been expected, talked about, and prepared for no less in France, England, and Russia than in Germany and Austria. That several times, within a period of 10 years, Europe had trembled on the verge of a general war. During the 40 years in which Germany was accused of preparing for a war of aggression upon heroic France, the revanche cry for a war of revenge against Germany was periodically dinned in the ears of the French people. In England, from 1905 to 1914, the respectable press carried on an almost constant propaganda of hatred against Germany. The question of war was repeatedly raised in Parliament, Cabinet officers presented exaggerated figures as to German naval increases in order to obtain even greater appropriations for the British Navy. It was admittedly in contemplation of war with Germany that such leaders of the empire as General Lord Roberts devoted themselves to a serious campaign to commit England to peacetime conscription. Meanwhile, the Tsar was spending huge sums in rebuilding his navy under the direction of British experts, in perfecting his army under the direction of French officers, and in constructing a system of strategic railways to the German border. Nielsen has shown, How Diplomats Make War, page 146, that the German appropriations for new naval construction were lower in 1912 than in 1911, lower in 1913 than in 1912, lower in 1914 than in 1913, that the British, French, and Russian appropriations for new naval construction were all higher in each of those successive years, that the 1914 appropriation of each was higher than that of Germany, that for 1914 the combined appropriations for new naval construction of England, France, and Russia were 2.5 times as large as the combined appropriations of Germany, Austria, and Italy. Morrill, another Englishman, has shown, Truth in the War, that the expenditures for both military and naval purposes of the French-Russian combination were very much larger than the expenditures of the German-Austrian combination, that the French-Russian expenditures increased much more rapidly in the decade preceding 1914 than the German-Austrian expenditures, that by 1913 the peace strength of the French-Russian armies was nearly double that of the German-Austrian armies. During the very period in which the terrible Bernhardi was informing his readers that, for England, quote, to come to terms with Germany instead of fighting would be a most desirable course for us, end quote, and that, quote, we cannot contemplate attacking England, as such an attack would be hopeless, end quote. Germany and the Next War, pages 98 and 155. General Lord Roberts himself, the greatest military hero of the times, was publicly advocating a surprise attack upon Germany. Lord Fisher, England's first Sea Lord in those days, boasts in his memories that he also had recommended such an attack as far back as 1908 as a drastic means to disposing of a trade rival. In 1912, the secret understanding for French and British cooperation against Germany, for 6 years a subject of conversation between the general staffs of the two countries, was put into writing. In the same year, the Franco-Russian Naval Convention was signed, and as the Bolsheviki have revealed to us through the publication of the secret treaties, the Tsar procured a definite pledge from both Monsieur Poincaré and Foreign Secretary Gray of French and British support in case trouble in the Balkans should involve Germany on the side of Austria. As the year 1914 drew on, it became generally known that the British fleet was concentrated in the North Sea, the French in the Mediterranean. As Nielsen points out, if there was no understanding that the French coasts were under the protection of England and British Mediterranean interests under the protection of France, then the general staffs of the two countries, under military law, ought to have been shot. How Diplomats Make War, page 305. At about this time, our own Admiral Mahon called attention to the fact in an article in the Scientific American that, quote, 88% of England's guns are pointed at Germany, end quote. March 10, 1914, the British Minister of War told the House of Commons, quote, we stand well for the purpose of immediate war on any basis you may consider, end quote, while the First Lord of the Admiralty announced the arming of 40 merchant ships. How Diplomats Make War, page 228. In our own White Book, Volume 3, page 169, appears a reference to a notification from the British Admiralty, dated May 26, 1913, of the arming of British merchant vessels at the expense of the British government. Finally, the opening of the diplomatic confab of the last week of July 1914 found the British fleet completely mobilized and the German Navy all but bottled up. Even Belgium was not surprised. Whether the Belgian understanding with France and England was, or was not, definite enough to vitiate her position as a neutral, Nielsen recalls the fact that in November 1912, a month full of preparation in the Entente countries, the Belgian Parliament, after a secret sitting, increased the war strength of its army from 180,000 to 340,000 men, so constructing a stupendous military machine for a country the size of Belgium, and especially for one which professed to depend upon ancient neutrality guarantees. The German attack was not unsuspected in any quarter, not unprepared for in any quarter. The comparative tables upon preparedness prove that, in sheer weight of arms, the lambs were stronger than the wolves and were relatively in a better position to be attacked than they had ever been before. They were also better prepared diplomatically, for they had made sure of at least the neutrality of Italy. If not unsuspected or unprepared for, was the German attack nevertheless premeditated? Did the German government plan and plot beforehand to precipitate the long-expected war at a given moment, namely the first days of August 1914? Any such hypothesis would have to show that Germany not only had made the same military preparations that her enemies had made, but that she had made other far-reaching preparations which any country would make with war certain in a given period, but which otherwise would be impracticable. The German lack of such preparations was notorious. The crisis of the summer of 1914 found German shipping in all parts of the world, including the harbors of her enemies. On July 28th, the North German Lloyd steamship Kronprinzessin Cecile sailed from New York with $10 million gold on board, consigned one half to London and one half to Paris. Halted by a wireless in mid-ocean, she made a sensational race back to port to avoid capture by British cruisers. Had the Kaiser's irresponsible government, even as late as July 28th, quote, chosen its own time for the war, end quote, had it determined to deliver its sudden blow within half a week, the great German liner would hardly have been permitted to sail out of a safe port. The more one examines the circumstances of the German attack, the more clearly it appears that, for the Triple Entente, it could not have been better timed had the Entente chosen the date itself. Leading Britons have, on occasion, gleefully proclaimed this very fact. Morel points out, although not in his case gleefully, that had the Kaiser long plotted to subjugate Europe, and had he bided his time for the most favorable moment to do so, he would have chosen any other moment than the summer of 1914. Quote, how comes it that Germany did not wage war upon her neighbors when she could have done so with every guarantee of military success? She could have smashed France easily in 1887, and our official classes, judging from statements in such papers as The Standard and The Spectator, would have been rather pleased than otherwise. Germany could have smashed France with equal ease when Russia, exhausted by the Japanese War, was incapable of stirring a finger against her. Germany could have smashed France with equal ease when we were engaged in annexing the South African republics. Why, if Germany desired to subjugate Europe, did she wait until August 1914, when her military supremacy, as I shall show later on, was less assured than at any period during the previous 30 years? End quote. Truth in the War, page 64. Morel also points out that even before the adoption of the 3 years military service law in 1913, France had become more militarized than Germany or any of the other great powers. Truth in the War, page 148. He also adduces evidence to prove that the adoption of that law forced the French government to make an early choice between foreign war and revolution at home. In a speech at New York, February 12, 1920, our Admiral Sims said, quote, in December 1910, I submitted a report to the Admiral commanding my division, which stated that, having discussed the subject with military men of Great Britain and France, The consensus of opinion was that war would come within 4 years. End quote. By whose choice? French jingoistic glee over coming events is typified in the following from the Nouvelle Revue in 1912 and reproduced in Nielsen's book, page 206. Quote, "We intend to have war. After 40 years of a heavily armed peace, we can at last utter this opinion. France is ready to strike and to conquer, as she was not ready 40 years ago, and as she will not be in 4 or 5 years, owing to the annual divergent numbers of the birth rate in each country. We, the attacking party, will have arranged with England that their fleet will have followed the remains of the whole German navy into German waters." End quote. Another confession of British Sea Lord Fisher, set down in his memories, is that as far back as 1905 he also prophesied war with Germany in the very month of August 1914. Turn to the immediate circumstances of the outbreak. Quote, "The war was begun by the military masters of Germany," end quote, asserted President Wilson in his Flag Day address. But 8 months previously, at Cincinnati, October 26, 1916, he had said, quote, "Have you ever heard what started the present war? If you have, I wish you would publish it because nobody else has. So far as I can gather, nothing in particular started it, but everything in general. There had been growing up in Europe a mutual suspicion and interchange of conjectures about what this government or that government was going to do, an interlacing of alliances and understandings, a complex web of intrigue and spying that presently was sure to entangle the whole family of mankind in its meshes." End quote. Some millions of words have been printed to prove that the immediate responsibility for the outbreak of 1914 rests in this or that quarter. The arguments seem to resolve themselves largely into 2 questions. First, the extent to which evidence unfavorable to a given government has been suppressed or mutilated by it. Second, the relative value of the professions of a will to peace for which all the governments claimed to be working. If you begin by crediting one side with honesty and the other with dishonesty, it will be easy enough to prove the responsibility as you wish to prove it. But if you begin with an equal measure of confidence in all, or an equal lack of confidence, then the case assumes a different aspect. It is not necessary to grapple with the mass of conflicting evidence of the war guilt controversialists, for it happens that, even among the most violent partisans, there is sufficient agreement on questions of fact to make it appear quite plain that not one of the great powers immediately concerned can escape a share of the responsibility. If you date your survey, say, from July 28th, you find that Austria was determined to chastise Serbia, that Russia was determined to interfere with Austria, that Germany was determined that Austria should not be interfered with, that France stood ready to fight Germany if Germany struck Russia, that England, though involved with France and Russia, was professing to be free and was playing the role of peaceful, neutral mediator. All professed to wish to avoid a general war, but all except England were frankly willing to go into such a war under certain circumstances. For the moment, Austria stood in the position of an aggressor toward Serbia, Russia as aggressor toward Austria, Germany as aggressor toward Russia, France as aggressor toward Germany, England as an uncertain quantity. Each of these great countries was in a position to prevent a general war, provided it cared sufficiently to do so. Austria could have prevented war by backing down on Serbia, Russia by letting Austria go ahead, Germany by abandoning Austria, France by abandoning Russia, England by declaring her solidarity with France and Russia. Although any of the 4 countries, Austria, Germany, Russia, or France, could have dispelled the crisis, it would have been at the cost of backing down. There was just one country that had the power to disperse the war cloud by not backing down, England. A preponderance of force was the only thing that would induce any of the others to back down, and England was in a position to wield that force. One Edward Grey knew where England's force was going to be exerted. France and Russia knew, Germany and Austria did not know. It is universally admitted that this was a determining factor in the incidents of the summer of 1914. The German government tried hard to find out whether England would interfere. The German ambassador asked Gray whether, in the event of war between Germany and Austria and France and Russia, England would remain neutral, provided Germany would not violate Belgium. Gray's refusal alone would be enough to dispose of the self-righteous claim the British government proceeded to make to its people that the violation of Belgium was the sole cause of British belligerency. The German ambassador inquired whether England would remain neutral, provided the integrity of both France and her colonies was guaranteed. Gray refused to tell him. Gray declined to state the conditions under which England would remain neutral, declined to state whether or not, in any event, England would remain neutral, at the same time declining to say that England would stand with France and Russia, but leading Germany on to hope that she would not. Meanwhile, the war web was spinning fast. The knowledge that England was bound to them stiffened the backs of France and Russia. The hope that England would stay out stiffened the backs of Germany and Austria. When at last Gray did let the German ambassador know the truth, the latter's government took the first steps toward backing down, forcing Austria to reconsider her decision not to negotiate with Russia over the Serbian dispute. Too late, the Russian mobilization was already underway, and the Tsar refused to halt it. Germany then sent the 12-hour ultimatum to Russia. The Tsar paid no heed. Germany declared war upon Russia, and the huge armies of Europe began to move. The Tsar, it is true, assured the Kaiser that mobilization did not necessarily mean war, but the post-war revelations of the Bolsheviki show this to have been a falsehood. Even had Russian mobilization not meant war, it would have meant Russian dictation of the matter in hand, for Russia had the numbers, and for Germany to have waited would have been for Germany to invite humiliation. Under the circumstances, the dates of the various declarations of war tell nothing, nor do actual troop movements, since France was bound to fight the Tsar's battles, no matter on which front the fighting began. It was only a question of speed as to whether German armies would first reach French soil or French armies would first reach German soil. If the peruser of white, orange, and yellow books starts with July 30th, Russia is seen as the original aggressor. But if he starts a week earlier, he decides that Austria was the original aggressor. But were hostility, intrigue, and aggression born into the world as late as July 23, 1914? Why was Austria determined to chastise Serbia? Was Serbia entirely blameless? Why was the Tsar determined that Serbia should not be chastised? Was it because he felt himself appointed by God to defend democracy throughout the world? Why, above all, did Foreign Secretary Gray conceal his intentions from Germany? Was Germany lured to attack, as Bernard Shaw declared? Even Britons who approved of the action of the government have carefully held, with Shaw, that it was Gray, none other, that chose the fatal hour. President Wilson repeatedly expressed what is, in effect, the same opinion. For example, in his Columbus speech, September 4, 1919, he said, quote, "I did not meet a single public man who did not admit these things, that Germany would not have gone into this war if she had thought Great Britain was going into it." End quote. This amounts to an abandonment of the theory that Germany chose its own time for the war, and is a virtual admission that England chose its own time. If Gray could have prevented war by letting Germany know that England would intervene, why did he not let Germany know? What other motive could he have had for leading Germany on except that he had decided that the summer of 1914 was a propitious time to have it out with the Central Powers? The action of Gray, indeed, was openly excused on the theory that the war was bound to come anyhow someday, by the choice of the Kaiser that Britain chose the time righteously, since the wicked mad dog of Europe had run amok long enough, and the hour had struck for the free peoples of the world to unite and scotch it. Why, then, mention the incidents of July and August? Why continue to picture Germany leaping upon its adversaries from behind? Where also had the Kaiser run amok? If the view expressed at Columbus be correct, and few will now dispute it, it is sufficient answer to the millions of words that have been printed to prove the war guilt of the Central Powers in the diplomatic correspondence and incidents of the summer of 1914. Hang the plot theory on the ultimatum to Serbia, if you will, and the answer still is that England was always in a position to frustrate such a plot by the simple act of speaking out. The German plot of 1914, so far as it was a reality, was simply a determination of Austria, with the knowledge and approval of Germany, to chastise Serbia, even at the risk of war with Russia and her allies. The motive for this determination, far from insane dreams of world conquest, is easily discernible in the previous relations between Serbia and Austria. The assassination of the Austrian Archduke, stated as boldly as it usually is, would not seem to excuse a humiliation of Serbia. But supposing that this assassination, whether perpetrated with or without the knowledge of responsible Serbian officials, was the logical outcome of an agitation, encouraged and assisted by the Serbian government, to acquire new territory for the Kingdom of Serbia through the dismemberment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire by means of revolution within that empire. We were once informed by President Wilson, just at a time when we were all being adjured to stand behind him, that it was the duty of every government to see to it, quote, that all influences proceeding from its own citizens meant to encourage or assist revolution in other states should be sternly and effectually suppressed and prevented, end quote. Inaugural Address, 1917. According to this view, Austria had a bona fide grievance against Serbia. If you begin looking for the original aggressor of the World War any time within a 12-month before June 1914, you are as likely to lay your finger upon poor little Serbia as any other. Note: it now appears, according to information published in the London Nation, June 21, 1919, that the Sarajevo murderers have been acknowledged as Serbian officers, end note. Go back several years, and Serbia and Austria are found to be on friendly terms. That situation obtained until the Serbian king and queen were murdered in their palace at the instigation, so it was generally believed, of the Russian legation at the Serbian capital. Anyhow, the king who acquired the Serbian throne as a result of the murder proved to be pro-Tsar and anti-Joseph. From that time, the friction between Serbia and Austria began. Start with the murder of the Serbian king and queen, and perhaps you will decide that Russia was the original aggressor. Very early, after gaining her independence from Turkey, the reactionary little kingdom of Serbia had developed legitimate ambitions to acquire the territory of her neighbors. While under the influence of Austria, she had signed a secret treaty agreeing not to plot to acquire Austrian territory, or even Bosnia or Herzegovina, nominally Turkish but under the control of Austria since 1878. But immediately Serbia fell under the influence of the Tsar. This treaty became a scrap of paper. The manifest destiny of Serbia was directed in a large measure toward Bosnia and Herzegovina. When in 1908 Francis Joseph annexed these provinces to prevent their recovery by Turkey, the Serbian king was peeved, but only because he wanted them for himself. He appealed to the Tsar, and one of the periodical European crises resulted. Austria succeeded in retaining Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the manifest destiny of Serbia continued to find its outlet in the so-called pan-Serb propaganda, the chief aim of which was to break up the Austrian Empire for the benefit of a greater Serbia. Trace the quarrels of Austria and Serbia through two Balkan wars down to 1914, and you will have to agree that the July ultimatum, peremptory and violent though it be, was only the logical and almost certain result of what had gone on in the years before. To hold that Austria should not have resisted the Serbian-Russian conspiracy would be to hold that the United States should not resist a conspiracy of Canada to acquire New York with the assistance of Japan. The Serbian excuse was that the peoples of the territories which it coveted were of the same race and spoke a similar language, but Serbia went after territory to which this consideration did not apply. Moreover, the blood of the Balkan peoples is bewilderingly mixed. To hold it desirable that all peoples closely akin in race and language should be under a single flag is one thing. To determine under what flag they shall be and how they shall arrive there is another thing. The principle which Serbia pretended to be guided by, if applied equally by Russia, would perhaps have resulted in the gobbling up of Serbia by Russia. If applied equally by all countries, it would at once set the whole world at war. It would do so today. There was no clear-cut issue of purity versus depravity in the relations between Serbia and Austria, nor any issue that would justify America in taking sides. The folly of going to war for another country's irredentism was thrice demonstrated by the World War. It was plain enough before that. Nor is the verdict different if the Serbian-Austrian struggle be viewed as a Russian-German struggle. The Tsar, for the time being, played the role of protector of Serbia, prompted by the same motive that had been the motive of Russian Tsars for generations, to push southward and ultimately acquire Constantinople in the Straits, and to extend their hegemony over the entire Balkan Peninsula. Credit Austria and Germany with the same ambition. It becomes a conflict between manifest destinies, pan-Slavism versus pan-Germanism, which was more inimical to the interests of civilization. Until 1907, when the British bread was buttered on the pan-Slav side, there was no doubt about the answer among our British cousins. Quote, before the Entente of 1907, says Bullard, the British newspapers were horrified at the Russian intrigues in the Balkans. Since that date, they have denounced the activity of the Austrians, end quote. Diplomacy of the Great War, page 138. If you are still looking for the original responsibility for the Great War in or near the Balkan Peninsula, you will find it not in any one country, but in the general situation in the Balkans. If you would name as the original aggressor the government most responsible for the general situation in the Balkans, you would perhaps again lay your finger upon England. For generations, the keynote of British foreign policy was to protect the Turk from Russia. For this purpose, England fought the Crimean War, and for this purpose, England, backed by Austria, intervened in the Russo-Turkish War of 77, and through the Congress of Berlin established that general situation in the Balkans, that status quo which all swore to uphold, which not one probably intended to uphold, which, in fact, took so scantily into consideration any principle of international equity that it was not worthy of upholding, which nearly all proceeded to try to change in their favor, which carried the seeds of a great war, out of which grew the particular dispute which occasioned the firing of the first gun of 1914. It happens that there is no clear-cut issue of purity versus depravity anywhere in that quarter of the world. It is clear that our allies and our enemies were equally engaged in a despicable, cowardly, selfish business, that the official Allied and American version of the origin of the World War is a myth, that whoever goes to the official white, yellow, and orange books expecting there to find the real responsibility knows nothing of what was going on in the world previously to 1914, that these government books merely tell the story of the fainting before the final grapple, that if one government or group is more responsible than another, the fact is to be found not in the perpetration of any one act, but in many acts perpetrated in pursuance of a policy, that if the German world peril was a reality, its reality will have to be established by a general record of conduct, policy, and motive on the part of the Kaiser's government, distinctly and radically different from the record of the governments which took up the sword against Germany. So we pass to the question of relative depravity, as revealed by such international outlawry as treaty-breaking, atrocities, aggressions upon weaker peoples, and general imperialistic activities. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Shall It Be Again? By John Kenneth Turner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Noble Democracies, Scraps of Paper, Atrocities. The German violation of Belgium was from the first the leading topic in the fear propaganda of ourselves and our allies. The lessons sought to be drawn from it was that the Kaiser's government was particularly untrustworthy and dishonorable, and that the Germans, either the German people, the German government, or the German military clique, were particularly savage, ruthless, and inhuman. By its breach of the Treaty of 1839, the Kaiser's government had proved that its word could never be trusted. By the atrocities incident to the military occupation, the German had proved himself a Hun. Therefore, those governments that were incapable of profaning their pledged word, those nations whose military forces were incapable of outrage upon civil populations, those great powers which were incapable of transgressing the sovereignty of their weaker neighbors, must, for their own ultimate safety, but especially for the sake of humanity, band themselves into a league of honor to crush the offending government and to humiliate, punish, and reform the offending people. But where is the nation that has proven itself morally fit to reform the Hun? Where is the League of Honor? Where is the material for any such league? Where is the government so without sin that it can claim the right to cast the first stone? To some, it may seem superfluous to discuss the point farther, but the peace settlement is based upon the purity versus depravity theory and is defensible only under it. Moreover, notwithstanding admissions as to the imperfections of the peace settlement, every effort has been put forth to perpetuate the purity versus depravity theory in the popular mind as an axiom never to be questioned or re-examined. So intensive was the work of the fear propagandists that, after every other excuse for America's war has lost its force, there is danger that millions of Americans may still remain under the misapprehension that we saved America and humanity from a power of singular wickedness, which actually entertained a scheme of world conquest and stood in a fair way to realize it. England, Prussia, and other countries united in a treaty guaranteeing the neutrality of Belgium. Prussia violated the treaty, and England declared war, claiming to do so purely on principle, in defense of the sacredness of treaties and the rights of weak nations. But England, France, Russia, and Japan united in treaties guaranteeing the neutrality of Korea. Japan invaded Korea, as Germany invaded Belgium, compelled Korea to declare war on Russia, and afterwards made Korea a permanent dependency of Japan. The King of Korea objected, appealed to both England and France, and for that matter, to one Theodore Roosevelt, then President of the United States, to intervene to preserve the integrity of Korea. Not one of the three gave any help to Korea. The principle was exactly the same as in the case of Belgium. Why then did England not go to war on principle against Japan? England, France, and other countries united in a treaty guaranteeing the integrity and independence of the Turkish Empire. But England invaded Egypt, an integral part of the Turkish Empire, against the wishes of the Turkish government, conquered Egypt, and ultimately annexed it, bribing France with Morocco to keep still about the matter. During the Boer War, the British government insisted on violating the neutrality of Portugal by marching troops across Portuguese East Africa over the protest of the Portuguese government in precisely the same way that Germany violated the neutrality of Belgium in 1914. England, France, America, Germany, and other countries united in a treaty in 1906, known as the Act of Algeciras, guaranteeing the neutrality and integrity of the Empire of Morocco. Meanwhile, England, France, and Spain had entered into secret agreements for the partition of Morocco between France and Spain. In 1907, France sent an army into Morocco, which was never withdrawn. France destroyed the neutrality and integrity of Morocco by armed force, ultimately dividing the country with Spain. Instead of declaring war on France and Spain, England gave them her support and protection. Nor did America protest against the tearing up of the Moroccan scrap of paper. The only government to protest was the government of the Kaiser, whose word President Wilson solemnly informed us, quote, "We cannot take as a guarantee of anything that is to endure," end quote, because, forsooth, quote, "they observe no covenants," end quote. England and Russia, in the Entente of 1907, united to guarantee the integrity and independence of Persia. At the same time, they secretly bargained to divide Persia between them. With the consent and support of England, Russia sent an army into Persia, overturned the existing government, destroyed the integrity and independence of Persia, and was still in control of Persia by means of an army of occupation when noble England declared war upon Germany for violating the neutrality of Belgium. America and England, in 1850, united in a treaty, the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, agreeing never, either of them, to, quote, "assume or exercise any dominion over Nicaragua, Costa Rica, the Mosquito Coast, or any part of Central America," end quote. But England violated this treaty at the beginning by refusing to give up her protectorate over the Mosquito Coast. This was also in violation of the Monroe Doctrine. 2 years later, England again violated both the treaty and the Monroe Doctrine, as well as the sovereignty of the Republic of Honduras, by declaring the Bay Islands a British colony, after a military occupation of those islands. Later, England again violated both the treaty and the Monroe Doctrine by asserting sovereignty over British Honduras, which was formally made a British colony in 1862. In 1859, England relinquished control over the Mosquito Coast and the Bay Islands, but the retention of British Honduras remains a permanent violation both of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty and of the Monroe Doctrine. In due course, America also violated the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty by the assumption and exercise of dominion over Panama, the permanent occupation of Nicaragua, the control of its government, and the acquisition from Nicaragua of the Corn Islands. Even Belgium, irony of history, has a scrap of paper in its closet. In 1885, England, France, Germany, and other countries united in a treaty known as the Berlin Act, guaranteeing the neutrality and integrity of the Congo Free State. The Kingdom of Belgium also promised to observe this treaty. But in 1908, Belgium formally annexed the Congo Free State without the consent of any of the signatory powers and over the protest of some of them. Why did not the British government declare war upon Belgium in defense of the sacredness of treaties? The same righteous government which, in 1914, told the world it declared war against Germany solely on principle, because Germany tore up the Treaty of 1839, was in power in England in 1908 when Belgium tore up the Treaty of 1885. The same party, the same cabinet largely, the same foreign secretary. It was also in power in England when France tore up the Treaty of 1906, when England and Russia together tore up the Treaty of 1907, and when the British government completed the mutilation of the Treaty of 1878 by the formal annexation of Egypt. Every powerful government which at one time or another virtuously proclaimed its duty to assist in crushing Germany because of the German scrap of paper had its own scraps of paper, not one but many, and at least one scrap of paper paralleling in all essentials the German scrap of paper. Every one, even, acquired scraps of paper during the very war whose purpose, in part, was asserted to be to mete out punishment for the German scrap of paper. International law, as it was known at the beginning of 1914, had, in toto, either been fabricated in treaties or acknowledged in treaties. In large part, these treaties were thrown overboard by the belligerents, not merely as they applied to enemies, but as they applied to neutrals. Between 1914 and 1918, every belligerent assisted in tearing up international law, and the treaties acknowledging international law. The accumulation of this great collection of paper scraps did not in every case involve, as in Belgium, violation of the territorial integrity of a neutral, but in at least 3 notable cases it did, those of China, Greece, and Russia. The territory of every country on earth, strong or weak, is guaranteed by some treaty, convention, or paper to which every great government associated in the war against Germany has put its signature. An article that was generally adopted at the Second Hague Conference, for example, reads, quote, "The territory of neutral powers is inviolable," end quote. Another reads, quote, "Belligerents are forbidden to move troops or convoys of either munitions of war or supplies across the territory of a neutral power," end quote. These had already become commonplaces of international law. Every nation on earth not at war with China, Greece, and Russia was, therefore, under precisely the same obligation to respect the territory of China, Greece, and Russia as Germany was to respect the territory of Belgium. But Japan violated the territory of China over the protest of the Chinese government, marching its forces through China in order to get at the German dependency of Cao, exactly as Germany violated the territory of Belgium in order to get at France. England, France, Russia, and Italy violated the territory of Greece over the protest of the Greek government, and by a series of military and naval aggressions overturned the Greek government and installed a new government, forcing Greece to declare war against Germany. And after Russia became a neutral, England, France, Japan, and the United States violated the territory of Russia over the protest of the Russian government, made war on the Russian government, and attempted to assist to power in Russia a political aggregation more favorable to the Allied cause. Much was made of the fact that the German government, when about to violate Belgium, admitted to the world that it was about to commit a wrong. We commit exactly the same wrong, but pretend that we are doing right. We double our own crime by hypocrisy. Atrocities. By the very nature of things, nothing is more certain of embellishment from their source to their final appearance in the form of hate propaganda than stories of war atrocities. The high state of excitement of the victims, their passion, fear, and resentment render exaggeration inevitable, even though it may be unconscious. Passion and self-interest, with a certainty that disproof is next to impossible, furnish the most powerful conceivable incentive to outright fabrication. I do not wish to be understood as suggesting that there were no atrocities whatever in Belgium. I do wish to be understood as holding that nothing occurred revealing singular depravity on the part of the Germans. The history of our allies, recent and remote, is burdened with atrocities. British historians frequently refer to the practice of binding sepoys to the mouths of cannon and blowing them to fragments, indulged in by British officers in the early days of the subjugation of India. Mass murder, wholesale hangings, extermination of entire communities, starvation on a large scale. These were but commonplaces in the conquest of India, which is not yet completed. Much of the same can be said of Egypt. The bombardment of Alexandria in 1882, like the bombardment of Canton, China in 1885, was a cold-blooded atrocity perpetrated upon an unoffending and practically defenseless people. The British control is studded with British atrocities, which continue to this writing. In Bloemfontein, South Africa, the subjugated Boers erected a monument in memory of 26,663 women and children who died in British concentration camps in the 2 years of the Boer War, murdered by deliberate starvation and neglect. The British in South Africa could not urge the extenuating circumstances which existed in the occupied zone of France, where non-combatants were underfed by the Germans. They were not themselves subject to a starvation blockade. In 1907, in the sovereign state of Morocco, the population of the town of Casablanca resisted the efforts of a French-Spanish syndicate to build a railroad line through the local cemetery. A collision occurred between the population and the workmen, and the latter were driven away. whereupon French troops bombarded the defenseless town with artillery, killing thousands of men, women, and children. This outrage served the French purpose to penetrate farther and farther into Morocco under the pretense of, quote, protecting French lives and property, end quote, with the ultimate view of annexing the country. Even Belgium had its own particular and special Belgium. Under the Belgian rule in the Congo Free State, according to a report published in 1904 by the British Foreign Office, in one district, the population was reduced in 6 years from 5,000 to 600. Quote, in 6 months on the Bamboya River, the lowest estimate of people killed or mutilated by having their right hand cut off was 6,000, and this did not include the women and children, whom the soldiers were instructed to kill with the butt of their rifles so as not to waste cartridges, end quote. The New Map of Africa by Herbert Adams Gibbons, page 152. Interested Belgians at the time held that the various investigations of the Congo atrocities were either conducted or inspired by the British government as a means to preparing the way for taking over the Congo Free State and its rich rubber resources for the benefit of British gentlemen. The aforementioned official British report was published with an air of great sanctity. 8 years later, the world learned from other and equally reliable reports that Britons were employing similar methods in the rubber harvests of Putumayo, Peru. Concurrently, similar atrocities were being perpetrated by Frenchmen in the French Congo. The same author recounts an incident related by a French investigation commission. Quote, at Bangui, the commission found that the foremen of the companies exercised pressure upon the blacks to bring in rubber by seizing their women and children and holding them as hostages until the allotted quota was brought to the company's compound. In 1904, at Bangui, one concessions company, which made a practice of this barbarous hostage system, shut up in a small hut 68 women and children without air and water and food enough to keep them alive. The crime happened to be discovered by a young French physician. He demanded their release. 45 women and 2 children were found dead. Only 13 women and 8 children were still alive. Some of them died in spite of all the exertions of their liberator. The case could not have been unique. It was discovered only because it happened to be on the path of travelers, end quote. In none of these cases did the government of the noble democracy concerned take action against the perpetrators of these deeds. We also have our black pages of atrocity. How many Americans remember that Sherman's march to the sea was for the avowed purpose of starving the Confederacy, including the civil population? In the Philippines, we at times wiped out whole villages without regard to age or sex. As late as 1913, it was reported that, in the campaign against the Moros, General Pershing's soldiers killed 196 women and 340 children in one day's fighting. In 1920, we learned from official sources that, in Haiti, our Marines had killed 3,250 natives, while losing only 13 of their number. The figures justify the term indiscriminate killings employed by an American major general. This is not war, but massacre. Not only were opponents of the American occupation hunted down and killed, but scores were murdered after being taken prisoner. Scores of Haitians who had not resisted the occupation in a military way were killed by our Marines for trying to escape from enforced labor upon the public roads. Gatherings of Haitians were bombed from airplanes, and Haitian and Santo Domingan prisoners were subjected to tortures of the most savage and revolting nature, according to testimony given to a Senate committee in the fall of 1921. As for Nicaragua, the confidential hearing before the Committee on Foreign Relations of the United States Senate, 63rd Congress, Second Session, reveals a number of atrocities which, if generally known, ought to shame into whispers any mention we may need to make of unpleasant events in Belgium. October 3, 1912, Colonel J.H. Pendleton, U.S.N., in command of 2,000 Marines, stormed the heights of Coyotepe, killing 50 Nicaraguan liberals under command of General Benjamin F. Zeledin. Having reduced by this assault the defenses of the city of Masaya, Colonel Pendleton stood by while the Diaz contingent, for whom he was fighting, proceeded to execute Zeledon and then to stage a massacre in the undefended city. This massacre of unarmed men, women, and children, which Pendleton permitted and for which the great government of the United States must forever stand responsible, is described by an eyewitness, page 420, of the secret government document as follows, quote, I took a photograph of Colonel Pendleton standing on top of the hill with his men. When this happened, the Nicaraguan soldiers who had been standing by sailed into the town of Masaya, which lies under the brow of the hill. They massacred everybody they could lay their hands on, and the women and children of the town fled into the church of Masaya, and these Nicaraguans, or government soldiers, brought up a field piece, and they fired the door of the church down, and they brought up 2 machine guns and fired into these people. There must have been 300 or 400 people, all crowded into that church. They killed about 250 people right there in the church. They simply mowed them down with a machine gun. Then they fell upon the rest of the inhabitants. They looted everything there, and they simply tore that town to pieces. It was the worst-looking, horrible wreck I ever saw, and the dead were littered all over it. End quote. The Belgians, at least, had formal warning of the German invasion, but the population of Veracruz, Mexico, had no warning whatever. The government of the United States had not declared war on Mexico, nor upon the city of Veracruz. In Europe, a desperate struggle of nations was going on, but on April 21st, 1914, the United States was in no danger of attack. The life of no American was at stake. Nevertheless, we made an aggressive war upon a practically defenseless city, and entirely without warning to the population thereof. Not a civilian in Veracruz had any idea that the Americans were going to attack. When the booming of the guns began, the children were let out of school and ran panic-stricken for their homes. By that time, the invaders were running amok through the city. At least 10 children and 6 women were shot to death in the streets by our gallant lads. The Mexicans consider our attack upon and occupation of Veracruz an American Lusitania and an American Belgium rolled into one. Our punitive expedition they remember with little less horror. During that expedition, according to our own official reports and our own newspaper correspondence, our heroic soldiers, on one occasion, surprised and massacred 60 Mexicans without giving them an opportunity to surrender. On another occasion, they surprised and massacred 40 unarmed Mexicans, some of whom were asleep and some of whom were naked, swimming in a pool. On a third occasion, they fired into a civilian mob, killing 40. Meanwhile, on the American side of the line, unoffending and defenseless Mexicans were murdered by border rangers, local police officers, or others intent upon, quote, making the Mexicans pay for Villa's raid, end quote, or, quote, making this a white man's country, end quote. According to a report of an investigator appointed by Colonel H.J. Slocum, USA, rendered February 12, 1918, quote, the number of victims thus sacrificed in southwest Texas by such peace officers, assuming the powers of a court of justice, will probably never be known, though I understand that Attorney F.C. Pierce holds a list of names of nearly 300, end quote. Coming down to the Great War, the absence of Allied atrocities upon a civilian population upon the Western Front is explained by the fact that the Allies had no enemy population to deal with. Atrocities upon enemy combatants were perpetrated on both sides. On returning from Europe, Herbert L. Pratt, vice president of the Standard Oil Company and a YMCA worker, declared in a published interview, June 2, 1918, that, quote, the Americans no longer are bringing in prisoners in small groups. They are shooting the Germans down like rats, end quote. Atrocities of this kind were defended on the ground that the Germans had committed atrocities quite as bad. The hate propaganda was necessary not only at home, but on the battlefront also. We had to sermonize our soldiers on hatred before they entered the trenches, for fear they might consider the Germans fellow creatures, for fear they might not take sufficient pleasure in mutilating the Germans. We had to put our own brave boys in the savage state that we told them the Germans were in. We had to repeat to them the old lie that is told in all wars, that the enemy take no prisoners. Upon the battlefield, stories of mutilation and outrage were readily believed and held to justify any outrage. We excused our poisonous gas and our air raids on open towns only on the ground that our enemies had employed such means of warfare first. But British aviators bombed non-combatants both of India and Afghanistan, where no pretense of retaliation could be offered, and this after German savagery had been crushed. Note, the Glasgow Forward seems to have proven that the Entente allies were first both in the use of poison gas and in bombing civilian populations from the sky. End note. For Germans to rejoice over the sinking of the Lusitania, of greater value to Britain than any warship, was savagery, but for Britons to rejoice at the stunting of German babies, of no use whatever in that particular war, was patriotism. In an interview published in the Chicago Tribune, February 14, 1917, Sir Gilbert Parker was reported as saying, quote, "German boys and girls of today, who are to be the future manhood and womanhood of Germany, are being deprived of those foods necessary to proper growth and sustenance, and I am glad of it." End quote. And speaking to the House of Commons, December 20th, 1917, Lloyd George exulted thus, quote, "We must not imagine that the enemy has not had his difficulties. We had proof of that the other day, when facts were given to us as to the deteriorated physical quality of the German workers as a result of the blockade imposed by the British Navy. The German workers have so deteriorated that the output of Germany per man has gone down by something like 33% compared with the first year of the war." End quote. In an interview with the Associated Press, May 1st, 1919, Professor Abderhalden, a noted physiologist who had been making an investigation of German health conditions, asserted that to date 1 million persons, chiefly children, were dead as a result of the Allied hunger blockade, and that the survivors averaged a loss of 20% in weight. Our hunger blockade, even while the war went on, was an atrocity against our enemies, beside which the submarine atrocity is not to be mentioned. How much greater an atrocity it was after our enemies were no longer resisting us, and how much greater an atrocity against neutrals who never wished to fight us. First, our noble allies starved Greece, the entire population, civil and military, old and young, male and female, as a means to compelling that country to abandon neutrality and assist them in the war. Afterwards, we starved Russia and Hungary. We starved hundreds of thousands of Russians, especially women and children, and for no other reason than that our government did not approve of the Soviet government. We had expressed horror at the enforced labor of Belgians behind the Allied lines, but at Archangel we forced unwilling Russians to labor behind the Allied lines. More than that, we conscripted them for service against their own people, and on occasion murdered them in cold blood when they refused to fight. The effect of our starvation blockade was even more disastrous upon the population of Hungary. Testifying before the House Ways and Means Committee, January 15, 1920, Secretary of War Baker presented a summary of infantile death rates per 1,000 in the city of Budapest for the first 6 months of 1919 as follows: January, 812, February, 966, March, 784, April, 577, May, 567, June, 635. For this mass murder of babies, we share responsibility with our allies. Whatever may be said of military heroism, war also brings out the worst in human nature, which is everywhere approximately the same. But even in peace times, atrocities are constantly occurring in every large community. America lynched 67 persons in 1918, of whom 4 were white men and 5 colored women, and in 1919 this record was surpassed. If all the brutal assaults, arsons, murders, rapes, unlawful imprisonments, and tortures perpetrated upon defenseless persons in the United States of America by men in the uniform of the United States, by state militiamen, by the police and others wearing the badge of authority, by private detectives, by corporation gunmen, and by individuals during the same period in which Germany occupied Belgium, if all these were brought together and set forth in their most revolting details, it may be that they would fill a book upon American atrocities in peacetime, not so vastly different from our books upon German atrocities in wartime. The only atrocity alleged against the Germans that is not equaled or surpassed by the atrocities of ourselves and our allies is found in the rape squad stories, which depict the violation of womanhood as an official part of the German warfare. But Sir Philip Gibbs, the celebrated British correspondent, now it can be told, page 456, says, quote, "On the whole, it seemed that they, the Germans, had not misused the women. I heard no tales of actual atrocity, though some of brutal passion, but many women shrugged their shoulders when I questioned them about this and said, they, the Germans, had no need to use violence in their way of love-making. There were many volunteers." End quote. With many Americans, the rape squad stories have no doubt long since gone into the same class as our official expose of Lenin as an agent of the German autocracy and our yarn about the nationalization of women by the Soviet government. To those who are still inclined to credit them, there is just one thing to say. If our official propagandists, beginning with the President and the Secretary of State, had the effrontery to put forward deliberate, malicious, monstrous, and easily provable distortions, such as the story of Germany's broken submarine promises, the tale of a German-Mexican plot to attack America, the allegation of our right under international law to confiscate the Dutch ships, to what extent can we credit the dictum of these gentlemen upon matters which are largely incapable of proof or disproof? When the armistice was signed, a good many Americans expressed disappointment. Several million Germans had been killed, but that was not enough to satisfy them. Rather than give immediate peace to a people that was seeking peace on our terms, they were willing to sacrifice a few thousand more Americans for the sake of a final massacre of Germans. The lesson of the war's atrocities is that war makes savages of men of whatever blood or nation and of whatever degree of culture. The lesson is that war atrocities cannot be banished from the earth by exterminating or punishing Germans, but only by banishing war itself. End of chapter 23.